love. Come and meet me in the middle, babe. And I give you all of my heart. If I meet you in the middle, babe, would you give me all your love? 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 Come and meet me in the middle, babe. And I give you all of my heart. If I meet you in the middle, babe, would you give me all your love? Would you give me all your love? Would you give me all your love? Would you give me all your
As I'm going to the cold now, I see you coming down. I don't know if you're gonna make me touch the ground. I saw the flowers on your bed. I need a time to take a breath. It's gonna make us safer bet. 'Cause I know that we will stay together. It's springtime, and you know we have no reason to cry, no reason. It's springtime, and you know we have no reason to cry, no. I'm so tired of looking back, and now I see my future bright. Can anybody show me the path? Can anybody turn on the lights? I saw the flowers on your bed. I need a time to take a breath. It's gonna make us safer bet. 'Cause I know that we will stay together. It's springtime, and you know we have no reason to cry, no reason. It's springtime, and you know we have no reason to cry, no. It's springtime, and you know we have no reason to cry, no reason. It's springtime, and you know we have no reason to cry, no reason to cry, no. Yeah. La 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 la. Yeah. Your life hits hard, but I hit right back. I never back down. I keep it on track. It's the same day with no problems. I keep rising from the bottom. 'Cause when the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear that sound. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now, and then I need to worry about. 'Cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe. 'Cause I got no problems. Yes, every day was a war. Yeah, it kinda took a while. When they tell me I should stay, I just jump with a smile. Yeah, it's hard until you notice. Everybody's got their moment. When the sun comes up and and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear the sound. Listen up. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now, and then I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, 'cause I got no problems, problems. 'Cause I got no problems, problems. 'Cause I got no problems, problems. Do you feel a little down? Say it. No problems. Let you in, but you out. Sing it. No problems. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. Have none I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. Have none I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, 'cause I got no problems, problems.
straight for the title. No time to idle. I'm finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move made like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Hey, look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since Otto. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out and flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Get it, don't mindset. Ay, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Ay, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Ay, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe, I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say, you ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Yeah, got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you not at my pace. You not at my level, you not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Yeah. Get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset. We really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? Keep it going up now. And do what you do. That's right. Keeping it up. We're going up now.
attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Come on down, let's pay the fare. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down, down. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down, down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down, down. We're gonna get down. Some days you wake up like the world is on fire. Last call came late last night. You're caved in and tired. One more lover that will never be back.
It's spooky season here at ESL Challenger Katowice, and though the likes of the spirits of Eternal Fire and Falcons may have passed on to join the ghosts on my shirt, our focus now turns to those who remain, the 4 teams that have battled through to this final day of competition. And at this point, favorites, underdogs, it doesn't matter. What matters is whose hands are going to be on this trophy in just 3 short matches. It's time to find out. It's time to begin the playoffs of ESL Challenger Katowice.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, White Market, and Logitech G.
In one of the final lands of 2024, before the season wraps up with the Shanghai Major, the ESL Challenger Katowice trophy is up for grabs. 8 teams descended on Poland to try and get their hands on it. Only 4 remain. We have the Brazilians, Pain Gaming. They are battling it out for that trophy, as are the Portuguese team SAW. We have Bait, the all-Ukrainian lineup, and then wrapping it all up, the Polish core of Monte. They are all playing today in the semi-finals with the hope of being a winner. My name is Sam. I'm going to be your host. Joining me on the desk to kickstart the day, Alan Hender and Apples are here. It's been a typical Challenger event, Alan, where on the first day, that best-of-1 format basically just tossed all the favorites off the brackets.
Did indeed. I think even relative to the regular standard we have for upsets, this one is probably the most I've ever seen in terms of favourites going out. So definitely not the teams we expected here in the final day, but they earned it. They're here for a reason, and they're going to play for that trophy.
I expected it. I predicted Bait to win that first best-of-1, and now they're here today, and I was right. So
you can have that one. Still lots of upsets, fair enough. But we have seen some fun Counter-Strike. We got to see Simple, the GOAT, return to LAN. That was a big one. A little bit of a...
I wouldn't describe that as fun, the way it went for Falcons.
Depends. I mean, if you enjoy watching things burn and crash, that's pretty fun.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, certainly for a Falcons fan, especially management, I'm not sure they enjoyed this event all too much, nor, though, that said, would have Eternal Fire. Favourites coming into this event, they dispatched Falcons with thinking, oh, they're going to run it through the lower bracket, but no, falling to Bait last night. A bit of a shocker of a series, big shock for them. Hasn't done wonders to our predictions either. So, again, we didn't have the favourites going through, and it's a team like Bait that's picked up the pieces where the big guns have faltered.
And when you move on to Group B, I mean, Apples, there was the big upset there. MIBR look horrible.
They do, and they have an RMR coming up. That is very, very concerning for them, unfortunately. For MIBR, they have a lot to work on, but from there, we have Monty coming in all the way to playoffs. Legacy did have a bit of a fight against a couple of them last night. That went a very, very long best of 3, but in the end, I mean, Monty proved that they were here to win, and Pain, obviously Pain. Pain's just looking really good, and I'm excited to see them in this playoffs match.
Legacy's an interesting one, Alan, because it has been so damn inconsistent. They have these moments where I think, wow, this looks really good for the RMRs, and then we see them on a map where I go, oh no, you have a huge problem.
It's a little bit all over the shop. I guess in that sense, they've played it out here. They get to review those demos and make some changes before they play those big RMRs. But yeah, the moment I believed in them, Sam, the moment I had some faith, they had to go and lose the next map 13-1. That wasn't ideal.
Pretty much what happened to me with Falcons. So there you go. We can just be miserable together. Let me tell you what you can expect. It won't be miserable today because we do have lots on the line. That massive trophy you saw, as well as the cash money, is all up for grabs for these teams that are competing. And you can see that we will be determining first, second, third, and fourth today. 3 best of 3s for you to watch. Lots of Counter-Strike on the line. You'll get to see 2 semi-finals. We'll have a quick break, and then we'll go into the final. For Monty, it is a chance to lift a trophy before their season comes to an end. For every other semi-finalist, this is a chance to solidify your skill level and solidify what you're bringing to the table before you move on to the RMRs to qualify for the Shanghai Major. I think it might be fun to put our analysts to the test because sometimes we do this and we don't really talk about what to expect. We are going to ask you to do some predictions, but before we do that, obviously the highlights are on your screen. So far, for both of you, what's been the highlight of ESL Challenger Katowice?
Amidst the chaos of big guns falling down and big teams making mistakes, Pain have not put a foot wrong. I wouldn't say it's a surprise, but yeah, of all the teams, it's Pain that showed up playing their best CS, and I think for many, they will be the favorite now to win this tournament.
I think my favorite thing to watch is the big teams falling in on their faces. Honestly,
yeah,
it is a little bit dark, but I like seeing underdog story. These teams that probably don't have a lot of experience playing tier 1 teams, tier 1 players that have won majors and everything there. Like Falcons, they got beat up, and that was kind of enjoyable to watch. I'm going to be honest with you. There's a lot of teams here that want to make a name for themselves, and I feel like they have so far coming into the playoffs, just like Monty.
All right, so we see the highlights there, and it is time for your 1xBet predictions. Like I said, money where your mouth is, because we are actually going to see who you predicted at the end of the day. So MacMates is still sleeping, but he did give me his prediction last night at the bar. So I've got my prediction in MacMates, which I'm going to put into this big box over here. Alan, I don't want you to tell me who, but I do want you to tell us what determined this decision.
That would tell you the answer, unfortunately. Okay. What I will say is, had I made this position at the start, I would have been completely wrong. Twofold. Even if I've gone for my first, second, third prediction, I might have been wrong the whole way through. So big changes, but I'm feeling pretty lucky about this one.
How about you, Apples? What made your decision?
I feel like a lot of hope, a lot of praying, and a lot of feeling in my heart is what made this.
That's like a true NA fan.
Exactly. North American, we do a lot with our heart, we do a lot with our feelings, but I looked at the numbers actually this time a little bit as well, but not as much as my heart, but that's what made my decision.
I mean, earlier I couldn't find the hole, that's what he said, so let's hope I get this right this time. There we go. Predictions are in. 1xBet predictions done. And now we get into the most important part of this, the actual Counter-Strike. It is time to kickstart our first semi-final. It is Monty going up against Saul. Let's get it started.
It's good event to gain our form on LAN and have some more experience on LAN before RMR, because if you just came straight to the China to RMR, I think it would be harder. We are here and we are here to show good games, so we'll see, of course, if we gain more experience and more confidence on LAN, then I'm sure we are able to beat everyone.
This is our preparation LAN tournament going into the RMR. We want to get some officials in with Sasha. We know it's maybe a little bit too early, but we just need to get officials in with him, also for him to not have the first official at an RMR. Even though he is simple, it's still nice to have played a few matches before you need to play the most important matches of the year. So we are here to do that and to find some of the problems that we have. We have obviously have a lot right now, so this is a preparation tournament going into the RMR, just like it was at Thunderbig.
Everything will boot camp and change a lot and bring new things, but I think the confidence that we get in the tournaments is not the same that in the practice. So if you go good in this tournament, we can go better with more confidence to the practice, and because of that go with more confidence to RMR. So it's very important to go far in this tournament and beat anything that is possible.
If we need to do new things, we're gonna do after the tournament. So the things that we have the best, we're gonna use in this tournament for sure.
Yeah, there's obviously some strats that you can't use here because it will be the last tournament before the major. So there's some strategies that you just know is gonna work where you can't show them because you want to use them at the RMR. Because
I think that we are not in a position that we can save things, because it will be disrespectful to come here and say that. So we're gonna try our best. We're gonna give everything that we have. It's a tournament, it's a new opportunity. We're gonna try our best, and when tournament ends, our head is going to be on the RMR. So right now we only think about this tournament, Katowice.
Mr. Diha himself coming in here on the day of the playoffs. Coming to this tournament, it felt like you guys didn't know quite what to expect from the team. Now you've made it to the final day. Are things just gelling as a unit?
I think playoffs was the planned minimum, I would say. So I'm not surprised.
You love to hear it. The minimum. All right, minimum reached. Now how far can you go? You got Saul as an opponent. What do you think of them?
I mean, if they are in the playoffs, they played good CS, so we don't underestimate them. We prepared some tricks and we'll smash them.
Some tricks, huh? Something up your sleeve? What do you think is going to be the key for your team today?
I'm not going to say anything. I cannot reveal our plan.
Master plan in order? Well, we'll see if they can enact it on the server. What do you think the plan's going to be, Sam?
I think Dia's plan was to give you absolutely nothing in that interview, Mike. It was like trying to draw blood from a stone. He was just like, I'm not talking. Obviously representing Monty, which is the team we're going to talk about first. I don't think anyone really thought that they would make playoffs. I know he said that was the bare minimum, but this new Polish core coming in, Alan, and them not qualifying for the major, they weren't really on our radar in the first day.
Yeah, that was a little bit before, though, they made all of these changes. I mean, the standout for us is it just feels too soon. I mean, change of language. Hades relatively new to calling, Demka learning to speak in Polish, new players being integrated, new system, new roles presumably. That's a lot, a new coach as well. That's a lot to deal with at the same time. I think they said they've had about 2-3 weeks of practice with this team. So to make it to playoffs alone is an achievement. Anything beyond this is just the cherry on top.
I mean, it's been working out for them. It's like all the hope that we had for every other team has been funneling into this exact team. They had like one really bad map yesterday against Legacy, that Mirage map, where they just couldn't get anything done. But I think that was mostly just out-aiming. Their team strats together are really well done. I feel like they mesh together very well. On the server, it looks like they do. And on like team-based maps like Ancient and Anubis, like I feel like that's where they really shine. Not on something like a Dust 2 or Mirage, where it can really just come down to the shooting.
Still a little bit shaky, Alan, but I agree with Apples. There is some synergy there that is exciting to see.
There's a lot of players here that have perfectly experienced at this sort of level. They've played a lot of top-end Counter-Strikes. There's a lot of reasons to believe that they could get the fundamentals together, play very sound CS. So, yeah, I mean, it's looked fairly good so far. There's guaranteed to be some holes. We have seen that a little bit in this event already. Can they patch that up on the fly? That's a very tall order, but just with a few tweaks, maybe a little bit of talking over some misplay situations, yeah, they could improve quite a lot.
Well, who are your favorite pieces in this puzzle?
Demka is my favorite for this team. Because mainly for the narrative angle, mainly because when he played on the team last year, it was always Boris at the start of the year. Then it was SDY at the end, and then Waro had his moments. But Demka silently has come through all of the carnage, and now is emerging as an absolute world-class player at his positions. He is phenomenal, and he's playing in a second language, and he's learning a new system, and he's still playing well. Not enough good things I said about this man at the moment. He is phenomenal.
I like Hades. Honestly, this IGL transition that he's had, it's been a little rough for him. There was an interview that he was saying that it doesn't really feel like he's much of a leader yet or the captain, but he is trying to call as well as he can. I think you were saying that it's a little bit hard for the op IGL angle there, but altogether, Hades, there are some rounds that if he's not popping off or if he's not calling right, the whole team, it doesn't look great for them. But Demka, just like you said, has been very good with him. They've been, I feel, playing off each other very well. But I like the look of Hades. There's been some really good plays from him so far. And I think he does have a little bit more to grow. Obviously, they weren't able to get into the RMR, but this will be a good ending, I guess, event of the end of the year event for them.
What do you think of Hades calling?
He's still learning. I mean, I think in his interview, he's talking mainly about man management when he says, I don't feel like a captain yet. That will come with time. That will come with the coach above him in Norop, teaching him how to be in those scenarios. Norop also did call himself in the past, so he's been through that ringer before. So I don't think it's a gameplay problem. It doesn't look like when they're playing that something is massively off for Hades. He did say that he struggles with the mid rounding, and that is the ultimate test for any in-game leader. There's so much going on, and he was saying particularly he didn't know whether to take more control or let his players have more space. That will only come with time, and that's not also, it's not just him as a leader. That's how he works with his players. They need to all agree on it. Do I give you more space in these situations? Do I reel you in and just decide this is what we're doing, we're going this way? That's a team decision. That's not just Hades, so they have a lot to learn all around his calling.
Is the foundation good? Have we seen enough to make that call? They are obviously building. We don't really know what to expect from this team because there have been all these changes. But what we've seen in the last 2 days, can we say the foundation is pretty decent?
It's on the right tracks. I think that'd be the way to look at it at the moment. There's a lot that goes into building a team. And fundamentally, they don't have enough time to know themselves. I doubt they know the map pool yet, to be honest. And they're still learning how to use these players. But it feels like the roles are looking okay. Nobody's massively uncomfortable. Demka, K, they're performing. Krasnau looks good as well. Overall, there's no massive problems with their game style. It's just going through the motions now and learning how to perform at the top level. And you only learn that by making mistakes.
Yeah, I feel like out of all the teams here that have to grow this new team, figure out this new team, they do look one of the most convincing to me because it is like the whole core that is new Polish core, and they're all coming in here and they're like, all right, let's just get it together, let's make it work, let's play Team CS, and I feel like they are all agreeing on the same level. It doesn't feel like there's too many things on the server that doesn't connect for each other. They're all there, and then when they lose, it does still feel like they're all there. They're pointing fingers, not like, all right, you didn't do your job, you didn't do your job. It was more like, all right, the team synergy together, maybe we did a little bit wrong, because we were talking to them after their interview. Mike was talking, they're like, yeah, the comms just went completely out the window on Mirage. They came back, that third map, comms were perfect for them. That was an amazing map for them. They were able to switch, like, it was like a flick of a switch for them. And that is something that I think is a good look for a new team like that.
The veto's on your screen right now. You mentioned it there when you were talking about Monty Allen, is the fact that we don't know what their map pool actually looks like anymore. We don't know if it's deep, we don't know if it's shallow, we don't know if it's a splash pool.
But we do know they're like Ancients, and they have picked Ancient. They've won it 8 times in a row. So that is one thing we do know. I mean, potentially as we go deeper into this series, we're going to ask more questions, but I don't think there's any real surprises here. Saw pick Nuke. Saw always pick Nuke. They pick Nuke in every series. They've beaten some of the best teams in the world on that map. It was a centerpiece to their run in Cologne. Does that translate with a coach change and a player change? Who knows? But in terms of a map that's brought them some stability through all of this carnage, Nuke has been that place. So no real surprises for me on the veto.
I really like that we've almost consistently seen Anubis being a floated map at the end, because I feel like that is a map that you can get really right or really, really wrong. Both of these teams, I feel like they have a lot to prove with their new players, new coach system, new everything. And if it goes to an Anubis, that's going to be a very, very interesting map for us to watch. And I like that for both of the teams.
I mean, if it does go to Anubis, I would argue that Monty's a little bit shaky on it. We've seen a lot of overtimes from them. They always clutch it out in the end, but at ESL Challenger, it has looked a little bit like maybe there's still some comm issues they need to iron out.
Potentially, I mean, I think Anubis CT is so difficult to play that I don't envy them trying to learn that as a team. I think it's a map. On some other maps, if you're playing CT Mirage, everyone's got a rough idea what you're doing, right? Okay, you You play 1-3-1 and everyone just, you've done the rotates for 10 years. You've got an idea. Anubis is a bit different where you have to be on the same page with your reactions. So it doesn't surprise me that particularly a map like that could have more hurdles they need to cross. Equally though, if it's just small mistakes and you could watch the game back from these last few days and just say, in this situation, let's do this, you don't need to make massive tweaks to actually have a big impact on the server.
They are going up against the Portuguese team. They've had some roster changes. It's been a lot of question marks around them, but they find themselves in the playoffs. The third LAN that they have played and the third playoffs position that they sit in. Let's find out what they think about this matchup with Monty.
I've got Story here ahead of them against Saw. Now, I know it was a prac day yesterday, but maybe a little bit of time on the pool table as well. How are you at pool?
I'm not that good, but I'm not that bad, so I'll say I'm an average player.
There you go, but not on the server. Very accurate on the server here. You're going up against Monty on the other side. What do you think about them as an opponent?
I think they have really strong players, so we need to be really focused and really ready to destroy. So I think if we play our normal game and full focus during the game, I think we can beat them.
Now, it was one of those situations coming into this tournament where we just weren't sure what to expect. Changes, obviously, from the outside, something we're looking at. But you guys seem to have reestablished yourselves as the favorites here, as that strong team. Do you feel like the favorite in this matchup?
Yeah, I don't really know, but I feel that we are playing a really good CS, so I expect to win, and I expect to be in the final.
I like it. I like the confidence. Good luck, man.
Thank you.
Back to you, Sam.
They brought it up in the interview. We've brought it up all weekend. We have to bring it up again. Cinderella run at IEM Cologne. Playoffs at ESL Challenger Atlanta. 48 hours later, you drop a player. 24 hours later, after that, you drop the coach that got you all that way to the big stage in Cologne. There was some concerns.
I think that puts it pretty mildly, Sam. Yeah, I mean, we've had more interviews come out since, even during this event, and more people talking. Whatever went on behind the scene with Rostos, I mean, it just sounded completely dysfunctional, and they decided to go this direction of making a player change mid-season. The Berry change, I will remain very critical of. I do think he's a very experienced coach. He clearly had a good thing going with results at Cologne and online around that. So I'm not sure about the Berry move, but it does sound like the Rostos change might have been a necessity given happenings behind the scenes. Not a situation you want to be in. It shouldn't be good for them as a team. I wouldn't have thought a mid-season change is going to help them, but perhaps they're in a position where they had no option.
I don't know if it doesn't help them, but I don't think it gives them anything too interesting because you can't really give all the credit to Barry. You can't give all the credit to Aerosmith.
Well, I'm going to stop you there.
Oh.
This was a dead average team. I'm sorry. Seoul was a dead average team. And then they get to Cologne and they are beating teams like the most impressive teams. They are on the main stage in the cathedral of Counter-Strike. And we are all like, what the hell happened? Because there was a complete change. They get to Atlanta, dysfunction behind the scenes. They still make the playoffs. They've now made a third playoffs. This is more playoffs at LAN tournaments that they've made in a row than I think we've seen Seoul do in probably the last year or 2 years. I stand to be corrected. So what changed to make them go from dead average to that? Because I would say if you had to look at what changed, it was when they brought in Barry.
It's certainly a very compelling reason to believe that. They clearly don't. I mean, they would have Barry on the server right now if they believed that was the critical factor behind them. Certainly on the server, they certainly feel to me like a team that has played through problems. They've stayed at least as a 5 until they made the Rostos change for quite a long time. They were all on the same page. They're making very decisive moves. Was Barry a factor in improving the decision-making and making those moves? I don't know. They clearly believe. No, I would guess. But that remains to be seen. They have only won 2 best-of-1s here. We're not on a lot of data. I'm not sold that this Saw is going to be as good as the last lineup.
Let's talk about let's go into the server then. Take away the Barry aspect. What changed in their gameplay from the beginning of the year to what we saw at Cologne to what we've seen at the Challenges? What has changed with Saw?
I mean, first of all, Story started playing fabulous Counter-Strike. He was never a bad player, but he wasn't going to top the server against world-class teams. Story, for me, elevated his game a lot. Potentially, Berry, I don't know, he's worked with a lot of top orbers in his time. Maybe that was a factor, I don't know. But it seemed like Story stepped it up individually. And otherwise, I just think it's as a team, they played enough events, they built through their problems. They must have a good system for looking back at demos and making changes, because a lot of teams just make player changes to improve. They didn't do that.
And when you have Berry there for at least a little bit of time, that must give you some like, all right, this is what Berry had us do. Let's keep doing this. Let's keep doing this, even if they have a new coach. So his ripples, his ideas there are still there, even though he isn't. The person isn't there. But I feel like they have heads on their shoulders that they can be like, all right, this is what he taught us. This is what we have to do. This is what we have to think about when we're not doing great on the server. And maybe that's what's been pushing them here to playoffs this event, especially. I mean, Agile has been able to really put himself into the role of Erasdos, I feel, very easily. They said in an interview, Roman said that it was an obvious choice because he plays most of his positions. He hasn't been like a lightning bolt on the server, but he hasn't been dead weight. It feels like they've gotten the teachings of Berry's in their head and they've kept it there, you know, even if he wasn't
Would
here.
you say that maybe they've worked a little bit on their fundamentals and just gone back to, you know what, this is good. This is the fundamentals of Counter-Strike. Let's work on that. And that's what we need to focus on. And that's kind of carried them through maybe?
I mean, every team needs good fundamentals to make playoffs at Cologne. You can't have big holes in your game, so no doubt it's an aspect they had to work on. But it's a similar thing that happened with Bad News Eagles. Those teams, if you split them apart, they're nowhere near as good as the sum of their parts. Okay, they're not going to make the same results, but there's something about these teams from the same region that play together for a long time. They have a very defined style. It might be a bit one-dimensional, I'm not sure, but it just works, and everybody's absolutely on the same page, and nothing matters more in Counter-Strike than that. And that's what scares me, Sam, a little bit with this team, because when I saw them play between making this change in this event online, I didn't see a team that was always on the same page in the way they were before. That is what scares me a lot about this change, that they've rocked the boat, and it could cause problems in that respect.
Who is your player to watch when you take a look at Saw?
Udrix. I feel like he has to step into more of a star rifler role now that Erasdos is not here. Agile is a great player, but Muteras has to be able to lead this team and be able to get everything together and going. But Udrix, I mean, his opening attempts have been okay. They haven't been great, but his rating has been there. He's been able to get the kills. He's been able to get into sites, but I feel like this is going to be a very interesting match going up against Monty, a team that is like very, very together, even though that they're also new.
Monty's a more skilled team than Saw. So there's a lot of pressure on you jerks here to be that focal point, to be the tip of the spear as it was and do damage, open up rounds, cause some ruckus, win some unlikely stuff too on the force buys and such. So Udrix has always been a fantastic player, but on this team, in the absence of a Erasdos, it's only amped up. He needs to be probably the best player on the server, Sam, to win this series.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Saw hasn't found a replacement for their coach as of yet.
I believe they have, and it's unannounced. I mean, they said in an interview a couple of days ago that they've been working with someone for 2 days. I know they hinted something in an interview here where they couldn't reveal what the change was going to be. So my assumption is they have someone in their sight lines, maybe signed or unsigned, that they're starting to work with a little bit.
Feeds into my next question, though, is obviously there needs to be a lot of credit given to the IGL here to keep this together, to get to another playoff with that change and make sure that you can make these pieces work in, what, 2 weeks?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, irrespective of the changes, to get to the place they were with the previous lineup is massive credit to Muteris. I guess Roman probably, given his experience level, must chip in too on that sort of side of things. But yes, should Saw maintain their level of form, even close to what they were with the previous lineup, Muteris deserves massive credit because this team has had a lot to deal with in the last 3 weeks. If they get to a grand final here, there's no doubt that Muteris knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, having so much experience with Erasdos in this lineup and now having to have your head in the game constantly, being like, all right, Agile isn't picking up this exact thing. What do I need to call differently to be able to make sure that that is picked up, that angle is covered, or tell him something differently? Maybe just communication styles are a little bit different as well. Like, you have to be on top of your game, and now going into the RMRs after this, that's going to be very difficult for him if it's not on point.
TLDR, if we had to just wrap this in a nice little bow and send it off there, what can we expect from this matchup?
Carnage. It's going to be. It's absolutely a matchup where who can band-aid themselves together the best, given the circumstances, is going to be of a tremendous value. There will be mistakes in this series, probably more so from Monty, given the amount of changes.
Yeah.
But if they can just find a way to play and just keep hammering it home, They just need to survive. It will be scrappy, there will be mistakes, but whoever can get it together the most in the moment is probably going to win this.
Like, they both play beautiful. That's a great cheer from Monty. I don't know if we have anything from that from Saw, but it's like they both play great Counter-Strike on the server, and it just comes down to who's going to be playing it better, who's going to be setting the pace, because Monty sets pace so well against their opponents. But when they're on a map that they're not comfortable with, or if they're a little bit less, I guess, mechanically skilled, which will probably happen against Saw, it's going to be difficult for them. They have to make sure that their mental's in check.
Two regional teams, Saw on one side from Portugal, Monty from the other side, Polish with Demka, are facing off now for a chance to be in the grand finals of ESL Challenger Katowice. Let's get straight into the game.
Let's get straight into that game in just a second, because I wanna be able to talk about this too, Michael. I feel like, you know, Barry's removal is something interesting, right? Because obviously you have to examine what exactly he was doing and what he added to the team, and I felt like this was a team that was maybe having too many contributing voices. Maybe it had too many people who brought in interesting ideas of what to do, and Barry happened to streamline it. But does that mean streamlining stops when he's gone?
We've done a lot of good, positive talks about Barry, but I think in some of the online officials as well, when we were able to catch Saw, I guess, on the come down of Cologne, there were moments where you think, why is Barry not calling timeouts? Why is he not intervening in games where it did get a little close? So as much as there were many good points for Barry, I think towards the end of his tenure with Saw, maybe there was a little bit of turbulence there as well.
And maybe that was indicative of friction inside the team.
Sure.
And now that's not to say that this is a Saw that's going to reach the same heights without him, because I do think that was incredibly key. But also, let's be honest, top 4 of Cologne is hard height to reach again anyway.
Also, as much as we will look at and talk about coaches, it's about the players at the end of the day, and that's where they've had the most turbulence, the fact that they have to plug up the gap for Rozdosh. Agil has been doing a decent job. They said in interviews as well, a good guy to work with. He plays a lot of the similar positions when he was on his previous team prior to the call-up to Seoul, as well as just being a more natural support player. So he was willing to take that feedback. He knows Seoul were in a bind, and he's supposed to be the guy that bails them out. I am not putting all my focus on you, Jerks. I want Agil to perform. He needs to step into those shoes. If we're going to look at Seoul as improvement, if we're going to see them progress into the RMRs, they need to be able to put away a team like Monty, who have been growing themselves, winning a lot of tight games in that group stage. But it is the first map of our semifinals between Seoul and Monty here at ESL Challenger Katowice. We start with Ancient.
And we start with a fast B execute coming through from Monty. They've got a plan, they will execute and get the bomb down fast. Now with this, the return from Saw should be 3 through Cheetah, but there's also the same amount inside B House. This is going to be a brawl as they start to move back over. U-Jerks will fall, and right next to him, Muris is in the ground. Krastel and Hades a trade, but Agil still has a lot to do. Diha needs to be overcome, and K around the corner will take him down. Demka exchanges. It's madness in the B House.
Yeah, I mean, a great read. You could see Saw are very focused on trying to take those fights in through middle, and Monty just taking the space immediately up through the B ramp. They get access to the bomb site, they get that bomb down, and then suddenly the repositioning. Sure, you've got numbers there for Seoul, but you're coming in at a very narrow choke point. It would have been a difficult round for Seoul to pull together given that circumstance, but also some nice shooting, some nice trades there from Monty in that post plant.
And I really love this map pick coming out from Monty. I think they've done a great job on it in these past few iterations that they played themselves, because it's a perfect pairing of, well, you know, they've beaten teams like Big on it, they've beaten, you know, teams that on paper should be around that Saw level, but also I think Saw was struggling on Ancient, you know, even with their previous iteration, even with Barry, even with Arisdosh. I think we saw them struggle versus Falcons. After a great lead that they start off 9-3, it ends up being a 13-11.
Yeah.
So if there is weakness, this would be it.
Also, Monty 13-1 them for 13-1 Legacy earlier on in the tournament, so
that helps.
Reasons to feel confident.
Yeah. It's always nice to see that.
As long as you can demonstrate why you have pride in a map pick, it is a lot easier to justify it further on.
And one of the most important things about that is overcoming these force buys.
Yeah, Saw can be a problematic team, especially on Ancient, I find, when they are on these low buys. They love bleeding out util, especially Roman is a guy that's hard to ever anticipate what he's going to do on buys like this.
Very often the strangest win condition you can have on a team. That's what Roman is. Re-smoke out from Muterus as well. This timing is fantastic. If they want to commit into B, it's going to be going into these close-range pistols. Roman, there he comes out. Ujerk's right there next to him. So much damage on already. Monty dispersed, but they'll have to worry about Agil coming in on the flank, threatening away with the MP9, but he's dropped off and waits now. Demka, this skill is vital, and even with it being lost, even with it being found, it would have been difficult. Kai just no longer has the time to make his way over to the A side and get the bomb down. Even if Muterus lost the duel, just wouldn't matter. Monty wait too long, they're smoked off too many times, and they're overrun.
And a great decision from Saw to just play passive. Monty waited, looking for that aggression. They're maybe expecting a player like Roman, who's getting fired up, it seems, to get aggressive out through Cheetah. It's very much in his repertoire.
Yeah.
And instead, they run out of time. The timing on that smoke, like you noted, was flawless there from Saw. And by the time Monty pulled the plug, they basically couldn't afford any speed bumps, and Agil was a big one to get past.
And now you've got to try and get a force buy of your own. It'll be Kai starring the show with the Galil in his hand, and that's not too much. Of course, taken forward from the previous round, so you do want to equalize the economy regardless. Roman reveals position. That means he's probably not going to be getting aggressive later on either, so you can be feeling unworried if you're a Saw fan. Oh my god, I hope he doesn't die to those Tech 9s. The chant of every fan when their team is against a force buy.
I mean, we had apples on the desk. As a North American fan, I'm sure that's a very common conversation. Story's in such a good position to just retain mid-control. It is isolated. It can be a bit of a nuisance, but yeah, you see, that's one of the problems. Sound Q given over, Story can take the off angle, but he also can't escape.
My guy. That's a nice shot with the Tech 9. Look, Monty have done a good job of resetting the pace in a 4v4 where Saw actually don't have any utility at all. They will be relying purely on firepower. So this round's not gone, especially when you consider Kai is supposed to be the one leading the front lines. But the flashbang, oh, that's going to change things. Delays them even further. Ujerks must have spotted him receding back, and Ujerks aggresses forward. The bomb dropped and spotted. Rotations called over, but they might not be needed. Roman shutting them down on the entrance to the site itself. Saw fine too, and might be settling in for the third as well.
Yeah, I mean, just nicely handled. Always had information to play off of. Never felt like they were going to get stressed out. And even if there were a couple chances for those pistols to get a couple more kills, doesn't fall away there for Monty. So it will be a save. And this is a nice builder round for Saw. May lose the pistol, but you need to hit those conversions, and you know that would maybe be a conversation we'll reflect on if Monty would seed this map. It's obviously a poor way to start in your pick in the series, as well as the first game of playoffs.
Yeah.
Try to play with respect, composure, and then you still lose.
One of the things that I am looking forward to seeing, which I expect to be the hangover from Barry, is Story's opping style and how it changed. I mean, Alan had some time to talk about it on the desk, that he did feel like he was really stepping up. And I felt like, and maybe I might be reading too much into this, when you look over towards how he used to play before Barry and post Barry, he was throwing such fewer flashes in the first 30 seconds of a round. It felt like the start of every round was started off with, hey, I'm going to at least try and get 20 seconds of sightlines in this position before I pull out any utility beyond what helps me peak. And, well, missing a shot is not going to be helping his case, but at the very least, he will be keeping his life, and Agil is there in Donut. For him to be picking up these frags is also not insignificant, like you said. You want to see him come alive, and Monty do not want that to happen.
Yeah, people will look at his stats coming into this tournament and think, a replacement for Rosdosh? Agil, really? But he's been doing a good job so far in this tournament. He has been hitting his shots. He is also not making massive errors. I think that's even something that they'll have known about him prior to the pickup, given their familiarity with him on that For the Win roster previously. And I mean, both Ujerks and Story vouching for him.
Monty just pulled out 5 AKs, and with that, they do decide to sacrifice some of their utility, given the fact that they ran into some issues earlier on. I wonder if it's going to be a faster play decided by them instead. Now, the bomb is all the way back in spawn, right? Let's not forget that. So this is very much a default, even if it feels like a fake. The smoke out over towards the A side, and maybe I'm lying to you. Maybe it is a fake, because that looks very much like an execute with nothing behind it. Going out onto the A side. Agil is worried. He's scared. There's smokes everywhere. There's fire behind him. This is madness. And he can't engage in it yet. No one to shoot at, but he'll be given that opportunity soon. Kai fights back, though, and Agil put down. Suddenly, this A side has been breached. Rotations are called, but Ujurx remains. He's still concerned, but for how long?
I mean, he might be close enough to hear the steps in through spawn that they're running back away from B. Can't lower his guard, though. There is still players on the extremities. Monty are in that A bomb site, but Demka getting a following frag. Bomb still needs to rendezvous with him, and Ujurx has been able to catch a player at elbow. The late lurk through B, maybe too late, in fact. Muter is continuing to apply pressure on A.
And he can cut the bomb off over here. If that happens, around his loss, Diha has a timing where Muteris is turned around, and that's exactly what he uses. Ujurx, suddenly a round of possibilities has dwindled to nil. Unless Krasnal taken down, but he doesn't have the HP to contest this any longer.
Yeah, just too much damage in that fight. This round was very weird.
Yeah.
You know, Monty, I don't think themselves felt very comfortable at any given point. Demko is still running interference for such a long time, but given that they had two outside of B, I think they were expected to hear more audible rotations, or at least some indications that Sol had vacated the B bomb site. But, I mean, from the doors, it's so hard to get that kind of information.
Funnily enough, it's even the first kill that Kai gets onto Agil, that's not where he was expecting the duel. He's ready for it, obviously, right? He's a very aware player. That's one of the things I've always liked about Kai ever since he was in Aves. But he was waiting for a flashbang to be thrown before he peeks out from the side of the smoke. The flash pop before, rather after the duel was already taken.
And I noted in the Falcons game, you know, sometimes when you're throwing flashes like that, or you know a flash is coming, you're maybe forecasting where the fight is going to be after the flash pops, but...
Yeah, it worked for him there.
Yeah, but Kai was still very focused on the fight ahead. Also knew that he wouldn't have to worry about having to turn or shield himself from the blindness, but...
And of course, where we're talking about coaches, we can't forget the coach of Monty right now, Norot as well. A long history of playing with Kai in particular. Both of these guys go back to Aves. Norot was his IGL on that team. One of the reasons why Kai came up, and I think could be one of the reasons why Kai might end up seeing an uptick in form as well. That's what I'm hoping for, at least.
Well, it's still full guns here for Sol. Roman poking, but Story still holding on to middle. Timing maybe a little poor for him. Yeah, just the jiggle out from elbow. Monty have spotted that there is presence inside of that red room.
Did Story spot him, though?
No.
Yeah.
It is one-way information, but that's a missed smoke. That is not ideal. You can still challenge around that, especially with Muter's continuing to fight himself. Story is going to take that risk, and Hades blissfully unaware. The trade back there from Demka is good, and Kai getting his frag over on the B extremity, but Roman brings it back to 2-on-2. There are still players here for Sol on both A and B, and Agil's still hesitant about making that rotate over, given the presence in middle earlier.
He's worried about Monty having split up 1-for-1 and trying to sandwich onto the B bomb side. Agil knows that A can be retaken, especially with the amount of utility and the kit that he has on his side, but the problem will be Roman. It's win at least one duel or the round is bust, but with 20 seconds at least, he has a time on his side. When the bomb starts to be planted, remember, Krasnal's already gone backwards to the back of the box, but he will come through to reinforce, and that's what Roman is hoping to capitalize on. Demka stays safe. This spotting will be crucial. Does he stay near the bomb plant? Oh, spots out the shadow, but that's what Krasnal is safeguarding for. Agil feels like he has to fight and move forward. There won't be a buy for Sol here, so saving has merit, but how much? A grenade goes deep, flash overhead. It will not blind either one of them. And Monty, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, really nicely handled. You can see Krasnal, I guess, a little confused or perturbed by how the round ends up playing out, but
I'd like to think that's his Mad Dog impression. Auga!
He did save his teammate, so that's all that really mattered in the end. If Roman had been able to slide out into that site and just take down one, it could have gotten very hairy. But that could also be one of the poison chalice type situations for Sol. They wanted to hedge their bets on both bomb sites and hope that their last remaining presence players could actually just mount a defense, but very good awareness from Monty throughout.
This is a very empty A bomb site, and Monty will have a timing to just waltz in, avoid this stack entirely, but if they miss that very often, the mid stack does start to pivot back to A, and for Monty right now, it's all about damage mitigation, right? So you'd ideally like to be able to settle down, make sure these USPs don't take out more than one of your rifles. That's the best case
they
scenario.
have at least ID'd that it is pistols and just USPs, you know, not having to deal with 5.7s and MP9s. So I don't think they're going to be too scared, too hesitant.
Well, listen, throwing the smokes can end up working out against you, against those USPs. You see those dings coming in through it, but yeah, this should be pretty easy, pretty safe. Funnel backwards to maybe find the lurker. Saw are saving? Surely they're searching for the lurker. Yes, they are. Krasnell located, but he might want to get the hell out of there. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, Krasnell. I know those are only anti-ecos, but always like to see something snap.
Yeah, I mean, they talked about the players that showed up for Monty over the years, but Krasnell was actually the one that had the most inflation when CS2 first came out. He was actually a demon. He was playing probably the best Counter-Strike of his career at the start of CS2.
Playing some of the best Counter-Strike in the world, statistically, at that time.
His numbers have since dropped, but we see flashes from time to time.
I'd say they've come to a mean between the two. I still think he's definitely much better than he was in CS.
Oh, for sure.
That feels for certain.
Even when we adjusted for the inflation.
Yeah. And of course, he is the prodigal son of Polish Counter-Strike in many ways. Hoping to take it to greener pastures than it has been in a while. Roman, however, that incendiary does not go where it's supposed to, but the bullets do. He stays alive, he gets the kill, and that is perfection, but he might not be able to save his life. Jumping around, the acrobatics at his age. Goddamn, Roman, give me your flexibility.
He's like a
routine.
professional dodgeball player. He was juking and weaving, they couldn't find him. That is actually fantastic that Roman's been able to escape somehow.
It's like Elmer Fudd trying to shoot down Bugs Bunny.
Good little boost here for Diha, but not the angle that Mutirius is holding. It's actually a 2-1-2 for Saw, not exactly the most conventional of setups, but it actually allows them to be a little bit more aggressive in the mid-round, should they so choose. Story getting flashed off, though, may actually push them away from that idea.
They are going to now be going into the B side without any flashes, though, because they were worried about Story. So even Story just being there has got some massive implications for the end of this round. The 4 execute comes through, but Roman's already doubled up on his frags. Ujerx has backup. That's Mutirius, and with no backup needed with that kind of farmer spray, Diha's all alone in the 1 versus 4. They go from the 4v5 to only getting 1 kill. That's the problem of not being able to make those CTs blind.
It's what makes Saw such an exciting team to watch at times as well, because just small little bits of synergy do add up. You know, Ujerx taking first contact on short from the left side of it. They smoke it off, and then Roman's angle goes completely unchecked because they're throwing a smoke. They're expecting it to block off Ujerx. And then as well, there was always a contingency plan if Ujerx didn't hit that spray down. There were layers there to that defense for Saw, and Monty fall right into that trap. They would have benefited from a flashbang, though, for sure.
Dia wants flashes over here as he's scaling in, but they've now gone silent. The return flashes mean Roman comes out on top, and Ujerx on the side is hoping to continue to sneak around this billowing smoke. Roman distracts. The flash is fantastic. Flash is fantastic. He's just blind. Kai can't do anything. Agil gets a kill. Mutirius now comes into play. Roman continues to peek forward to let Ujerx straight, and he does it twice. That's disaster.
You know, sometimes when, I hear Alan say the game is going to be carnage, I think, maybe there is some credence to that, and then usually the games are just slow, and, the teams that are so chaotic typically actually play more reserved Counter-Strike because the stakes are higher.
But this is carnage. But this is such well-orchestrated carnage. Look at every single flashbang that Soy is using. Our observers show us the perfect perspectives. You just couldn't see for like 12 seconds entering the bomb site.
Yeah, but Seoul themselves were getting caught by how good the flashes were by their teammates as well.
But I didn't see that side.
Roman also got full flash. Utrix also got full flashed. Everybody was just playing around this one lurk smoke on that B-bomb site. And I don't think Monty expected to commit that hard. They were hoping they can get one player in position, maybe sneak up, and maybe a player behind them to trade. But because that went so poorly initially, they just kept brute forcing it. And Seoul had the answer, clearly.
So also have the economy advantage now very clearly, as Monty will be forced right back down to Glocks and a P250, a Deagle in the mix, but how much will that do at this stage? Unfortunately, one of the players who we really haven't seen, well, two of the players who we really haven't seen are the most veteran and the ones who've seen the highest heights. Diha and Hades have yet to really have presence on the server the way their name value should dictate.
Yeah. Oh, their old in-game leader placed last at this tournament.
Are we just slowly killing off all of the old end scores?
Well, ENCE just won a tournament, didn't they? So, you know.
Only one ENCE can be good.
It's not enough, what, like player attribute points to go around somehow. It is weird to see rises and falls at these weird moments, these sections, these crossroads in Counter-Strike.
Well, that went about as poorly as it could have.
Yeah, I mean, that was nice and smooth. This time Story hit his first shot against the
There you
Glocks,
go.
and Aguil was there to sweep up the rest. 10-5 is the new addition to Saw. Want to see more from him, and so far, he's been coming through with some nice multi-kills.
I'm sure they might not be the flashiest, but he's doing more than his job. And when you look over towards the numbers, frankly speaking, guys, if he's getting 1 kill per round, those numbers don't lie.
Two more rounds in this half, so could
Really doesn't realize Diha was sitting behind, and now he wants to get up ahead of the smoke and see if he can chase down that donut player. He turns around, but Agil comes alive and then very soon stops being alive. That's unfortunate. Roman and Udrix, though, on the other side, are hoping to unalive some of the Saw members. This 4 versus 3 for Monty, rather, the Monty members. This 4 versus 3 for Monty might end up escalating, though. Udrix found, and he's not the player who's normally there, so they're very concerned about Roman's presence. They are seemingly wise to it. Roman being sandwiched from either side, and right now he is getting sweaty. And bloody.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain Kai actually spotted Roman get to those doors just as the smoke faded, and, you know, good awareness for him to have cleared the close cubby all the same. Story still here, though, with that AWP 1-on-4. He would have to pull through, and Hades does lock down the round here for Monty. Nice awareness, nice reads, also just good patience. Once they realized they had that advantage, so were being proactive, and Monty did not get caught off guard.
All starts off with a great kill on Amuras, who thought he would beat the timing on the run boost, I suppose. Maybe that's why he wasn't checking the far corner, but even then, it feels like a bit of neglect for sure.
I think just because there was that quick smoke to Cave or Cheetah, it was actually Muterus thought you could take the lane fight first, and smoke didn't obviously go far enough round into elbow.
Ooh, Story forced off.
Good damage.
Damage is fantastic on a Diha, yeah. Double man set up inside Cave, and they might want to try and re-crunch down middle. The problem is not middle, though. Roman doesn't get the kill. Kai around the corner. Roman now gets 2. That's a good time.
Yeah, how's he managed to get away with that? That is murderous. And the intent here is still to move into this A-bomb site. Saul getting that Molotov down, so the plant is not guaranteed. Monty are pumping the brakes, though. They'll tap, they will wait for spam, but there is nothing giving here for Saul. Hades, a missed opportunity, and Demka, I mean, he gets his one, but Muterus has found a double. The meanwhile, a near impossible round for Hades to win.
Oh, no.
They are kissing inside of this smoke, and Hades must be aware of it at some point. He's getting blocked to high hell. He cannot make his move. Muterus stands as a bodyguard to CT.
Kisses in the smoke aren't going to help Hades win the round, though. He doesn't get any sweet nothings back. It's only bullets. Another missed shot, and it's 7 for Saul. They are in the lead and happy to extend in that second half.
I came in the league, went straight for the title. No time to idle. I'm finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move made like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Hey, look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since Otto. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out, they flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the crash, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Thought they be scheming and said adios. Get it, don't mindset. Ay, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Ay, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Ay, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe. I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say? You ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Yeah, got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you're not at my pace. You're not at my level, you're not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the crash, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. Get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset.
Now tell me, how's I supposed to know she's a devil and you take her bait? Just when I'm good to go, that's when she's gonna make you wait. That's fine, I'll take it slow. That's when she's gonna make you chase. Burn by her fire and all I know is she's a devil I can never control. Take pity.
The semifinals of ESL Challenger Katowice continue. Saw have taken the lead, Monty have stepped back, and they're hoping that this could be their foot forward once again. The pistol round could be their destiny or their doom. Let's find out.
Yeah, well, they won the first half pistol, then lost the second, so even with the advantages the pistol round can bring you, no guarantees it gets you back into this game. Maybe a chance to take the lead away from Seoul. There's a lot of movement, though, from the Portuguese in through mids. They get position into Donut. CT smoke is not ideal. There is a gap around it. And Seoul are still positioned with the bomb outside of B.
Damco would have been in a great spot over here, but Krasl shuts down U-Jerks. The bomb can go down, but keep an eye out on Roman. He likes to get tricky, but right now his tricks have been spotted out. Hades forces him back, but Story's still covering up this cross. Between him and Angel, they could take control of this site or care of this site completely on their own. At least that's what the hope is. 2 versus 5, though, never easy, especially with Hades hitting shots like that. Story covers off, but not for long, and he will be taken down. Now Roman on the rotate back needs to try and do what he can. Muter is in an impossible situation. No way for him to stop that bomb from being defused, and, well, he can't really get too many kills either. Monty find another pistol round.
Yeah, they really tried to fake out Monty there on that CT rotate just by having smokes thrown over towards the A-bomb site. That's why they effectively have 2 lurkers trying to siphon rotates. But given that Roman actually just wanted to keep himself alive, it makes the second part of that lurk feel pretty irrelevant. So maybe spread a little too thin. Obviously losing the support player that's supposed to guarantee the bomb plant and a bit more space and safety there for Seoul. Not working out, but Monty also kept their wits about them. They didn't over-rotate. They still had players deep CT ready to challenge if they came out B.
Seoul will answer back with a force buy, and maybe their answer can be the same as it was in the first half. It should certainly be easier on paper with the bomb plant money.
Yeah, affordable Galils too.
There you go.
Don't think I need to sell viewers on the idea of force buys. I imagine they do that a lot themselves.
Hey, our viewers are practically pro players. We, however, are not.
Evidently.
Yeah, that's why our names are on that side of the screen, not on the HUD. Roman closing into Donut, and that's where Diha will be put to the task. Perhaps Diha and Hades, both having a poor first half, are hoping to make up for performance with, you know, maybe some numbers in the second.
Once again, they're throwing interference over on the site that they're not intending to go to. They've got so much space towards Donut. Sure, it is smoked off, but they've also got access to Red, so Monty will feel pretty siphoned and actually have to be worried about getting split through spawn, because that's why you see Diha sort of hovering and bouncing between these 2 angles.
So are also hoping that Diha overcommits back into Red Room, and that can be their actual first point of contact. But a deep smoke to CT reveals intentions. Muris now spotted, Hades as well, forced away, but the site fights will go the way of Monty. For now, the mid side has been sanctioned off. Ujerk should be falling, but not before he gets another kill. Muris has done the same, and now they're trying to go back to B, but they're not going to make it there in time. There's no way.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you just can't round that corner in time, and yeah, Ujerk just did the calculation himself. Even if he had been able to get out, the chances are you just die. Monty were also foot racing them back to that B bomb site. That was not how they wanted the round to develop, but Ujerk gets away with a kill he probably shouldn't have. Muteris as well. They realize that those are the late B rotates, and yeah, they pull the plug, but they just did not have the time to do so.
And the strange thing is that if we see this time factor becoming a trend, I know I said that Seoul felt like they had weaknesses on Ancient, but I always thought that was on the CT side. And funnily enough, over here, even in this tournament earlier on against Falcons, we saw the exact opposite as well. It felt like their T side was where they were struggling. And if that ends up being a trend, maybe Monty can take advantage of it.
Also, for Seoul, given the turbulence that they've had, given the fact that they've not actually been to the finals of an international LAN event.
Yeah.
I think the closest we could dig up was Muteris and Roman playing against Antares, Major, and Calix in a 5 Portuguese tournament plus the old Space Soldiers in 2017.
That's international.
Yeah,
More
it
than
is.
one nationality between the two of them. Stop discrediting Seoul, Mike.
Sure, you get to the top 4 of a Cologne, but you know your expectations wouldn't have been to get there.
You know what feels really good though, Michael? Winning any international tournament.
Yeah.
And that's something they haven't really gotten to. For Monty, they on the other hand, they've obviously had their flirtations with success on many a large scale with the organization. Maybe not so much with the players.
Yeah, I mean, Demka and Krasnal have lifted Challenger trophies before.
Am I their lucky charm? Dia trying to smoke them off. Flashbangs will sail past him. He's got a fair fight and then some. Ujerks turned around for that one. So Saw's reforce up with the 2 Galils. Well, Galil and M4 saved. Krasnal will be hoping to continue to shut them down. Roman, however, wins out the MAC-10 battle. Now, with this, the B site is completely empty. Finally, Saw's machinations have worked out, and they will be collecting on a bomb site, but can they actually complete the round? This is where they struggle on the pistol as well. You're going to see Diha trying to accelerate up through middle. Roman needs to take this fight, and he will be blind, and this time Kai can fight back. There's still an MP9 to worry about, and Agil's doing good work, but not enough of it. That leaves Muris alone. The gun in his hands is the right one, but it's not going to be able to do the job. Monty again recover on that B side.
Yeah, I mean, you needed a kill on that Mac 10 at long. That flash was lined up. He hit a good timing. He hit the dink instantly as well, just fully blinded. Once again, Monty showing some... I'm liking the way that they're playing on the CT side. They are playing passive, but they are sticking together in pairs. This was the one exploitation of where Krasnal is isolated inside of Cheetah, and the fact he's not able to get a multi-kill or even really get much out of that position is the only way that Seoul actually could have maybe broke into the round, because they were looking to react and fight through middle.
It's another force fly, and sure, this is one with a lot of decent weaponry, don't get me wrong, but you don't have 5 AKs and you don't have a full util. Maybe this can still be what lets you through. Roman, however, being this low is not a good start to the round.
Yeah, evacuating as well, just to try and leverage that health later on. But they have used their last smoke here on Seoul. 2 flashes remain. Good damage from Krasnal on the spam. Once again, Monty not overplaying their hand. Hades is peering in through mid and sees that there's just a complete absence from that T side.
Oh, okay. That's exactly what you want to see. Ujers taking matters into his own hand. The aggressor of Saul now moves back to the site for a double and make it 3. He's not done yet, but maybe he is when Kai puts him down. Unfortunately, a single point of response is not enough to counter out a triple entry.
Yeah, I mean, Monty read that well. They had players in position to greet them at B. You are not expecting Ujers to hit that first shot, but he was definitely empowered by how clean that first kill was. Nobody could win a fight straight against him. That's what makes Ujers such an exciting player to watch on this Seoul roster. They've been lacking a little bit of punch in these past few rounds, and now he just punches them straight in the face. Monty will have some residual cash, but they also suffered quite a few casualties in their run back here on the CT side, so it's not exactly an ideal buy. Kai, only M4 they bring into the round, finds an opener, and they can safely retreat too.
It's also a little bit scary because of how fast Dia can come over and reinforce over here. If Krasnal gets even 1 kill and Kai just chooses to completely bait him out, he'll have another player to try and bounce off of as well. Krasnal, though, has to get his job done. And Miros is watching out for it. It will not matter. That's the 1 kill they needed. Kai peeks out early, and he's done more than his fair share. Another kill and 96 damage onto Agil. This round is impossible now for Saul unless Roman can pull a rabbit out of his hat. And he's looking for that rabbit. That's a bomb. Never mind. That's a little bit more threatening.
Yeah, well, he needs to be able to have that option. Can't leave that in an open sight line. They've ceded so much ground in their reset to A main that they're just going to pump the brakes and hope Monty aren't containing them somehow on flanks. The longer they wait, the more it will sow seeds of doubt for Monty that they could be repositioning to that A-bomb site. But Monty also come into this round with pistols, so they are staying together as much as they can. And a Molotov will set the intentions of Seoul.
At the same time, Seoul have been trying to throw a lot of fakes so far. One player could have thrown all of this utility. Monty could still be second-guessing, but they decide against it. Doubling up inside Temple, 15 seconds on the clock, and Roman's position given away. The bomb committed, but not completely. Roman loses the duel, and that means Agil never stands a chance. Guns can be recovered. Monty have stolen a massive win.
Yeah, I mean, 1 rifle, an SMG, and 3 pistols, and they get away with that. Have to say, Agil, as much as he was good on CT side, the pulls utility, just as Kai swings from big box, you know, Krasnal was boosted up, but they knew that M4 was around. It's, I guess, a little surprising to see him get caught out like that, and it does hurt their chances coming back into that round. If he has full health, they can take more fights. They can actually trade more efficiently.
And this is the one thing about Agil that, you know, moving into Saw, I think he'll have to get these adjustments right. Agil very well matches Arizdosh's roles in terms of when he wants to lurk and play a bit more passive. But getting together with the pack, that's a different kind of Counter-Strike, obviously. In Tier 3, which, listen, I don't like saying that, but that was around the level where he was playing. In Tier 3, very often that lurking style can be constant, but then when you have to come together in these executes, you are going to be caught out more often when you're playing against the caliber of players that Monty brings to the table.
Also, it might just be instinct. You know, he was the nade thrower once upon a time for you Jerks and Story. Rosdosh too.
That's true. Is the plan right now to take over B lane? That grenade certainly makes you think so. Kai closing the distance. Ujar's fully flashed up, double swing, and Kai shuts him down. Roman now behind the smoke, looks to recover and will find it. Pushes the CTs back, but do they realize how isolated he is? Maybe not. Full red room control gained by Saw in exchange. And that's a good place to be, but not with Roman dying. And dying without getting too much information either. They don't know how many players are on that A bomb site. They don't know what could be in B. Story looks to try and find information. But if you lose him, it's going to be a 4-on-2.
Thing is, so are anticipating there to be a reaction from Monty that they're going to keep pushing for information. And so they freeze inside of red. And sure, Story is clearing out this A bomb site, but your bomb is stuck in that red room and potentially prevented from making that cross. Hades was supposed to serve as the safeguard. Demka spam looks pretty on point, but there is boxed cover that will allow the plant in. So are a man down for this post plant. But Demka is the only one with a kit here on Monty. You have to keep an eye on that given the fact that Agile is still playing close on this rotate.
Gotta see Agile put in the work right now. They're not gonna be throwing any flashes. A double kill is necessary. Good for one, but not the second. Story, a multi-kill now on his shoulders instead. He does have a Molotov. I don't think he wants to use it, especially with the smoke down. They tap away on the bomb. Story will have to reveal his position. Now they know. Now they hunt, but they will not hunt long enough. Story stays alive. He keeps on spraying. There's no longer time, and Saw are saved.
Oh,
1 HP as well.
There will be one survivor on 1 health, but almost everybody going down with the ship. A very, very late round finish there from Saw, fighting back from a 3-on-4. But they let Story work, they let them clear that site, and I honestly thought Monty did a great job containing the red room possibility. Still had a player inside of Donut, there was one ascending up through ledge, and you also had Hades deep CT on that rotate to B that actually just could have stopped that bomb from making the journey altogether. Once it ended up in that post plant, though, they didn't have info on Story. Another buy where they have an AK or 1 rifle, but they've added a second one to it. Krasnal, wow! That's an extended spray, but they can't quite wrangle their own control of it. Krasnal, a double kill, and now as well the follow-up from Kai. We might have back-to-back round losses for Seoul where they lose to these lower buys.
This entire half has just been 4 spies. I don't think we've seen a single eco yet. And if Saul lose here, frankly, that's the right decision for them as well. Want to keep 4 alive, Michael.
Yeah.
That's the 1 HP Krasnal. Let's not forget that. That's 1 footstep, effectively, that has saved this round.
Yeah, tried doing that spray with a FAMAS. He probably would have run out of bullets before he found those frags. I mean, I can't believe he got away with that. After he didn't find the kill instantly, that's the type of play you'd expect Saul to punish. But Krasnal, knowing he has had his impact, has shown his influence in this map.
We have an eco.
17 and 14 is the once rejected poll. But he's put Monty in pole position. So, yes, they have finally gone for an eco. Can only hope it is so easily put away. Kai missing the info on the first and pulling nades, but he's done decent damage. He stopped them in their tracks. 1 for 1 is probably not going to cut it. Hades, long range fight, and he will succeed. The craziness stops here. Monty will find themselves at 11. Muterus is down to 13 health, and he is hounded down. Saw are in a tough spot now. I mean, Monty's pick into the series, sure, but you came in with control. Saw looked good on that CT side. They had great synergy. Now we're seeing this slow building style that Monty are playing perfectly around.
I think one of the problems for Saw as well is with how slow they're playing, it feels like a T-side AWP would be really nice to have, but they never have money for it.
Yeah.
Even now, they're not going to. And look, that's not a priority on Ancient. I'll be honest. I think most teams are better without one.
Also, this is the first ult we've seen the whole half, I think. So,
and credit to Hades, he's really picked it up because he was having a terrible first half. Demka as well, and Demka's hoping to continue that form. Now, though, that's not how you do it. Roman and Story, double entries, and Hades to respond. Great shot on the back, and Diaz here to cover off as well. Hades will continue to swing, maybe more found by Diha. Yes, indeed.
It's a good kill, though, from Story. Hades trying to keep eyes on this A bomb site, given that his teammate was smoked off, but brings it back to 2-on-2. Bomb recovered now by Story. But they have to be conscious of the flank. Kai's containing them, and right now it doesn't seem to be predicted at all here from Sol. Yeah, back exposed. Muterus is a free kill. You need another Story clutch.
A 1v2 when he's already got the double kill, including the opener. How much can you ask of this man? But it's more about how much he can deliver. A smoke down. Diha thinks he has security, but he doesn't! Story! Taking them down one more time!
Just key multi-kills from high-impact players here on Sol. You had the U-Jerks entry round over on that B-bomb site. Now as well, Story coming in with another 1 versus 2 clutch. When they try and throw smokes on that bomb, Story has either lined them up perfectly or found perfect timing where they are blissfully unaware. A 4K from the AWPer on a rifle.
I mean, they've had 3 rounds won this side. It's the 3K, it's 2 1v2s.
Yeah.
That says a lot about how Sol's T side is going right now.
And this was the one time where Monty decided to be a little bit more proactive in the opening 10-15 seconds of the round on CT, and they got punished immediately. Demka with his deep position inside of A, Roman as well, still showing presence on B lane.
Credit to Diha, though. He brings it back, right? He gives them that advantage, but unfortunately, that's where apparently advantages don't really count for much against Story.
Well, so those two ex-Ents players that did find the kills back for also Hades on his rotate.
Yeah.
Kind of alleviated that pressure for Diha to commit to his swing. So pumping up the tempo straight into this B bomb site. They'll go. It's Muterus that leads the way, but Monty were holding hairline angles, so they can't actually prevent the cross the site.
Double Molotov out, and U-Jerks closing the distance with the Galil. Entries required, and he will deliver. Now suddenly Monty in a position where saving is certainly tenable. It might even be optimal. But not with Diha getting that kill. Unfortunately, he commits so hard. And it really comes down to Hades. The flank, good for one. Can it be good for more? No. Story with the recovered AWP. We'll be able to put him to bed.
Yeah, and Diha's not going to feel confident going in for this on 24 health. 2 kills in defense of the bomb site, but they didn't really defend the bomb site. So having to fight from the back foot, they didn't come in with a pristine buy in the first place. And this round will be worth its weight in 2, given it's been so back and forth on these force buys.
I'm not ready to say any round is worth its weight in 2 until we see it.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, Michael. Because to be fair to Monty, maybe force buying over here is the way to go if you don't want Saw to get to, match point.
Why wouldn't you justify it when you've already won 2 this half?
It's some M4, not an AK save. Maybe that's the call.
I mean, it's not that big a difference.
Krasnell doesn't get those 2 kills with an M4, man. Not an A1, at least. All right. The call is to save. Diha. Oh dear. He's lost his teammate, but he'll take that trade. All right.
I guess Muterus just couldn't see him around the Molotov. Diha, as much as he might have missed the opening move. Roman is finding some room over towards B, and that is where the bomb is as well. Yeah, they are inside the smoke, but he has a USP. It's not looking likely he finds kills, but Krasnell swings with his dualies. It does decent damage. In fact, it's Diha that comes in with his USP. U-Jerks has to stand his ground. There's reinforcements coming, but Agil a little delayed, and Diha will be naded out. It's Hades on an AK. Still could pull this clutch out.
Position given away, though, and it is time to retreat. Yeah.
Oh? He does
have a kit.
He picked it up off of Diha.
Is he? Oh my god, he's hoping that Saw are going to be caught on the retreat. They're not going to be. Agil moves back in for the op, and that's what guarantees a round.
That might be the worst way for that to have developed, actually. You know, they were starting to give up their ground. You have to get distance from the bomb sites here on Ancient. But as soon as he fired off that shot, he loses his rifle and that kit as well. So when we're thinking about this future buy for Monty, they may not have a kit for those retakes.
You're right.
Yeah, and they won't.
No AWP either, but that was never going to be an option, let's be honest. Saw, already having won a 13-11 Ancient to get them to this point in the tournament, are hoping to close right now with the same scoreline. Story up at the ready, spots them out, and Monty have crumbled. A CT side performance that made them feel comfortable, but their comfort is gone, and their map pick should be as well.
Fantastic hold, exactly what Monty were going to do, and it will be a 13-11 close here for Seoul on Monty's map pick. It was back-to-back 1v2 calling opportunities there for Story, and he delivered so much more than you would have expected. When you needed a star to step into that role, it wasn't you jerks consistently. He had that great breakout round on B, but when you need those clutches, sometimes it's Roman, sometimes it's Muterus, but it's one of the young guns that decides to come in clutch.
And listen, I have to say, Saw were very much carried by their individuals until they got to a point where some of their rounds looked more cohesive, until they got to a point where Monty lost very much because of the CT side economy as well. But at the end of the day, they take the win on their opponent's map pick, and that's what matters. They can go back home, they can pull open the demo, they can do what they want, but now they breathe a sigh of relief as Nuke comes up next. And Michael, that's the one they're supposed to take home.
Yeah, I mean, nobody really knew how this game in the second half was going to develop, but I'm sure our analysts will have some answers for you at the very least. So we'll see what they have to say.
Saw is able to take Monty's map pick here in our first semi-final of ESL Challenger Katowice, and I'd argue in the times where maybe the Counter-Strike didn't look so good, the individual players did, and that was able to carry them over the line. Alan?
Saw's whole storyline at the moment is finding a way to win, even when the team might not be quite at full form. And certainly, if we're talking about those end few rounds, they made some big mistakes on that second half, but Story just decided, I'm going to win these clutches. And honestly, without him, they almost certainly lose that map. So Story, an absolute hero, I think, coming off that map.
Yeah, but they also lost to so many force buys from Monty. I feel like their cohesiveness on this map was very, very good in comparison to Saw's. They won rounds that they shouldn't have because they were playing together as a team. And when Saw decided to start like, all right, we got to step up just a little bit more, that's when they started to win. Monty, I feel like they were like, okay, we can't do another one of those. I don't think we can gamble with the cards once again.
Was the game won and lost in the second half?
Is any game? No. The first half is as important, Sam, unfortunately. But certainly it was decided, as is every game, I guess, because it's the last few rounds, so it's all no points, really. The first half was very competitive. I think both teams played an excellent first half. That was some of the best CS I've seen from these teams so far during this tournament. I thought Saw looked very good on the defense, all the protocols look good. The sites that haven't changed are great. Agil was playing a great CT side, so I mean, a lot of credit to the anchors. That first half was a pleasure to watch. Second half was much more carnage than the first.
Yeah, I agree, and I feel like their IGLs were kind of calling perfectly against each other at sometimes. Like they would be like, all right, let's check flank, but then they would always be looking at flank. Monty would always be like, all right, let's make sure that they're not behind us, and Saw would be behind them. They would be able to at least get one trade kill or something there. Then at that point, it would just be descended onto the site. So I do really like this matchup. I think this was a really strong map, and I'm very surprised we didn't go to OT.
What do we think of Monty?
Work in progress? Is that the way to phrase this team at the moment? I love a lot of these pieces. I think the more I watch them, the more I start to understand that the true beauty of this team is that their floor is so high because all the players are so good. And when you have an AWPing in-game leader as good as Hades is playing at the moment, it means you don't need to, in essence, sacrifice a position for a lesser fragging player. So all of them are extremely capable. It's going to mean they cause a lot of teams problems. Unfortunately here, didn't quite have enough.
With how much that they did play together, it was when Saw was able to outsmart them and outfrag them that they would start playing separately. There were just a couple rounds that I think that they would get a double kill. Like there was one round that they got a double kill in elbow, and then Saw would completely fall apart. And that's something that they need to start doing more, I think, going into the next map. Obviously, it's not their map choice, it's not their map pick, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult to really get under Saw's skin. But from what we've seen, it's been very impressive from them.
I'm going to go off on a bit of a tangent here. Can I tell you what worries me about Monty right now? And it is I don't want to say problem, but a very regular occurrence in Polish CS, is that they have these incredible players, they have these good pieces, you start seeing the foundations built, and then they move around all the time. Like they are so quick to change things up. It tends to be a common thing, maybe not only in Polish CS and CS in general, but I worry here because I look at this and I go, give this time, but now the off-season is coming for them. This is probably their last big competition. Do they change it all up before we see them again in 2025?
I mean, certainly historically, I think that's been mainly predicated on personality conflicts versus on the server issues. So I don't get the sense that any of these players are catastrophically hard to work with, so I think they'll stay together. I think they're in this for at least a good stint to see what works out. You know, in the end, some teams have to make some changes. They decide that, you know, these three paces work, but we need someone that's more adaptable to these positions. But I'm not sure they figured that out yet, Sam. I think they need to play a bit longer.
I like how they look together, and I feel like they do too. I think there was a pre-interview that they were talking like, yeah, this is our last big thing of the season, the last big thing of the year, so we're going to make the most of it and then go into the next season looking really good, that they're really focusing on their Valve rankings going into the next year. So that is something that does give me a little bit of hope towards them, that they will continue to work together. And it doesn't seem like they're not doing well together. It's just that they're playing teams that maybe have had that structure a bit longer.
Let's find out how the teams are feeling. Mike is on the ground in Katowice. He'll be able to tell us because I'm pretty sure he got to chat to the coaches. Mike, what's up?
Specifically one coach. I talked to Nora here on the Monty side. Obviously, he was pretty disappointed with the way that map wrapped up, rather. He said he felt like they were the better team overall, but some of those clutch situations, some of those tight situations, maybe it was just nerves getting to them. Now, asking him about the nuke, he says he feels pretty confident in it. He feels like they've settled into how they want to play nuke. They've gotten a lot more comfort on the map. They know it's a position of strength for Saw, but they feel like they can put together the complete picture here and bring it to a third. So confidence being preached from Nora out there.
I'm curious, Mike, how do you feel about that, knowing that you've seen Saw beat some of the best teams in the world on Nuke?
I think that that's absolutely the case, but even talking to Mutiris and the team over in Atlanta, they admitted that one of the things they were struggling with was that teams had started watching them on Nuke, had started thinking about how they wanted to play on Nuke, so they had to keep reinventing it. So I think it's still a very strong map for Saw, but I don't think it's this impenetrable wall.
Cool. Thank you so much, Mike. We'll get back to you, I'm sure, after the next map. What do you think about Mike was saying there? I mean, I'd pose the same question to you, Alan.
So Monty think they were the better team. They did win 2 half buys. They won 2 force buys in that second half. It's not competitive without winning those rounds. So maybe some wishful thinking, perhaps, in the mix. I think Saw were probably the better team on that first map. Granted, Story had some big rounds, but one of the rounds Story clutched, it was a 3-on-2 until a bit of a slip-up. So I'm not sure I'm on the same boat, Sam. Me and Nora need to spar it out.
Nuke is going to be very interesting. If Monty feel that confident that they can go into this against Saw, I don't have much hope for them going into this. I feel like they could have won Ancient and maybe brought it into a third one, but from what we've seen from Saw in the past and what they have structured here, they keep reinventing things. It's probably going to be their map.
There you go. You've heard from the analysts, and now you can tell us what you think in the Twitch chat. We don't read it though, so good luck with that. We are getting straight into the next map very soon. Will it be a 2-0 for Saw, or will Monty claw it back? We'll find out after this.
Vamos! Vamos!
Bora, cara, arma. Bora, cara.
Team Monte is ready always, because personally and individually we have so many experience on the lands, especially Hades Deha that was winning the IM Dallas, as I remember. It matters because you are all already adapted for this. You don't feel so much stress. Each player played a lot of lands. Each player was in this situation when he can be stressed and, I don't know, don't feel comfortable, right? So yes, and the last year Monta was lifting the trophy. It was me in the roster and also Krasnal. By me and by Krasnal we can lift our team even in some critical situation there, because we already did it and it also means a lot. So you understand these feelings, you understand how to grow your mood in the game, before the game, how to, I don't know, like push your teammate. So yes, I guess we're ready.
Hey Future Pros, on Nuke, and this time with the classic outside smoke wall. For this outside take, you will need 3 Future Pros, 3 smokes, 3 flashes, a molly, and a HE. Future Pro number 1, you will throw the first smoke, along with an early flash, HE, and the secret molly. To throw your smoke while exiting T-spawn, run next to this fence. Aim between these 2 fence posts and above this wire. Then running through the smoke. Next, pull out your flash and throw it in this general area so it bounces over the box at T-red. You can also throw a HE towards red just in case a CT makes it close. Finally, pull out your molly and throw it towards secret. If you can't do this on the fly just like Rain, just give it a few attempts offline and I'm sure you'll get the feeling of it. Future Pro number 2, you will throw the second smoke and it's all you have to do, so don't mess it up. To throw the smoke, stand at the left point at the back of the truck. Aim between these 2 windows along this imaginary line, then jump throw the smoke. Finally, Future Pro number 3, you will throw the third smoke along with a couple of supporting flashes. To throw your smoke, get yourself in line with this lamppost. Aim at the middle point of this grey section on the storage crate. Then jump throw the smoke. Lastly, use your 2 flashes to flash behind your teammates as they are taking space outside. These flashes will blind anyone trying to play ahead of the smokes. And that's it! This outside take is a classic on Nuke. There are many options to take outside as a T, but sometimes the original take can be the best take.
It's the semi-finals of ESL Challenger Katowice 2024. The last step for many of these teams before the World Beyond, and the last steps for many of these teams for the season itself. I'm T-Time, he's Michael Cassidy, and we're about to see whether Monty can bring it back versus Saw. Down on their own map pick, Ancient was a loss, and Saw brought out all the works.
Yeah, well, I don't. If that's all the works, then I have questions about how Seoul may look here on this T side. Of course, the questions about the roster and the instabilities that they've had, it definitely does seem to come to the forefront when they're on the attack. Their CT sides are still very well composed. They have good chemistry, great synergy. I will disagree with Monty's words about thinking they were the better team on Ancient.
Am I the only one who agrees with them? Because Alan also disagreed. Then you're disagreeing. I thought Monty looked like the better team on Ancient.
I mean, they made a lot of great calls, but you have to be able to hold your composure after you lose two pretty big 2 versus 1s in late round situations. Of course, had they won them, then we'd be painting a completely different story, but Story's the one that is writing chapters to his own career right now. He's hoping to get into his first international LAN event finals, and all they have to do is convert on a nuke that they are very comfortable, very confident in.
And for Monty, honestly, I have to say, I don't know about their win condition, but I know their lose condition because that's what they came into Ancient with. You can't have Diha and Hades underperform in the beginning of a map like they did. We need to see them come out. I don't want them to be all guns blazing. I don't need them to be on fire, but can I at least have, like, I don't know, like a 5-7 scoreline, something like that, instead of a 1-8 to start things off, because they look really good in that second half.
Yeah, I mean, Monty definitely had some impressive moments. Krasnal definitely the most so. But second map here in our first semi-final of the day, it is Monty versus Seoul here on Nuke. Maybe the last map that Monty play in the tournament. But they have to show that they are made of better stuff here on the CT side start. And already a great siege here from Seoul. They've broken into that A bomb site. They've got the plant immediately, but Krasnal and Diha do have utility for this retake.
Muris is trying to cover off Agil and keep him alive for a little while longer. Krasnal's incendiary might not be all that relevant over here, unless he deploys it right underneath him. Krasnal still not using it. Roman and Story just take down the players, and with that, you've lost out your util unless it can be recovered. I don't feel like it can. Looked like it might have dropped off the side of the building. Story, meanwhile, looks for more fights, and he will collect on them. So Monty, not even given a chance to mount up a defense.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have a kit either for when they went for this retake, but given that they had that molly and smoke, they clearly had a plan for it if they weren't going to try and deploy it and stop Seoul from getting into the site. Demka had some chances to get some kills at the end, but no loss of life here for Seoul in the pistol round. A very smooth start already to this T side.
And that's scary, right? Because for Seoul, this is home ground. And however much people might be studying them, however much people might be saying, well, they need to evolve, and, well, they have a new lineup as well. Can they really evolve an old map while integrating the new line? It doesn't matter. They're still bloody well good on it.
Yeah, and, you know, as much as there is star power on Monty, they have players that have looked good at different tenures on this map. They need to be able to show good composure when they're losing so many close rounds, but they were lethal on these force buys on Ancient. This time, Ujerk's very aware, will not get caught out by Diha trying to play around smokes.
Muris will find Demka as well, so the force by warfare and madness seems to be limited to Ancient. At least that's what we hope. Krasnal's demise does at least make things a little bit less likely to transpire, but with the bomb being underneath Kai, at least he should be able to find a bit more damage. Smoke down to fake it out, but the sound cue is not enough. Story always prepared.
And that's Graydon crossing the face of Muderus. Once again, very simple execution. Smokes outside, crossed the secret, and sure, it's maybe in a position where Kai could have come up big, but glad they dodged that bullet. The curse can't carry throughout the whole series, surely. And also, Monty can't be so reliant on those force buys to succeed.
Watch out for Kai's Deagle. That feels like it's really the only threat over here. Sure, Demka has one as well, but he's not really going to have anyone coming over his way outside. Kai, however, could have opportunities. With Roman finding a kill on the Krasnal, though, they might look to what?
I didn't even see Agil. I don't know how Kai has died like that.
If it makes you feel any better, Kai didn't see him either.
Yeah.
Well, I like me some of that Agil. And that's the Agil that started off Ancient, maybe not the one who ended it, even if he did still maintain some impact.
He's done a good job so far filling the void of Arozdosh.
He's definitely not feeling like the squeaky wheel. But the question is not whether he's a squeaky wheel. The question is whether he will be the addition to what was already an all-wheel drive and a very smoothly running, very speedily progressing Portuguese car.
I have to hope that there's some fire still in Monty. You lose so many close rounds.
Dude, yeah, that's actually crazy.
That's a ridiculous shot.
I know it's an anti-eco, but that's respect, man.
Yeah.
Hades will be hoping to take some respect away now. AWP picked up for himself, and that is going to be a focal point between him and Diha. They need to come through and start cracking open those eggs. Demka spotted out as he tries to back away. Needs to be careful that he doesn't just get caught off completely. Trying to back away with the help of the smoke. Will not do so without at least some damage being dealt to him, but we'll find eventual safety regardless.
The point I just wanted to finish is, Hades talking about maybe not feeling like a real leader. You need someone that can be that big voice for Monty if they start a little slow here on Nuke.
And look, in an ideal world, Norot with the timeout should be able to bridge that leadership gap that Hades feels that he's bringing into the team. Agil, this is going to be an important duel. Kai's in position. Hades over here to cover off as well. Hades has to be careful, though. The first shot is going to be absolutely critical, otherwise Kai's life is forfeit. It's a 1-for-1 at best. Hades is closing the distance. Kai gets one, and that's exactly what you were concerned about, but at least Hades can re-swing forward. Nudris, though, has also made sure that with his kill onto Krasl, who was pushing out through those doors. Diha. Nudris found. Agil, position known. He knows that it hasn't dropped down, and for some reason, Diha doesn't have a gun anymore. Yeah. He dropped it down to the hut, picks it up again, maybe looking for style points, but he needs to look for that round win. Hades playing it off, Agil spotted out. Now Agil takes him. Could be another. Diha saves a very precarious round.
Yeah, that gets very awkward. I don't know what Diha did to fumble or whether he was going for a weird trick shot, but...
Maybe fake audio that, I've dropped down to the hut. Maybe that's the
Then you would send your USP. It makes the same sound.
It makes more sound if it's a bigger gun?
Yeah,
I don't know.
That was very peculiar, very strange. Agil definitely getting a chance at it as well, but first gun round on the board now here for Monty. Of course, only one survivor, so it comes at pretty heavy cost to the following.
This money is awful for them. They don't have a kit. They have 3-4 weapons, and now it's a fast play, but that's not what Saw wanted. Demka getting one. Krasl could have finished off the second, but Agil stays alive. That life is temporary. Demka adds 2 more to his tally. Muris and Story now left in a position where resetting is certainly possible, but this kill on a Mustang will not be found. Diha fires back, and Story all alone. A man who can do a lot on his own, let's not forget. Ancient very heavily credited to his performance. And he is looking to make that 6-1 and 8-1.
Made the right choice as well, not just immediately trying to dive down those vents. Of course, bomb had to be recovered as well. See Hades locking down that rotate. But these players are separated.
Story knows that Diha could have gone backwards. He spots him out, but he doesn't react in time. Story taken down, and Diha looks like a demon right now. Exactly the kind of performance you want from him.
Yeah, great repositions throughout that round. I mean, even just his influence, obviously, in the prior gun round, still holding onto position and not overreacting when his teammates were going for a more proactive step. It is the kind of composure, the kind of experienced play you want from Diha on this roster. A man that has turned the ship around on his career, where many were thinking he wouldn't be able to put up the numbers even. And he had a turbulent start, dipping away from that Ents roster, but he has certainly found his confidence again.
Tech9 to close the distance. Users will not have any of those entry shenanigans, but his body has been used to bounce the flash off of. They're lost inside the smoke somehow. Guy comes out on top, and he's even able to reload for another.
And even if Kai died, there was a player right behind him. They pushed into lobby. Muteris, late lurk outside, will be sussed out. I don't know how Kai's gotten away with that. That felt like Roman darting round smokes and all the shenanigans he got up to on Ancient. Instead, it's Kai that benefits from all the chaos.
I mean, the fact that that flash became doubly effective by banking it off of Ujerk's body.
A very weird ramp hold, but one Kai will be satisfied with, I'm sure. Down to pistols now, Arsaw 3 rounds straight for Monty. And Roman taken down before he can even think about getting into those vents. Krasnal also probing outside, keeping it contained, so aren't probably going to get away with too much. Agil does have the bomb and he's dropped down B, but Kai is already watching for this and he holds a steady hand. Yeah, so there's no more way back into this for Saw. Maybe some extra damage here from Uterus could be somewhat relevant. It'll find nothing. Not a lick of damage across the board there for Monty. Obviously having the weaponry advantage, but also building their economy will be something they may benefit from further in this half. Win pistol, win the conversion. L. Get to a first gun round opportunity, and things looked a little poorer from Saw. After you deal with that second round force buy, Saw are now trapped at 3. Don't let the score on screen deceive you.
It did deceive me for a second. I was going to correct you. I'm like, Michael, what do you mean Saw's on 3?
Yeah,
Monty's on 3.
No, they are on 3. And there will be more and more questions about Saw and their T sides. You know, they did not look great on Ancient.
And one of my questions is going to be Muterus. Feels like on T side, Muterus is very often the playmaker for this team, but more so in the later part of a half where he feels like they're in trouble. Are we at that page already? Let's see. Maybe we are. Lose over here for Saw, and you let Monty get into a very happy position of realistically 6 rounds. To your 3. Round is equally important for Monty, but not as far as their economy reset is concerned. They should be fine, but they don't want to lose here regardless. The bomb has been forced away by the spam. Now, Saw will have to reconsider what is the game plan. You've not been able to proceed forward with the package. Back to secret.
Yeah, I mean, great stalling there from Monty. You know, blew open the smokes a few times. The spam as well from Demka was very disruptive. Saw don't have those extra smokes to re-engage, but they are still finding kills outside. Diha gets his head ripped clean off, and they still have access to those secret steps as well. Can think about wrapping back to spawn, but Kai sussed out round the smoke. 2-man advantage here for Saw. And you can see Krasnal trying to reposition, keep tabs on the progress that Saw could maybe even wrap this A bomb site.
Oh no. I wonder if that was on purpose. But Eichel giving away audio will at least make Krasnal feel suspicious. The lower bomb site only protected by 1. It's Hades. Lies in wait. He's of course a bit more concerned about what could come over towards him from the secret tunnel. Krasnal found out and brought down Agil, has successfully eliminated his foe. And with Monty split up 1-1, even saving seems unlikely. The hunt is on before the bomb is even planted. Demka not spotted out though. Hades as well, hidden away.
I mean, they don't have a kit, and you can see Hades just trying to find an escape path, and he will succeed in doing so. This is a save call here from Monty. Great job there from Saw, getting those entries towards outside, and also leaving Agil behind as they regrouped towards ramp. Serving as kind of like checkpoint player, just to make sure there wasn't re-aggression information being gathered there for Monty, and it does punish what could have been an attainable round for Monty. There could have been opportunities to shoot them in the back or find quick flanks if Saw weren't privy to that idea, but once again, nicely done in converting this round at the very least. And this was them playing to that same pace as they did on Ancient, a little slower, kind of looking for the mistakes of Monty, but you also can't realistically always rely on just a clear outside fight ending up in a man advantage. Agil's hit some honestly crazy shots so far on this T side, and still in the gun versus gun rounds, Monty have done very well to dispel any fast ideas that Saw put down. Now, they did have that 1 round of success against the eco of Saw, where nobody took any damage on Monty, so they do have a bit of a buffer.
And that buffer means that Hades should be able to pull out the AWP as well. What do we want to see with it? Before he used it as a facilitating force for Kai on ramp?
I think he also was toying with the idea of getting aggressive himself, but the timing kind of worked out that they could just play that bouncing attitude.
And right now he does try and get aggressive and outside, but blocked off by the diagonal smoke. Muteris, what a shot! Diha just found out and plucked out from behind the generator?
Yeah, and Muteris was just pre-firing angles.
Well, he's found both pathway and success. Apparently it's the journey and the destination, but his destination not found and his journey now complete. 2 kills though is more than enough for Saw to reach where he could not and take over that B bomb site. K forced off by the Molotov and forced into a fight with a Story who has not really cooled down at all.
I mean, beautiful approach. Just to them moving into ramp, blowing open those doors and throwing the molly, Kai had to commit to a fight and he had to get away with 1 or 2 if Monty were going to challenge back into this round. So understanding that there was only 1 player they had to deal with on B, and they put him in a position where it's almost impossible to get away with a multi-frag. Again, you can't. I say you can't rely on just getting these clear entries towards outside, but
are you sure?
Akil gets one in the prior round, and now Muteris as well.
And it's going to keep getting easier from here. Monty are losing money even if they're keeping these 2 players alive, and they should have another buy in the next. It's going to slowly start trickling out of your pocket.
And you would love to keep Saw contained at this 5 score line. You know, have an advantage going into that second half where you are expecting Saw CT to be pretty well put together.
That is just gets worse when I see it.
It's just kind of outrageous, isn't it? I almost didn't even realize he'd gotten away with a kill because he was spamming to just show presence and pre-firing angles, but clearly got his crosshair in the right place.
That's a guy who hits his aim maps. 80s this time over will be taking over Kai's position. What is Kai up to in the meanwhile? Wants to try and reinforce elsewhere, but Diha is the one called to order, but the order is gone. Story's chaos prevails. Muteris, in he goes, spots out 1, but Kai will be able to trade it away, but can't cover off for the second. Story continues to come through with the AWP. The gap between him and Hades, the highlight, is just becoming all too prominent. Story right now has taken over this game.
Oh, and Krasnell found out just probing into Hut. They needed something back, but even now saving these weapons may prove to be an impossibility.
Look at the kind of money Saw have. They don't need to try and save their own weaponry. They don't need to try and build up their own economy. There's only so many rounds left in the half.
And if Monty try to escape to T-spawn, Roman is sitting in spawn, ready to greet them.
That's a play Demka tried in the pistol round. It's time for a little bit of payback.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get away with these rifles.
They shouldn't. But are they checking? Hades, will he turn around over here? No, he'll jump up and it won't matter. Roman even finishes off with a clean little spray.
I love how energized Roman seems to get. At one point or another, sometimes felt like a stone-cold killer, but especially when he is having a game where he's making correct decisions, I feel like it's such a fire. It's what makes Saw such a passion-driven project. You've got these older, experienced players from the Portuguese scene now mingling with the younger talent. It was a big reason why they started to see their rise coming into this year. And sure, they didn't get their hands on trophies, but they certainly have impressed the scene as a whole. We weren't talking about Portuguese Counter-Strike in any real capacity. You'd see them emerge in qualifiers. You'd see them enter showdowns and think there's a possibility they can get a map upset.
And for Saw, the fact that we're even saying that the Atlanta run was disappointing only speaks volumes to the achievements that they have brought forward.
Yeah, I mean, you don't make it to the top 4 of a Cologne, beating FaZe, beating G2, and not turning heads.
I mean, Portugal was always on the map. They've just reminded us where it is. Demka, however, still wants to end their tail here. He doesn't find anyone, that's the problem. So immediately recede backwards without actually conceding any of that ramp room pressure that they've been putting up. Now, Krasnell isn't finished. He's going to end up taking over the A-bomb site on his own and let Demka and Hades on outside see if they can find fight. Story will be the trade. Diha takes him away. But Hades could not add one more to the tally, so it's still a 4 versus 4. That's where Krasnal comes in. Roman put down, and that man was a menace.
Still has a lot of responsibility. Sole defender really on this A-bomb side. He will lock down the door. Takes a lot of damage for it, but now Rotate's coming in from heaven. Finally dealt with via U-Jerks, but his attempted retreat down to B is covered off. So at least the in-game leader here of the Portuguese squad to try and clutch. 40 seconds, that bomb over at that T-vent, and now he's been spotted. Diha will not give him a clean or a fair fight. It's only feet, but it's defeat for Muterus.
Very nicely played out on the outside attempt, though. The fact that Krasnal decides to take over A side completely, it's always a risk considering that Saw have gone for a few burst in, so if you miss that timing, it could go very poorly for you. But then despite the fact that Hades misses a shot, Story traded away. Diha comes through for that one, and then Krasnal as well picks up Roman. From there, from that point onwards, it's all 1-for-1s, and it's all going in the way of Monty.
Yeah, I think Saw were kind of limit testing that round as well, hoping that they could just win a bunch of those fights. You saw the immediate reaction from Door when they lose a player outer. Muterus this time making his way into main, and they were not looking for it. Krasnal didn't realize that was a gap.
It's the last round of the half, and Monty would love to be able to equalize. That's exactly what they're looking to do. Kills everywhere, and what was a very rocky ship has now been finding smoother seas. U-Jerks alone, a 1-on-4, the bomb down on lower. But it's a losing battle. Can he muster up the strength to fight it? No, he can't. Kai puts him down. Monty will take it to 6, and the second half will have evener seas for them. The question is, can they sail out into the horizon even then?
Taking my pain away, nothing else more to say. Everything that I have, I'll give. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game, make it to the end. I'm gonna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I made, now I can change my fate. No one can take this heart away. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game and make it to the end. I'm gonna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again.
Six rounds on the T side of Nuke have been good enough for the past 20 years of Counter-Strike before we even got to MR12. Saw move into the second half with their heads held high. Already up a map, they're looking to close out the semi-finals and move to the grand finals of ESL Challenger Katowice.
They only hope to hit the ground running here on this pistol, and so far the only one that's poking and probing is Story. A deep insertion into ramp. He has backup as well behind him in U-Jerks, and Muteris sitting inside the vent, knife drawn. Monty will not proceed fast. They throw that lurk smoke, but Saw know what's up.
It's an execute for the A side. Muteris could be very problematic over here if Roman and Aguilar are able to provide even a bit of a defense, and they've done more than that. Muteris comes in from behind, and that's exactly what they were worried about. Demka now down as well. Saw will do exactly as they did in the first half and take away that pistol round, make it look clean.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic setup there from Saw. They not only keep tabs on whether or not these players can descend down the vent, they've also got forward positions in from ramp, so even if there was going to be a fast burst into the A play, very quickly you would have to worry about your flank on the side of Monty, but that wasn't even really that much of a factor given how quickly the players died going into the bomb site.
And don't forget, you can get knife money as well. That's what Muteris did in Atlanta with the exact same setup.
They're hoping to make a deeper run than they did at Atlanta.
And good progress towards that so far. Monte are hoping to be more than a speed bump in that journey. They are hoping to be a full-on blockade. Muteris shuts down Kaido. This anti-eco should be pretty smooth.
Wow, okay. Roman got away with 2 headshots there just on his initial swing. Hades will eventually punish, and slow peek into Story gave himself another chance at it, but only the 1 casualty.
Hades, of course, once again having a bit of a struggle in that first half. We saw the same tale unfold in Ancient, but at the very least he was able to find form in the second. Harder to do so on the T side though, especially off a map like Nuke.
Especially when you are a map down and it could be your last map at the event.
And while we're piling on the especially when it's Saw playing that Nuke, undoubtedly their best map. And that could be what carves their way forward. Still, early damage out onto Diha is good. Kai not feeling too healthy either.
Even with this wall, Monty are not going to get a whole lot of space with it. They slide themselves to the opposite end of main, but nothing that they can really pounce into a play with. Story has ceded a lot of that ground though, understanding that Garage could have been permeated. Damn, flash timing is a little off the mark. Diha blinded, so he can't progress as fast as they wanted to. Roman jumping for joy as he's finding kill after kill towards main. It's 3 from Roman. Nice sharp shooting, and Agil will sweep up the rest. Monty going and channeling 1 by 1 by 1, and these fights are really simple pickings there for Saul.
I don't know what's going on there for Monty. I mean, first of all, the team flash, that's whatever, right? That happens, but that does stop your pathing just a little bit. Then you don't have a flash to be able to scale onto the site. There's no god flashes coming in. D-Hop peeks out, swings backwards, swings again, dies. In the meanwhile, Roman jump up where he's clearly hit his scroll wheel, hasn't been punished either. And you can see why Roman's happy, because even he can't believe it. He's like, wait, you're just going to let me get easy deals again and again and again, even after I misstep? Thanks, guys.
I think he waved goodbye at them. It seemed like that's what he was doing.
Kai, well, the only hope for this round, and listen, if Saw get double digits, this might be the hope for the game as well. Monty really need to strike in soon. Muteris will take down Hades. Kai still hunting. Kai finds 1, but Muteris is doing more than just that. He has always been a madman outside. Krasnul will be able to put him down, but his own life is temporary at best. Saw find double digits.
And it's the old guard that are finding these multi-frags here on CT. Playing with a bit of attitude. But this is the last timeout being used by Monty. They need to find a solution somehow on this T side. Make it contestable, make Saw nervous even slightly, because it is all smiles. These rounds have not been turbulent enough for Saw to be concerned whatsoever.
And to be honest, with the way things have been going, with the fact that Muris and Roman continue to remind everyone to step up, it feels like they're even going to be going potentially, if things keep on happening as they are, they're going to be going into the finals with their head held high. They've never really been challenged, it feels like, all throughout their tournament. The most challenge anyone ever presents to them is maybe on Ancient, and even then they win it out on 13-11.
Yeah.
Both times. So are readying themselves up for potentially trophy contention, and Monty need to strike. Monty need to do something here. This is going to be their last gun round before potential irrelevance. Early grenade damage will not help. Grassel and company getting ready to accelerate through Hut, spotting out a body, but they can't put it in the ground. Aggo behind has diverted away and diverted aggression away as well.
Yeah, Roman's walked through the door. This man is brimming with confidence, but he just shoots too soon. Maybe too big for his boots. Won't be screaming about that one. Maybe he will, but in a different way.
Even so, gets information that there really was only one player in lobby, unless they've already gotten deeper into ramp, and that Uzurk's domain. So Story just has to make sure that Squeaky can't be re-aggressed into by a lurking player. And with smokes outside, what Monty want to do has been betrayed. But can they still make their way over? Good kill from Agil. Krasnel taken down. That's one of the important prongs taken away, and Agil takes out the second as well. What was even Steven now suddenly looks a bit more like a negative Nancy. Monty down 2 versus 4.
You have to be able to punish rounds like this, where you maybe shouldn't have had a fighting chance at it. You get into that 4-on-4 and you just cannot deal with Agil on the top side. They have got this bomb down towards lower, but 20 seconds, they will have to start making their move. They do not have a smoke, and one door is blown open. This makes things a little bit more awkward. They've actually separated themselves. Hades will attempt to cross, but Saw don't have a quick correspondent on that lower side. They may even think that this could be a save call, but now they will start to make their move. They have that big numbers advantage coming back in.
This round looks impossible, but that's just how important it is still. Dea and Hades both at least will be able to force out 2 versus 2s. If they can get these kills without losing their life, it's going to be fantastic, but that's exactly what Muris knows as well. He's fading away and backing off. Grenades are good. Dihar being pursued. Aggo in from behind. He doesn't have HP, but he also doesn't have any hesitation. Hades has to do it all. A one-on-one now. Story alone, but on the bomb as he defuses away. Story swings and he meets death. Hades finally delivers, but he does it in style.
And Story didn't have a kit. He had money reserved that he was saving for a rainy day, and had he had that kit, it could have actually been a lot more problematic. He had to tap it, he had to force the fight, and this time Hades does deliver. It is the AWPers that seem to come up clutch, but it is importantly the in-game leader of Monty that has found a big round of impact, a 2-on-4 that they have no business winning.
I mean, after the performance Aggo puts up in this round as well, right? A beautiful triple kill. I love the follow-up frag on Adiha as well, just running after him with barely any HP, knowing that he's got full faith in his teammates. That doesn't look like the kind of guy who just joined this team a week and a half ago.
Two of the most veteran players on this Monty roster, picking up the pieces where it is needed and giving them a ray of hope. But if your best looks in this half come down to miraculous round wins, is that a critique of the calling?
It was enough to get Saw to a point where they stabilize in Ancient, and that's what Monty are hoping for here. There are critiques for sure, but those have to be put to the side until Monty feel like they're truly out of life. Wall of smokes blooms, but Kai's already ahead of it. Roman's expecting it. He knows that can't be a solo man, so he backs off to the site immediately, being reinforced by teammates. Diha, in the meanwhile, doesn't realize it, but Uzurk's is down below. Now position revealed, and Diha is trying to replace his opponent's spot. Going back to heaven. Will they suspect it?
They're going for a counteraction instead. They should anticipate that that is a possibility, but they clear in through lobby. They have to suss out Demka. His angle is great, but he takes a headshot straight away, down to 40 HP, and he's just trying to buy time. Maybe get away with another frag, but Udrix will run him down. Man advantage reattained here by Saw, but D has good position on A.
And by this point, surely they know. Surely. Krasl, however, can't really cross over without having to contest. Hades finds one more. Krasl is down, but the trade is there. Hades continues to perform, and again, the veterans come into play. Muterus, though, a veteran in his own right now in the ground. That is a fantastic round coming through from Monty. Great job between Demka and Diha. Both of them playing such sneaky spots, but Demka is the one buying time.
Yeah, and they also just paced up. As soon as Roman wasn't going to stick around and fight, challenge them from main and sort of prevent this potential wrap towards spawn, with Udrix also missing out on his line and having to give up a lot of heaven. Immediate punishment. They played with pace that round, and Monty have finally broken the money here of the Portuguese on their defense. It will be pistols all they bring forward.
They also will only have an op if Story doesn't go Kevlar in the next round. And he's been an important man. Well, bottles on the ground, guys. Got to pick those up. No littering. But putting things on fire is fine.
I went for an outside stack. Had a lot of eyes peeled for the initial smokes that Monty threw, but it is a full-on execute on the top side and an uncontested site. Complete gimme here from Monty.
So I don't have a kid either, otherwise I was wondering if they'd like to try and ninja it.
That would be cute.
Considering Monty really need their economy, even if you don't actually succeed in the ninja, if you can take down 2 or 3 players with that, that's honestly great investment.
Yeah, no cheeky shenanigans. Damn. Nothing cute. Even from Monty's point of view, they ran a full execute against USPs, but also didn't want to get caught out by a stack, lose too many members. Demka will fail his fight, but not looking like there's going to be too much more. Roman actually getting away with another kill. 2 is not bad, considering it's only USPs.
It's all right, but it doesn't really put the pressure on too much. Will it be relevant 2 rounds down? Yes, of course it will. But you got to win those 2 rounds if you're Saw. And it feels like those 2 rounds are exactly what they're looking for. Now with Monty breathing down their neck, let us not forget this is somewhat similar to what we saw in the first half, where it looked like Saw was untouchable for a couple of rounds in a row, and then Monty, they find some time, they reset. Hades is able to get their troops rallied together. This time he does it more with his hands and his mind in that 2v4, but is that going to be enough? This round will decide that. Roman looking to dictate the pace, but fully flashed up. That's not helpful. The grenade, however, is, and Krasl, the only responder. Monty have fallen.
This feels like the first half. Every time Saw went for a fast A execute, they also just got completely stuffed. But this is another 2-on-4. Saw are very conscious that they've already lost one of these. Even with that, Muterus is taking space towards outside. He is attempting to wrap and flank in through lobby. So the longer Monty waits, the more they are susceptible to getting shot in the back.
It's a great spot from Story. Funnily enough, Diha took this exact one for one of the big wins coming out from Monty. Story will take down Hades as well. Of course, a 4-2, maybe not quite as big, but still important to close out. If that's something that we know for sure. From what, 2 rounds ago, Kai? All alone. 3 more heads to try and take off. Muterus would be the first isolated duel he can look for, but in the meanwhile, it's Heaven that he's more focused on, and he will find the duel, but not the kill. User shuts him down. Saw keep 3 alive. AK is taken forward. They're happy.
Yeah, and as much as Roman didn't get his kill, he just laid down enough suppressive fire that his main player could also provide support. Agil throwing an HE out as well, just as the door commitment came out, and he's able to get his weapon wrangled in time. So even where Roman isn't finding his impact, he is doing his job.
I do wonder if Monty bumped into each other or they were scared off by a Molotov or anything like it when they were coming out. Roman was fully blind.
There was a molly door, so they had to smoke it, and then they had to come through the smoke, and there was a couple of bumped bodies.
And right now, Hades and Demka have been bumped down to a Deagle and a Galil respectively. Monty, this is a Hail Mary, this is their last hurrah, and if they won't find anything to cheer for here, well, the tournament might be finished for them now and here. Out goes Monty into Mini. They've found Muris taken down. Roman as well, fully blind, kept away. This time the spacing much better, but Story comes in with a backstab. Can't make it too. That's where U-Jerks had to deliver, but he cannot put up the numbers.
Once again, playing with some pace, some conviction here on the side of Monty. Just a fast main split. And yeah, the fact they're able to get that first clean kill into Muterus. You saw Roman at Tetris trying to hold in from main, and I was getting flashbacks to a prior round, but this time, like you said, spacing was a little bit better. Roman also getting distracted by the first player when there was one right in his crosshair, so he kind of flicks away from his fight. It is not as simple as Roman, get a triple kill. And once again, money not looking great here for Saw, so they're down to pistols. But it is about damage mitigation. Monty are not going to have their funds broken in the near future. They lost this round somehow. They obviously wouldn't be in with a great buy, but the chances of that happening are very low, but never zero.
And that's the problem. But you're right, damage mitigation, more importantly, making sure Saw doesn't save these AKs. When you're going in towards the last few rounds of a game, at least the last few rounds of regulation, it does feel like there's always some way where one AK saved could maybe mean a lot more than you think it does. But for Monty, they also haven't actually proceeded forward with their bomb yet. Muterus covering off the cross will not be able to find anything. Now he does. Krastel taken down, but the bomb still can be retrieved by Kai. It fell forward. They're fortunate for it. Otherwise, they would have had to maybe even use up a few more members.
They have no util here on Monty, so they have to just win outright duels, and Hades is also taken down. It wasn't zero, the chances of losing this round, and it still is somewhat acquirable. Muterus needed to finish off that frag, though. Kyle was already low. He had the bomb as well, and time was of the essence. 2 on 3 weapons recovered here by Soul, but they realized that they had their chance to win, and now no longer.
Muterus could have taken that round there and then. Kai pulled out utility in his hand. If he just gets a body shot through, Kai's not even on high HP.
Yeah. Muterus even shot a bullet, and then Kai pulled out the util.
Yeah. It's a jump scare. Regardless, Monty's are jump scared, but they're not too scared. It's 11-11, and they can put that behind them. However smooth that was supposed to be, however clean it could have been, that doesn't matter. You win the round, you are one step closer to what you need, but that step will be the biggest one of the game. We now enter into swing round territory, so we'll have all the bells and whistles. They will have an AWP. They'll have an AK picked up from this round as well. They should have kits. And you can say the same for Monty.
Yeah, it will be, I mean, if Monty lose in this following gun round, it will be a little bit bargain bucket. They'll have to make some pretty big, I mean, they just won't be able to afford up absolutely everything. And the concessions would be pretty catastrophic.
And right now, you would have loved to be able to use another tactical timeout in these past few rounds or so, but that's the problem with having used so many in the early one as well. But still, some time to discuss a little bit more. Heart through the hands.
I think Soul might have done them a favor. I think they called the timeout.
I feel like that too. And that's one of those positions where you understand it, right? 11-11, if there's any point where you want to recollect your thoughts, this would be it, but there's always that double-edged sword. Because Saw have looked like they've been front-running this. I know the score is even, but they look like they've been ahead consistently. Monty might be trailing behind, but if you can get ahead at the finish line, nothing else matters. Diha and Hades taking early damage, not the greatest way to start the round, though.
I mean, they'll just reflect on that 2 versus 4 and think if they do that, Monty are dead in their tracks. It was many rounds ago, but it has shown its influence in this map.
So I don't really have the stopping power to prevent these players from crossing over from behind those smokes. The spam doesn't do too much either. It will have to be a story reinforcement, but in the meanwhile, that's a big kill to find. Kai taken down. Muterus catches him completely off guard. And with that, Roman can be the first man to rotate into the lower bomb site. The problem is, vents are no longer accessible. Muterus will have to do it by getting a flank ready. U-Jerks already here at lower, and Story just watches out for Demka.
Yeah, the fact that U-Jerks has been able to commit to this rotate actually could be very problematic here for Monty as they emerge out from Decon. First kill is clean there from U-Jerks, but Krasnal does find the trade. Smoke down as well that will bridge the cross back to Decon, but Hades is taking initiative and finding bodies too. Story out of the round, and Demka late lurk will activate. They are just honestly stealing this round away from Saw. But it has been steal after steal here for Monty in the second half. They find themselves in a great position to close, much the same as Ancient. They can get it done in regulation. This was the real fighting ground for Seoul. They made good moves, they had good coverage, they made the right reaction, but they also needed a U-Jerks double.
And look, let's also not forget over here that Monty, you go back to the conversation Mike had with them. Monty felt confident about their nuke. I wouldn't be surprised if T-side is where they put more focus on as well. And you can see it. They're coming through with good post plans. They're coming through with good communication over here. Hades has become a lot more relevant than he was in the first half. And where we talk about bargain bucket, turns out the bargain bucket's been passed around. Saw themselves are not going to be feeling healthy either.
I know Counter-Strike is a game of economy, but I feel like economy has been the most important note we've had throughout this series, from how turbulent the end of Ancient was. Yeah, so we'll have to make use of the 3 rifles, 2 SMGs to somehow fight for an OT.
At least they also have a lot of kits, so should it come down to a defuse, it won't be the biggest deal. But Monty, every single one of these rounds has been a struggle for them, and you're not guaranteed any of them. It's a push for overtime for Saw, and Monty trying to accelerate past it.
But when they know that they are on these lower buys, Monty have been very hesitant. They've been using a lot of utility to help flush out angles. And we saw against the 1 Deagle, 1 P250 and 3 USPs, it came so close to blowing up in their face. Will the slow approach actually bear fruit when there are SMGs?
I like that Hades is trying to continue to take these hard angles with the open outside. They're not throwing those last 2 smokes that they have just yet. They're letting D-Hawk close the distance. Hades spots out what he can. He doesn't go quite as far as maybe could have, but also doesn't want to lose his life. And that's what D-Hawk is looking to find. The initial pick finds Muterus, takes him down. Demka needs to be careful. He's going to be aggressive, but he's turned around. U-Jerk will discover and now look to reinforce. And by cordoning off Hell, there's only one place Monty can go, back to the A site. Or is it? No, they look to contest, and that's a mistake and a half. U-Jerks come through, triples up again, the savior of Saw, but the round is not won. Maybe it is now. Story puts away Diha, and overtime has its name written all over this map.
And maybe quieter rounds from U-Jerks so far this map, but none more important than that. And it was the same story on Ancient, a big triple kill from U-Jerks. He is postured to be the best player that the Portuguese scene has produced. Hell, I think there are many teams interested in taking him away from the Portuguese scene. But where you need him in pivotal moments, he comes in with crazy performances. That spray transfer is ridiculous.
And look, this round is all U-Jerks, but I do want to give Roman some credit for this, and that's going to sound weird to me. Why are you talking about Roman? It's because Roman's made Demka so scared that he's going to push out into lobby. That's what Demka's been watching for every single time. He gets completely overrun, and then it is just perfection from U-Jerks. Really pushing those limits, but he's done it to get them to overtime. They still need to take the win away. Monty, not deterred. They knew that was a round where maybe they were dipping their hands into the winning pile, but weren't quite able to pick it up.
Their best rounds have been when they play pacey, so I'm loving the fact they're able to cross down secrets so quickly. Muterus, you could see the reaction of Smoke down as well. That will help stall out the Monty progress. But now that they've gotten some information on lower, now they have positions like it, how do they tie it all together? We were expecting more from U-Jerks and Demka, respectively, on this map. And where U-Jerks has had that crazy impact already just to force it into OT. Maybe Demka could be looked to now that we're in and out of regulation.
Muterus is about to walk into tree, but no, they're walking into him. He runs away. Hades doesn't see him either, and Hades feels scared, proceeding forward. These kills from Muterus are game changers. With the kind of time that Monty have, what can they even do to respond? Hades needs to hunt for a kill, and Muterus will not be giving him an easy shot at all.
Where do they keep getting these triple kills from? Roman stalling on the A-bomb site, Ujurx his late ramp hold, and this time it's Muterus. He looked like he should have been dead to rights, 3-rounding that corner, but it's a slow creep, and they are just completely caught out.
In the interest of stealth, Monty end up being hidden from, well, this plane. That's a dream.
But they're a little asleep at the wheel. You know, they get all the way to those double doors, and they are not clearing those angles with an intention of players being on the other side of it.
And they can't afford to lose focus at a time like this.
It might have been what cost them on Ancient.
Yeah, I felt that way.
When they lose to clutches, now they're losing to these big multi-kills.
And sure, it might have been their own clutches to put them in this position, but you have to capitalize when you're there.
Yeah.
That's where Saw's veterans will always seemingly have an advantage, where they never really let go of the pedal, even if they think it's a car crash on the other side. Story, however, provides some real stopping power. The smokes are late and they're punished, but at least Demka can do the same to Muterus. Crossover guaranteed. Monty is down below.
Yeah, and this time Saw don't have a quick rotate. They don't have that quick reaction. Roman would be the first one that can get into position, but I think he also realizes his timing is gone. Monty are very pacey in their intentions down towards B. And they've got it all. There is no one that can fish for a kill back. It's Roman that's trying to deal with this late Demka lurk.
And now he knows where Demka is as well, but the problem is that just delays him further. It's a 3-on-3 on the site, and that's what matters. Hades closing the distance, looking to take the fights first. The second this utility piece goes out, that should be Hades pushing through. Hades waits. It's Kai to take first contact instead. Hades now gets one for free, and Krasno does the same. Every member on that lower bomb side getting involved, and Monty, with that same pace you requested, Michael, that's what'll give them their 13th.
And Roman was just trapped in a 1-versus-1 with Demka, and it was just a battle of patience. Demka did not overstep, did not overplay, had faith his teammates would be able to hold on to that lower side, while Roman was out chasing ghosts.
It might be Halloween, but this trick is not over yet. Demka. Obviously, he did struggle a little bit on his lurks at some places. Could have maybe even been the key to shutting down Ujurx towards that last round of regulation. But as long as he can keep himself relevant there, over here on this T side, Monty can continue to find pace elsewhere on the map. But maybe it's not elsewhere they want to go. Maybe now they want to play through Demka. A-side hits have not been successful for either team, really.
Yeah, I'm getting nervous seeing Monty set up this way.
Ujurx.
Do they dare?
With Story as well? I mean, they don't know, but they're about to find out. A rude awakening in store for them. Story good for one, and Ujurx is always there for the second. He's even alive for more, so swinging out now might have been necessary. Demka beats him to the chase.
Another double for Demka. 3-on-3, and they've got access to this B bomb site. There is that rotate down, though. Roman has made his move, and he will be that first port of call while Muterus is trying to reposition, trying to reflank ramp. Roman needed his 1 kill, but Dihao ripping it clean off. A great headshot delivered by Star Pole, and it's Demka with a triple. All on the new addition here for Saw to get a clutch back. A 1-on-2 in the last round of this half. And he's playing a patient game, seeing if they might overstep. Has a kit available. There's a smoke still down. But they are nestled in. They are waiting to see if Agil will even dare to tap, but they are giving him nothing. No clean fights, no duels even to be attained. Monty may have just done it. Demka peeking a little early. It's not really planted in a great position for Hades, so he has to swing early, and it's going to be a really tight defuse, but I think Monty have done it. A second round found here on this T side. Agil may find the frags, but he does not win the round.
Got scary for a second in the end, but I have to say, what is up with these triple kills, man? This time it's Demka jumping up and finding Utrix. That's basically a 5v3 start for them. From there on out, they ended in a 2 versus 1. Demka getting those fantastic kills. Diha as well, finding that kill practically midair. Barely got time to reset the aim.
But with how many rounds there were from... Oh, that is brilliant.
I understand.
The peaks and valleys of emotions you have playing Counter-Strike.
Especially when you're going into overtime.
Yeah, and when you think you've done enough for the round as well. From despair to elation. I think there's so many rounds that you've seen from Seoul where they get away with these multi-kills. Maybe they're feeling overzealous, you know, after they get those opening picks. Udrix stands his ground, Story's re-peaking, while Udrix is actually not committed to that same duel.
Listen, Michael, I think my real question is, we've seen 15 rounds now of Monty on the T side. Now we go back to where Hades was struggling. Now we go back to where they couldn't dictate their own pace most of the time.
Yeah, weirdly, the win conditions on T side have been strangely similar. Hades forced forward by the Molotov, but also could have taken a path to retreat, just didn't feel safe to do so. And that is as free as it comes in an opening kill. Seoul will even get access to those secret steps. They could do nothing to stop the cross.
Roman, in the meanwhile, still lurking backwards, could be a threat later on onto ramp. So if Seoul want to slow this down, they've got plenty of space to do so. Going into the site now is risky. It's a crossfire between two that can be reset up with another player peeking in from ramp. That's Krasnil waiting for his call to action. But Diha, the smoke will be cordoning off his eyesight for now. But he's also caught between angles. Where is he going to look? Kai can't save him from everywhere.
There's 3 that can quick respond into B. Oh, the call here from Saw is fantastic. It's just Demka alone on this A bomb site, and he might have come alive towards the end of that T side, but he needs another big multi. He'll only get one, and Krasnil as well tried to provide support. It is flustered on these rotates, but Kai has found an answer. Agil the trade, and he'll double up as well. It is a triple from that new addition.
Hades is being outcalled right now. I hate to say it like that, as clear as day, but Muteris just ran circles around them. They get full real estate outside, in lower. They know the reinforcements are coming in through Krasnil. They know the reinforcements are coming into lower. But they never gave up vents. They never gave up that little ladder, that pathway to success where only Demka could save them. And, well, one kill's not going to cut it.
So I've definitely had cleaner looking rounds, but we find ourselves in this overtime because they have been able to fight even.
You jerks. Not giving up that possibility. Respect from Diha. But Muteris does take a bit of a padding of damage. A smattering.
I mean, Diha was definitely put on notice last time he was on that CT side. Lost quite a few duels outer. Hades, that one flash will take him off the line.
There's lines aplenty from behind it, but he's been missing a few of these shots, and this one, just like it, Udrix in the meanwhile does find Diha, but the trade from Krasnil is fantastic. Krasnil was a focal point of the CT side in regulation. Now, if Monty want to find map point before Sawdu, he has to be a gain. Recedes back to heaven. Gives Demka a crossfire partner, and in the meanwhile, Hades has picked up the secret angle one more time. So they know that Saw should be focused out to upper, but do they really? Now Hades backs off.
Hades even thought about rotating up towards the top side.
He's going to be trapped in to vent if he doesn't back, and that's exactly what he does. Goes back to the decon stairs. Will be hitting this shot. Muteris down, and Hades being able to reinforce the B bomb site. Saw are walking into a mincemeat machine, but they'll still get the bomb plant.
2 kills from Hades would be more than enough. Demka's there on the rotate, but it's Story close to those double doors. The spam will give up that there is a player nearby. Roman gunned down, though. And while saying Demka was a little light-hearted, perhaps, in this map, he has come in with real punch in the overtime. And he's even just pushing the issue there to Story, finds the dink, and there will be that trade guaranteed. Monty find 15 first. And it's some nice shooting from Hades as that sole B defender.
And it's not just the shooting as well, it's the fact that they keep that extra access point back towards A in control, that the fact that he doesn't give up vents to utility, that he's not pushed away by it, and Saw can't really add that extra risk that's introduced when Krasl shows himself off outside. Saw can't call that magic rotate through again. And then in the late round, they're stopped. It's some good shooting from the IGLs as well. I don't want to discredit that, but just going into this last section of overtime, it's been some good thinking too.
I thought Saul made the right decision. You know, going back towards that B bomb site. Monty were forecasting an A side hit, so without that multi, it's a whole different map, whole different round. U-Jerk so fast for main, but Demka hits his shot. And while there will be responses, Demka is doubled up once again. He's been a multi-fragging machine in OT.
A 2 versus 4 now needed for Saw. This is what gave Monty hope, but it might be what takes it away from Saw. Their own map pick, one they seldom lose. One they thought was in the bag. And now it's Roman and Muris to remind them why. And Roman's not done yet. He's still hunting for more. He will collect on it.
How does Roman keep doing it? Muteris and Roman, long-standing figures of Portugal. I can't quite believe it. A 2-on-4, it has been delivered by veterans on either side, but Monty thought they had it. That is a soul-crushing round to lose.
I mean, look at how fast they make the decision between the two of them. Let's fight now. Let's find those two now. Let's not let them establish a crossfire.
And Roman had tapered off. He hit 20 so early, and he was struggling to find that impact in the overtimes. Hell, even just at the end of regulation. And then he does that.
But that's the thing about Roman. It's always when you least expect it. He is the fear factor of Saul.
Madness.
Insanity.
I love that we just hear like a very silent voice like, nice, yes. And then you just see Roman screaming.
Monty have lost their voices, but not because they've been screaming too hard. Kai needs to deliver, but he's only good for the one. Diha at the very least elsewhere will find a frag and come back to reinforce, but the Molotov's too deep and a smoke that will even Gordon himself off. Story called to order, but Roman and Agil called down below to the underground. And no, I don't mean to be sight. Story's there though, and he's been cut off by a man he didn't expect. Demka from this side means that Monty will not be giving up all momentum, at least not yet.
Yeah, nice quick double rotate down towards the lower side. Hades taking up a long line, but Saul, because they were at that deficit away from the ramp duels, they understood that they had to try and take that space when they could. Both teams have played with varying pace. The faster plays have really not been working for the side of Saul. It's when they play a little slower, a little staggered, where they can especially find Monty when they try and re-aggress in through lobby. It felt like a huge winning condition in regulation.
Gotta be careful, Hades. Flashed up right now. He's trying to move past the smoke, but instead it's Roman to put him down. Roman in the backside. They're trying to accelerate, but watch out for that vent player. He's lost inside the smoke. He can't come through. Hades doesn't know what's going on. He's not able to provide the assistance he needed to. Now finds Muteris backing off, looking for a ramp player. Hades hunting for more. Will collect. He might not be done yet. Still have to be careful about the player in the back of the bomb site. Diha yet to engage. U-Jerks thinks he's safe because of that smoke, but Hades certainly thought about going through it. What is going on? They don't know, but they do know that Diha is right up above. And now Diha's caught out as well. Hades all alone. His double kill insufficient. Waits, searches, but he will not find the shot.
Yeah, that gets really chaotic, and I eat my words immediately. This is a fast-paced round, one that blew up in their face so many times in regulation, but this time the flash hits. Hades gets caught. Demka is caught in no man's land round the other side of the smoke as well. And maybe because he had Hades so nearby, he didn't think that that was a possibility. But comms get cluttered. The site just dissipates. But Saw also find 3 openers, only for it to come down to a 2-on-2. It was still a closer shave than it had any business being.
No.
Hades, a nice opener towards outside. Story trying to take that elevation, but Hades read it.
Hades seeing red right now.
And where there were players aslumber in regulation, there have been different heroes in the OT.
Jerks. Known to wear a cape. But he just hopes he doesn't have to wear a shroud.
Okay,
Roman's got full control over the B bomb site, but there's no way for the bomb to pair up. That's what Krasl was hoping to try and prevent. But with Krasl's demise, how do you stop this? It's all on the shoulders of Diha. If they go back to the A side, that's where Demka's hoping to be the one to cut them off from vents. But it's about denying access to B. Monty. In the meanwhile, we'll let Hades reconsider what he can find.
Yeah, it's a good smoke. Diha wanted to be able to stop them on the cross. Bomb has to make its way down towards Roman, who has a great position on B. Hades does have a line, though.
This is fantastic from Hades, but Roman's going to be closer than he expected. Will he be able to get the kill? Meanwhile, Diha adds more. Hades shakes his aim. He misses the shot. Diha now can't come through in what he thought would be a man advantage, in what he thought would be a dead Roman. Monty, no choice but to contend, but what do they do it with? Who do they send forward? Demka, blocked off by a smoke that he knows he can't even think about treading through.
You'll have to try a 1-on-3 where they have the double peak set up. It's a triple. Another one from Roman. A great entry, great space taken, and it throws absolute chaos where Monty have had so many good contingents. They've had quick rotates. They've been plugging up gaps. This time there was a massive exploit that Roman himself is able to find. And it takes him a little bit of time to rendezvous, but once they're there, Roman just keeps on delivering the goods.
But Hades will be ruining the day he missed that shot.
Yeah, he thought he'd swing wide, and instead it was a stuttered step.
Finest margins, that's what Counter-Strike comes down to. That's what it felt like Ancient came down to. And right now, that's what it feels like Nuke is going to be settled upon. Monty trying to let Diha cross over to Secret all on his lonesome. Fake out and execute towards the A side, but Agil's immovable. He's very comfortably sitting away. Roman, a chance that he will not take to peek, instead lets Demka and Hades come to him! This is the Roman Empire, and you are seeing it in Katowice.
Krasnal will be able to get something back at the least, but it's hard not to say Roman's been the highlight. 2 kills through lobby. Agil takes that space and finds a free one. U-Jerks as well, timing good to reface the vents. And Krasnal needs to come up big, come up clutch. He finds another head. Still 3 more to find. A kill to Roman, but there is a trade right behind. Roman started screaming at the start of this map, and I don't think he has let his voice rest.
He's not let his hand rest either. He is destroying them.
And where one side is screaming, the other is silent.
The only sound you hear from the Monty booth are the sighs of despair. But it's not time for sides, it's time for shots. It's time to try and put up a fight, mount a defense. It's still overtime. You still have a bye. You can still bring it back. That's what Hades is telling them. But Kai turns around, adds another. Muris thought he was being sneaky. You're trying to hide? from me? Agil. At this point, it's about disrupting confidence and disrupting the bomb. It will be down. Ujurx gets another, but at least Monty will prevent tragedy from striking this time.
Yeah, once again, you know, it does really just come down to getting quick opening picks. They just run with those punches. Monty playing with pace once again, and it's just this house of cards that comes toppling down one after one. Saw lose territory, and that was the only way back in the round. Agil needed a double kill to siphon off that bomb somehow. It is too much to ask for in that moment. We go every round in this overtime. Another opportunity to extend play. But what will Monty choose to do? Where Saw found success finally making one of those fast executes work, the slower style that Monty regressed into in certain moments in this game has not been able to bear fruit.
It's a conversation I am glad to not be having.
Yeah, it's a question of do you stick with what worked or try something that didn't. You should have faith in those executes, those slower building rounds, but they have every reason to doubt it.
Hades is up to 21 frags, by the way. I think he ended the first half with 2.
Yeah, I mean, Roman's on 30, though, so...
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, there's a reason why he gets an Empire and Hades only gets a fictional underworld. This is dangerous. A flashbang could be their undoing, but instead it's the Molotov. Ujurx reveals position. Muris is the one who actually collects the kill. Hades has not been spotted out, so he's hoping to explore. K as well, looking for feet, and he does see them, but he knows shooting will be giving him nothing. Still, threatens, and Story does more than that. So are 3 kills away from the grand finals. They know it, they can taste it, but it wouldn't be the first time a double man advantage has gone wrong for either team.
Kai was giving the play-by-play the whole time of where Story was positioned inside of main. They didn't think that they should fall victim to that, but they do find Roman, and K has kept that player locked into the big garage the whole round. Story knows he can't swing, but K gets overrun, and Demka will also fall into the test of time, and it is the Roman Empire that steps up once again, the veterans delivering the goods. They will take the series against Monty, but it was close shave after close shave from map 1 to map 2.
And for Monty, their only regret will be that they didn't activate faster, that those individuals weren't there earlier before Saw were on a heater. But when we're talking about individuals, how can we not talk about all of what Saw has offered? Roman, big multi-kills, he's the obvious one. Ujurx, big multi-kills to get them into overtime. Muterus had his moments of aggression. Agil as well. Story too. It felt like every single player on this Saw team gave a crucial delivery towards that grand finals appearance.
And when we have expectations set so high, and then there's all this turbulence behind the scenes for a Saw roster that were so impressive towards the middle part of this year, for them, to get into a finals like this and to win it in manners where they did not lose composure, they had their shaky moments, but they always bounced back. This is a map and a series of reassurance as well, that they have been able to plug up any gaps if there were even any to be exploited.
And this is exactly what Saw wanted in their roster rebuild. They wanted the confidence of a grand finals, they wanted a chance of a trophy, but now they want to get away from Mike. Mike, let them have it.
I've got Agil here. Your first event, stepping into this team, stepping into this roster, you brought them to the finals right here, right now. What's going through your mind?
I don't know, man. It feels great. I'm still in disbelief, really. It's great to be in the final, and we're going to have a little bit of time to prepare and watch the other teams, so I think we will be ready for it.
Ready for it indeed. I want to ask, that game got a little tense, right? Nuke's been a place of strength here for Saw. That one got a little close. What was being talked about in that last timeout, that last pause before the winning round? What was the conversation?
I guess we were just trying to calm ourselves a little bit, remind that we got this. Like, we don't need to pressure ourselves, don't need to be calm, really. And we lost some really bad rounds on there, so it's so great to see the mentality of the team. And we stay focused and we come out above of them. So yeah, that's it.
And you as an individual, you had some great rounds, some great moments in this series across both maps. I know you've got familiarity with a lot of your teammates here, but it's still a new roster, it's still a new system. What's happening to make you so comfortable on the server?
I mean, I guess they're a joy to play with, really. They help me so much. They always tell me what I should or shouldn't do and keep reminding me of the strats and things. So they just make the game really easy for me. Always their communication is so clean, and I guess that makes like the full difference. So yeah, I'm just feeling so comfortable even though I'm here for like 2 weeks.
Well, congratulations, final spot. Can't wait to see if you can take it all the way. A joy to play with, but the biggest joy of all might just be a trophy lift.
3 lands, 3 playoffs. They get rid of their coach and now they're in the finals. Saw will be a finalist for ESL Challenger Katowice, but I mean, it was a 2-0 victory. Nuke though, Monty took it to them right to the bitter end, double OT.
They did it the hard way. Let's phrase it in that fashion. You know, it was mad, it was wild. Overtime was absolute carnage. Saw will reflect on that map and feel like they didn't play perfect in all of those rounds, but I don't think they should care. They're a team that's just made a roster move, and they found a way to win that game. It was absolutely crazy, but winning is winning. They're in the final.
It was a question mark for who was going to win, honestly, all the way to the bitter end. And unfortunately for Monty, I feel like they bit off a little bit more than they could chew, letting Nuke coming into the map pool. They played very, very well, but I feel like they were just taking a little bit too many one-on-one fights. They were over-peaking a lot of the times, and Saw just kind of showed that they know what they're doing. They played this map before. This is why this is an 80% win rate for them. They know how to play this, and they calmed themselves down in the end, and they got that really, really great. I mean, Roman was crazy on that. 30 kills. He was just always there, everywhere he needed to be. He got the clutch moments, and it was just great from Saw.
At the start of Saw's CT side, it looked impenetrable, like a wall that Monty couldn't get through. And then all of a sudden, it was almost like they had lifted up the fence and were just climbing under again and again and again and making that hole bigger. What was the hole that they found, Ellen?
There were 2 parts to that second half in regulation. The first part, Roman killed everybody before a round could actually develop. So yeah. I don't think Monty got to actually call through a lot of the rounds they wanted to. And in the second part of the half, Monty just decided to win every single B after plant, no matter what the situation, 2-on-4, 2-on-5, 3v4. So that, for me, it's not normal that CS boils down to those sort of exact things to point at. But yeah, they absolutely couldn't do anything about Roman. And then, yeah, those B after plants were completely mad.
I feel like they also started playing with a lot more patience. Monty, they would be like, all right, let's wait for the lurk. Let's wait for us to go. Maybe we can wrap heaven. Maybe we can wrap into lobby and get behind the CTs before or after they're trying to flank on us. That happened a lot, but I also... I feel like the calling was very equal on both sides a lot of the time. Obviously, Saw did much better. Mutiras had an amazing, like, I think it was a 2 or 3K right at the end. They were like, all right, guys, we are three kills away from a final, just like T-Time was saying. They are 3 kills away from going to the end. Let's just get it done and easy. And Monty, they got caught off guard. The pacing was just not in their cards there. And unfortunate for them, they played very, very well. They showed a lot here that I don't think anyone was really expecting.
We obviously say goodbye to them, but let's talk about this Monty team. It will probably be the last time that we see them on LAN for the rest of the year. Building, that was the story throughout the weekend. This is a building team. They're starting with fresh pieces, trying to find out where they fit. What does it look like so far?
Promising. As said, they have a lot of good pieces on this team. Hades' calling looks perfectly fine. I think we could come off any of these games and say they lost them because Hades put them in bad positions. I think that would be a wrong interpretation. They've obviously got a lot of work to do. They have their ups and downs. They have moments where it looks a bit funky, a bit bizarre, and maybe need to work out what sort of T-side they want to be calling. I'm not sure. But this is the life cycle all teams take. And unfortunately, it tends to be the losses that actually teach you what to change. Winning is easy, front running is easy, it's all just good. I mean, you send Dihar in and he kills everybody, that's a great strat. But when you're losing, then you got to dig a little bit deeper, and they would have learned a lot from this tournament. So I think all in all, they should be satisfied with how they played here.
Yeah, you learn a lot more from your mistakes than your wins, obviously. Like that, you always know what you need to be fixing, what needs to be changed. And they have a lot more time to do that now that they don't really have any more big events at the end of the year. They have time to sit down together, get their coach in, do the VOD reviews, figure out exactly what they can do. Because I feel like Nuke could be a really good map for them. They showed that they could push Saw all the way to the edge through 2 OTs. this could be something that they could bring to another team, be like, all right, we got this. We know how to play Nuke. And I was nervous for them, obviously. I mean, this was not a map that they could have gone this far, but they did.
Monty goes down, but hopeful signs for 2025. Saw now in the finals. And if you've been enjoying all the Counter-Strike, if you've been enjoying ESL Challenger, you need to thank some of our sponsors, one of which is White Market. So if you're a skins fan, head on over to their site, check it out. A great way to buy and sell skins. Also some of the best rates in the business. And what I love about it is you can obviously keep your skins in your inventory up until the point that they are sold. Lots of other benefits as well, Apples.
Yeah, you can also watch on Face It Watch. You can get some drops there through White Market. I think it's like a 5% selling fee and then it's a 0% buying fee. So really, really great. You can always just look for your budget. You can figure out if you want like a new skin, but you don't really want to spend too much. You want to spend only $50 on a new Deagle. That's a lot of money for a new Deagle, but you're going to get the best prices on White Market.
And remember to link your Faceit account to your White Market
yes.
account, because then you can win all sorts of goodies while you're playing. So thank you to White Market for making the Counter-Strike you're watching possible, and obviously go check them out, support them, because it wouldn't be possible for you to watch this for free on Twitch or wherever else you're watching it without them. Okay, that is it. Saw is in the finals. Alan, it's an exciting time, but we're going to lose you for the next semi-final because you're taking a quick break. So very quick prediction from you. Who's joining Saw?
Pain Gaming 2-0.
There we go. He said it. Let's find out if he's correct after the break.
Vai passar a loca. Aqui, show. Oi, caralho. Liga. Mata.
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Faceit points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, Faceit.
First time hearing or seeing Snow was probably 2 to 3 years ago. I saw some tweets come out of his gameplay and how young this kid was and the type of organizations that he was getting signed to. And to see young prospects, people who are growing up with the game and flourishing at such a young age, I think it was an interesting storyline. So I actually started following him on Twitter a couple years ago, and now he's playing for Pain.
When it comes to the way he likes to express himself during games and how he likes to shout out and things like that, he probably was dreaming of playing those kind of games. You know, he was playing at his home on his own computer, having to develop himself as a player every day. I think it's completely normal for him to behave like that because he must keep the fun as long as he can.
Eu sei que o pessoal compara eu com o Donkey gritando, mas eu não dou trash talk, eu só apenas grito pra hypar meus companheiros, pra se a gente tiver uma situação difícil no jogo, se a gente ganha um round, eu vou lá e boto meus companheiros pra cima. E eu também me sinto muito melhor gritando, sinto que eu jogo melhor gritando, e é isso.
It's an expression of yourself and you want to be having fun. And if that's how he's having fun, if that's how I'm pumping himself up, pumping his teammates up, why not? I think it's great to get loud. I think it's awesome to be in their face. And if you're going to unravel some softies out there, whether it's players on the other side or people on the forums at home, make more noise.
I would say from my experience that it's actually beneficial to him to be playing with Brazilians. I think there's a cultural difference, both in the way people play Counter-Strike and also in the way they behave outside the server. Maybe if he goes international too fast, I don't know exactly how it would be because I have been playing for international teams already. I've seen some other players, and there is a big cultural impact that happens, the difference, there's some clashes. So for him to develop himself as a player and have some good leadership with him, I know he's playing with Big Zero, he has been developing a lot of talents before, so he's doing super well with him. So I think he's in good hands, and I think having someone like Big Zero to help him shape his first years of Counter-Strike is going to help him a lot.
Eu cresci assistindo no cenário brasileiro o Coldzera. Eu gostava muito dos highlights dele, dos momentos de clutch, ele jogava muito bem. E no cenário internacional, eu sempre gostei de assistir o Donk, porque eu acho a movimentação dele muito boa e a mira dele é muito, muito boa. E sempre aprendo muitas coisas assistindo a tela dele.
If I had to compare Snowzine to someone from the past, it's very difficult because many years ago, we'd probably remember of some younger players that started doing super well. And I think on my mind, I remember FNX, for example. FNX, since he was 15 and 16, he was already playing the best teams in Brazil. He won his first title international-wise in 2006. But you know, if Pain is able to win like a Rio, for example, like that, he's not too far away from FNX. He might not be on the FNX level yet, but who knows? So maybe he can even surpass him.
Eu gostaria de jogar, se fosse para escolher um jogador para jogar no mesmo time, seria o Monese, porque ele é bem jovem, com certeza ia aprender bastante coisas com ele, e ele é muito bom, assim, de skill, e seria ele.
I think with the modern day Counter-Strike players, for them just playing online CS, you know, late into their quote unquote online careers, that's not great. The adjustment to LAN is important, so the fact that he's been able to play LANs from such a young age, I think gives him a bit of an advantage over some of these other guys.
He's playing some roles that are very difficult to play on Pain, and at first when I saw that they put him on those roles, I was kind of interested to see how he'll do. Like he's playing B on Dust 2, for example. There's a lot of sites where you have to hold on your own. A lot of times you have to decide things for yourself. So it's very cool to see him developing those things. And I think I can't really say which role is going to be best for him. I think it's the ones that he likes the most, and probably the ones that the team needs from him the most. And as a young guy, I know that he's probably very willing to learn a lot of new things and be the best player he can be for the team.
Quando eu vim aqui e tava apenas torcendo, tudo que eu tô vivendo agora era apenas um sonho. E agora eu tô vivendo o que eu sempre sonhei, com meus companheiros de time, sempre, todos os dias, realizando mais um sonho. E agora o maior sonho é ir pra arena e jogar em frente à torcida.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, White Market, and Logitech G.
NQZ here ahead of their semifinal matchup. NQZ, you've been playing lights out at this event. I don't know if you realize this, but I think you're actually tops of the board in terms of rating. What's been giving you the edge here in Kato?
I think right now we are in a good vibe, good relationship with each other, and we are really excited to play this tournament here and having the chance to win it, because it's a tournament with smaller teams, but teams that we actually struggle to win past times. So I think right now the main fuel is this one.
Speaking about that opponent on the other side, Bait. They've been maybe the surprise of the tournament. They came into a super stacked group. They were tossing out upsets, beating Eternal Fire twice, looking really good in doing so. What do you think of them?
I think they're a pretty good team. I've never really looked into them specifically, but I know they have really good players in the CIS type of gameplay, you know, so it's kind of a bit of unpredictable how they will play, but I'm really excited to play against them.
They're a little similar to you guys in that they're also quite young, you know, new talents coming through the scene. Do you think there's anything in particular that'll give you the edge today?
Not specifically. We have to see in the server.
There you go. We'll see you in the server.
They mentioned it there in the interview, but let's bring it up again. These two teams going up against each other in the semi-finals, between the two of them are the youngest players in terms of average. So I do believe Pain Gaming, who you saw there, 22 is the average age, beaten only by Bates, who they're about to go up against at 21. So definitely a story of the young guns, and it is the continual narrative that we've had about both of these teams throughout this event. But you know what? None of that matters when both of you have qualified for the RMRs and now you're in the semi-finals. You can't talk about how young you are anymore. You got to rise up and perform with the bigger / older dogs.
Yeah, I think that's what I think Sponge highlighted it well in that package as well, right? Is
all of these players are quite young, and this is very, very early in their careers that they get into these bigger international lands. It's a great amount of experience, and it's one of those situations where no matter what really happens today, at least they're getting that experience under their belts. For Pain, lesser so. They've gone to a few international lands now. They've already got that experience, so they have that going for them. But usually you'd be thinking they're the underdogs in these situations, and Bait play a different style of Counter-Strike, so we'll see how they adapt on the fly.
I want to talk to their parents, because who gives their kids Counter-Strike? But I mean, I understand. I mean, there's a lot more younger kids playing this game, and obviously, I mean, both of these teams have a lot to show up, a lot that they need to get ready for the RMRs. And I feel like both of them have been impressing us a lot. Bait has been able to take down the top seed here, Eternal Fire, and that is not a hard feat. I mean, they weren't playing too well. They weren't playing on their best, but I feel like we can't take that away from Bait.
Apples, if we had responsible parents, we wouldn't have donk. So let's not
Fair.
encourage
Okay,
that.
you're
Children
right.
play as much Counter-Strike as you possibly can. We have the veto ready, so we're not going to be talking too much about the teams just yet. We are going to talk about what we're seeing on our screen as it comes up. How much of a role do you think that this veto is going to play in this particular matchup, Mac?
I think it's quite large, because Bait as well, going back to Dust 2, the map that they managed to take Eternal Fire down on, is looking very good for them at the moment. That orange map pool that we were talking about is looking incredibly strong for them. They've only been taking the wins. They're here in the semis. Pain, however, going to be taking it to Nuke, which, you know, is a bit of a Brazilian place to be. We've already spoken about Bait sort of struggling on the maps that take a little bit more structure, a little bit more cohesion and coordination. But when it comes to the firepower, when it comes to just brute force, they're doing well. And you'll see Mirage as that decider. If we end up going all the way to 3, this is looking really good. I'm very excited from this veto, especially if you're a Bait fan.
Pain has been simmering for a while, and we've been watching them simmer. How do they turn it up to get to boiling?
Listen to their IGL. Big Uzera is probably one of the best IGLs out there, and he's been able to bring this group of young players, youngsters here, all the way to the semifinals. He's bringing them to the RMRs, and while you can't always give it to him, but I feel like he's guiding them very, very well. He's able to really create a lot of round differentials there. Sometimes he's the one that's rifling out there, but sometimes he's the one that's like stepping back. All right, I'm gonna let you go. Snow, you go out. Lux, you go out. Like, I really admire his skill and his tenacity, and if they listen to him, I feel like it's going to go great, especially on these maps. It's looking good for Pain.
Yeah, so far, statistically, you heard Mike mention in the interview, NQZ is currently the top-rated player. It's only been 2 maps, but for the CT side, 4 of the top 5 players are all Pain players, and then all 5 players are in the top 10.
Yeah.
So their CT side has been brutal so far this tournament, but then on the flip side, the T side is looking really good for Bait, but we'll get to that in a bit.
We will actually get to Bait right now, because I do believe that Nipple, I'm going to call him Nipple forever because it's funny, is going to be chatting to Mike to tell us how he's feeling coming into the semi-final.
I got the man Nipple with me, and he's rocking the headphones right now. What are you bumping?
To the music.
Well, what music?
It's a secret.
It's a secret. Secret codes being whispered in his ears. All right. Your young team, they've showed great composure. You guys pulled off massive wins yesterday, taking Eternal Fire twice in this event so far. Do you think you can take it all the way now?
Yeah, for sure. We beat the highest ranked team in this tournament. So yeah, I think we are capable of winning the tournament.
Now, what do you think it is about this team that's allowed you guys to keep that composure, right? Because it was the late round situations yesterday that seemed so impressive, where you've got a super experienced team in Eternal Fire on the other side, and you're outcomposing them, outlasting them in some of those late rounds. What do you think it is about this team that makes it special?
I think we were very calm, despite them wasn't calm. They were so nervous. We felt that in the game. They couldn't play their game. They played very passive. That's not their style, and we felt that. So that's why we win. They didn't play their game.
Do you think you're going to be able to do the same thing to Pain today?
I probably think yeah, because it's a Brazilian team. They're very hot blood. You know, they are very aggressive, and if they cannot play their game as like Eternal Fire, you know, it's probably will be the same game.
All right, well, I'll let you get back to the tunes. Good luck, man. What is he bumping? That's the question.
What is he bumping? We'll never know. We've had a lot of opportunity to see Bait the last 2 days. Obviously, Payne went through the upper bracket, 2 best of ones. Can't really talk much to that. But on the other side, we've watched a lot of this particular team. What is it that you like about what you've seen?
I really, really like a lot of it. I really like this team. I really like the look of it. But I do want to highlight Alex, our player to watch. I feel like he creates a lot of round situations that will create the winning round. He's an impact rifler, an entry fragger, and while that's mostly on T side, CT side, he does move into more of like a lurker role, not always being too aggressive, but he is a force to be reckoned with. He has crazy first bullet accuracy, and I really enjoy this player. He's not like the biggest rifler on the team, but he is one that they probably can't go without.
Yeah, there's been moments for every single one of these players on Bait where they've had incredible influence into getting into this position. Look, Essential, a few times. He's really low rated in terms of the stats, but he's still had that kind of impact in some crucial rounds, putting his body on the line for the team. The other people you need to talk about are the 3 that we've spoken about. So March, Captain Kurtka, Head Trick, and then of course Nipple. Those 3 have just been doing so much work for them. NPL outcalling everyone so far through the mid round. Even if it is just contact plays, a lot of dry mid aggression. I'm hoping we get to see a bit more of that today. Dust 2 is going to be a whole bunch of fun between them and Payne.
And that's where we first saw Bait having a lot of fun, having a lot of amazing gameplay. And it was NPL Nipple. We'll call him Nipple. How about that? That's what he wants to be called, actually. So I guess we have to. But that's where we first saw them go crazy, go wild. And that was against Eternal Fire, the top seed going into this. The fact that Payne brought that through, let that come through, I'm a little worried about it for them. But I got to put all my money on Bait.
Apples likes nipples. Mike likes nipples. Tea time. Yumi, do you like nipples?
Go Nipples! Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, I suppose. No, but I think what I'm really curious about, Michael, the conversation that I think that might have been forgotten in all the love of nipples out here, is Head Trick the best Ukrainian opera in the world right now?
Wow, yeah, that's definitely an interesting question, I guess.
Simple, last.
Wonderful.
Head Trick competing for finals.
Wonderful.
Is Wonderful playing for Kato? No, he's not.
What? I'm sorry, bro.
If you're not playing, okay, fine. Second.
You've lost me here. Don't make these wild claims. You're talking about, when we were in the group stage, you're hyping up Insani and Lukowski, best rifling pair. Oh, where'd they end up? Not in the playoffs. I'm not taking your word for it whatsoever. Listen,
I won't lie, I did kind of forget about Wonderful.
I do think a lot of the conversation coming into this game is all about the Master of Payne in Biguzera and the Master of Bait in NPL. Both of those players do have fantastic numbers put up for the squad. They're both space-taking in-game leaders, and I know Biguzera is now stepping away from that responsibility slightly, but he still has that flair to him. Both of these guys will lead from the front. They play very similar styles in that capacity. Often when we're thinking about in-game leaders not putting up those numbers, it's because they're playing further behind in packs and maybe going for later bursts into bomb sites. I want to see both of these fragging in-game leaders, fired up coming into this semifinal.
Especially when you consider that I love the fact Bait has leaned into their Dust 2 as well versus Payne, and this is a risky play to make because Biguzera, the second you have a very mobile, high fragging ability IGL on Dust 2, they can really take control of any sort of mid-aggression, both from CT and T side. But we saw a very well planned out Bait when we saw them obviously coming out versus Eternal Fire earlier on. Tournament favorites, they were the ones to knock them down to the lower bracket. If I can see that same Bait here, I can see them taking this one away.
Yeah, I mean, they beat Eternal Fire twice, and sure, it was a close shave coming out of those groups, but Bait have come here to play our second semifinal of ESL Challenger Katowice. We already have Seoul waiting in those finals. We have Payne versus Bait, and the first map in the series, Dust 2. Bait starting on that T side and already losing Alex at the very start of this pistol round. Biguzera on the board early.
Payne choosing to start on CT side, interesting enough. Oh. That feels good to be getting those headshots that way out, but Biguzera now flashbang forward will not be able to do too much with Captain Kurtka in his face. He's Payne with just a 2.
Yeah, Snow needed to be able to get a kill somehow on that cross, but they've been able to bridge into the bomb site. They can get the plant in, no problem. There is a smoke available here for Snow, but there will be no kits, no HEs, nothing that can actually finish off the job on Essential. And while Snow will start to get a little bit of space, Lux is down, and now Snow surrounded, overwhelmed. A good reaction out from Bait after losing their initial player. They wanted to get up short, but instead they take long control, and Pain can't do anything to slow that progression.
I'm also wondering about where we're obviously going to see, obviously the focus so much of it is going to be on NPL, it is going to be on the biggest era, but I'm also wondering about where exactly will NQZ land, right? On Dust 2, you can never understate the importance of an AWPer, and an NQZ needs to be activated early. Lux as well, a very critical player, comes through with 2 big frags right now in the Force Spy. Bane, not ready to give up this boast pistol too easily.
Yeah, Bait already put on notice. I mean, a man advantage being found by their opposition, and they'll be fearful rounding some of these corners. Biguzera Deeg on short, but he won't stick around to see whether he hits that shot or not. The immediate drop to spawn. The double HEs do tag him slightly. Molotov will be disruptive, has to be forced into a duel, and Katowice has actually been the one to hit a Deeg himself. Still man advantage held.
Smoke down, and yeah, Katowice taken away right now. Back to a 2 versus 2. It does feel like, despite the even numbers, some sort of security is restored. Very difficult for NQZ to do too much coming in from short. Same for Snow. Snow will actually be left very lonely down in CT. NQZ takes back a position in long, and that's where he did get to fire off a shot, but it's not quite on the mark.
Captain Kirka starting this game off hot. Back-to-back triple kills, but it's a little labored, and Snow has got it! Kirka needed to find that frag. Koina reload, didn't have the bullets to trade, and Alex also cannot tie it down. Snow is on this bomb in time. This is a steal by Pain.
Completely unexpected. I thought the second that NQZ doesn't manage to get the kill, he's going to be gone. This round is over.
Yeah.
Right? Even when you look over towards how the 2v2 is assembling, it doesn't feel like Snow should have any relevance unless Pain misstep, but instead they misshot, I guess.
Pain's baby-faced killer in with a 1 versus 2 where there was every reason to suspect that this would just be another Bait round, but that's a pretty tough one to lose. Still smiles there for Bait, even in the loss. It's early in the series. Mistakes will be made. It's about how you react after it.
Pain will be hoping to reassert versus this Force Spy. Bait come through with a lot of utility. They come through with all of the bells and whistles of a bomb plant and quite a few kills. Flash prepped up for NQZ. He's hoping that they don't have the Molotov to be able to flush him out without having to take the duels directly. And, well, he might be right. With the way these are being used, it feels more like an isolated fight to try and be made. So NQZ would have been safe with just a flashbang. Snow in the meanwhile. Position we saw Dupree on yesterday as well, but Snow picks up a frag. Only the one. Lux needs another double kill, and he will not find it. Essential puts him down.
They should be suspicious of this play, and NPL did this in the group stage all the same, but he gets his one and does a lot of damage onto NQZ as well. 2 versus 2, where NQZ surviving just barely. It's Katowice has to push the limits and caught between different fights and angles. There is no way NQZ continues forward. They may have won a 1v2 before, but this is too big an ask. Bait answering right back with a Force by themselves.
Is this what today is going to be like? I mean, after what we had on Ancient, right? After what we had between Saw and now all the Force by wins they were picking up, and they were losing, in all fairness, up against Monty. I'm all for it. Scrappy semifinals are the best.
Yeah, it's the team that wrangles all of those Force buys to their advantage or is somehow able to keep them from happening to them. That when we get to the finals, the play should be more refined. Could just get more chaos, but...
Wars of attrition are fun to watch. But will they continue over here? They will. Force buy out from Pain Gaming once again. They do feature a M4 saved over from the previous round, and let's see what NQZ wants to get done. But that initial long contest was the plan for the CT side. They've decided against it. Lux will be eking through. Pushes forward, getting ready for a flank.
Yeah, we won't have confirmation on numbers, but given the amount of presence, there will be suspicions, and the fact that there's nobody holding outside of long, Lux is, just going to try and keep them bottled in. They have Pain heavy rotated in support of this A-bomb site. NQZ, the one rifle brought forward, spammed through smoke.
Captain Kurtka good for another one on top of it all, so it feels like maybe the war of attrition will be laid to rest unless Katowice comes in with a 5-7. Meanwhile, Lux is coming in from behind. He was the one who actually started things off before as well. Remember, this M4 has bullets in it, and Katowice has picked up not just one kill, but could have been two. Trades won't matter. Lux comes in from the side, triple kill, and Lux has been the quiet feature of Pain. It feels like ever since inception.
It's 4 spy after 4 spy after 4 spy. We're just, no one can get a handle on these weapons or these fights. Even with Kurtka finding that double entry, some space could have been taken towards A, but with Pain having that heavy rotate, with Lux being able to activate on the flank, very, very well done there from Pain to limit the options for Bait to retreat, call it quits.
And that's the thing about Pain, right? There's so much of the conversation is focused around, oh my god, because Zera, you're looking towards Snow as a young talent. NQZ will always have conversation as an opper. But Lux and Katowice are these two pillars which also sometimes sprout out arms and start beating up anyone who tries to move past them. It's a very weird pillar, I won't lie to you, but it is deadly nonetheless.
What's been so good to see for Pain is that once they started the rebuild and bringing these younger, less experienced players around Big Uzera, there was even talk about, well, what does Big Uzera do next? How does he bring a roster back up? And then they make the major, and ever since then, Katowice and Lux have both leveled up significantly. Confident play style. They always had some crisp mechanics to them, but sometimes would play a little passive. They don't make that same hesitation anymore. Pain are a fast-acting team. But can they act fast against another 4 spy?
Trends seem to dictate no.
Yeah, well, at least the early damage exchange, NPL's on 3 HP. Lux did survive an earlier duel as well. So no loss of life, but it's not far off.
I am still getting scared though, because at the same time, Katowice is out on long corner. Mid to B smoke might start to move Big Uzera back down to CT. So basically the one duel that they need to win if Bait start to proceed up short is against NQZ. And NQZ's been good about not giving them that duel. He's also got 2 flashes to delay. If there isn't a Molotov out for Goose, this should be A-okay. Big Uzera's given him the call out. The flashbang comes through. And now NQZ needs to swing. They're not fully blinded, but they're not looking at him either. NQZ picks up 2, makes it 3.
And Big Uzera is able to chime in all the same as well. Finally, an end to the 4 spy shenanigans, and it's an NQZ quad kill that will lock down this A-bomb site. Committed to all one philosophy, Bait playing as a pack, but unable to respond, unable to trade. Fantastic reaction. And also, you even saw Big Uzera hovering inside of spawn, I think also as a contingency in case Bait tried to go for that B play where they drop NPL down again. Catching up to the tricks and not losing a single body. This will stabilize their economy and will send Bait into a save.
And Michael, I mean, just to continue on what you were saying earlier on about Pain, right? I'll come clean. Before the RMR, I saw Big Uzera was calling. I'm like, wait, he was a star player.
Yeah.
Why is he calling? This team is doomed. This team's not going to do anything. Where's this team going to go? This team is right now contending to be the best in their region.
Yeah.
I've never been happier to eat my words. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, but you do have some pretty horrendous takes,
yeah,
so I feel like you have to do that.
Fine Donk is good, man. Okay, I was wrong. You call a superstar once in a lifetime generational player bad one time. Well, this should be easy pickings, and indeed it is. Lux is denied of his ace. As satisfying as that would have been to see. But Hedrick unlikely to find any more damage. Bullets were running out in the magazine, and with that, it is a 4-2.
Yeah, that was the full save, so it's nice for Lux that he's able to lap up those frags. I think just go quickly down 1 for 1. There's just so many different pieces I can activate. That's a big fist.
He just comes out of the corner. It's like, oh, ooh, ooh.
There's so many different pieces I can activate here for Pain. Snow was that young player, young star player brought into the roster. Starting a little slow, but the rest are showing up. NPL, a nice opener over towards Long. There's a wall of smokes down, though, so Big Uzera inside of the pit, they will be very conscious of that. He threw utility as well. He'll take a timing, but Alex will rip his head clean off, so 2 openers for that Long control.
They still have to scale up into the bomb site up against the AWP with only 2 flashes. Now that is maybe not completely concerning as long as you're able to get behind the wall of smokes and try and go single file, but let's be honest, single file itself is kind of scary. So is NQZ. That's an ill-advised peek, baby. Don't try it at home. NQZ, he's made as a professional, but that's what Hedrick is as well. What could have been a big advantage for Vayne now instead is a 3-on-2 in the favor of Bait. Nade goes deep, won't be doing too much. Hedrick will turn around and take over the bomb site.
Good nade there from Snow, some decent damage, but unless they find a kill through smoke, it's going to be hard to see a way they come back in. Flash a little late, and Lux jumping the gun, but Snow once again thrust in the clutch. A 1v3 made 2. And with all these smokes that are down, he can be a bit sneaky with it. They'll understand he can make his way up that ramp. And while Captain Kirka fights, Hedrick hides, and he'll swing off that contact. A triple kill there for Hedrick, and while it got scary for a moment, when NQZ has that unobstructed line, he did need a triple for that to somehow fall the way of Pain. It is so curious to see Bait just going in and playing these rounds with very one-track mind philosophies. They are playing as a pack continuously. They are not spreading out. They are not defaulting. They just keep on challenging together, hoping to trade.
That shot from Hedrick is pretty crazy.
Oh, I mean, most of them were.
Especially considering that at that distance, AK inaccuracy is also really annoying.
Yeah, it can be a factor.
Drive-by information, that's all I need. Because they're not overly keen to recontend with the head that was spotted. That's NQZ's job. Playing in from short. A lack of a flashbang and how fast this man's hands have been could be difficult, but his hands are too fast there. Too fast to pull out an incendiary. Gives out the bomb site. Is there a way to get back in? That's the question.
The timing there was just awful. Lux has actually gotten a kill with his orb. Captain Kirka peeking over the railing. And so Lux has brought it back to 4-on-4. This time there is someone that is separated from that pack here for Bait. They will be able to siphon rotates.
Sentinel was the one separated, but he's been taken away. Pain are certainly considering this, especially with the grenade going forward. Hedrick weakened up. Incendiary to stop them off, though, is going to be troublesome. Hedrick gets himself a path of retreat back. Kawis will be the main point of contact, but he has to contact into an AWP. That op has missed a shot, and Alex is the one to compensate still. Pain looking to commit because Zera found a good angle. He wants to continue forward. NPL buying time, buying space, but when the smoke is finishing, he shoots right through it!
That was an insane reaction there from NPL, but Pain committing to that retake a little late. They spend a lot of time helping to clear out the lurker. They're throwing util, they're getting siphoned by a Molotov, a smoke down on short as well. So much to stall the progress of Pain coming back, and even with those nice kills there from Big Uzera, even for him, he would have had to be the one that gets his way into the side, and there wasn't the time to do so. A round of timings.
Dude, these shots from Bait are just a reminder. A reminder of what tomorrow looks like.
Tomorrow?
Yeah. Like the future of Counter-Strike, not the actual tomorrow.
I was like, wait a second, we finished the tournament today.
Let's hope so. Unless Neo and Scriv are in for a very rude awakening. What? We have 25 overtimes? No, but it's certainly one of these moments where between Pain and Bait, it does feel like you're watching the future of their regions compete. Pain, who have gone from being for a lot of people on the outside, especially a non-consideration, to one of the most exciting, if not the most exciting team out of Brazil. Bait as well have gone from every analyst's cute talking point to every Redditor's cute talking point, and now it feels like they're on the brink of maybe carving their actual story for themselves.
Yeah, and you know, it's not to be discredited. Bait have players that have had a chance to, you know, work with big organizations. You know, NPL and Headtrick got their small flashes in the pan and didn't maybe impress as much as you would have expected, given, you know, we have so many young up-and-coming players that break into the scene and really do make a mark. For them, this is a comeback journey, and there was always the talk about, you know, if there was going to be a Ukrainian player picked up in particular, Bait would be the perfect team to look at. I mean, Captain Kirka started this game off fantastically. You see the type of firepower he can put up. Alex as well as another that can serve as a big influence.
And that's a good thing about Bait right now, right? Like, as a national team that is still pretty young, that is recently put together, that lost one of their big players in Wrinkle as well, you don't really look at them and think, oh yeah, this guy could be clearly upgraded. It's more like every single roster move you could go for, it feels like it would be a risk. And that's where Pain stand as well. Unless you're getting like a godlike entity to join in, and even then, you've seen how that one goes. Shout out to, what, NIP, Falcons? Doesn't always go well.
Yeah, airdropping big stars has its complications.
As might this round with Katowice's boost. If they want to try and come back in, because Zera can still duck behind cover, he should be first contact, but he's decided against it. Uses his utility, starts to go back. Katowice makes sure no one is shooting past it, and he's been left alone.
A very static round from both squads. Pain have been very quick to react in prior rounds where Bait have played that pack style, but Pain are also not reading too much into that early conditioning. It's a decent nade there from Big Uzera, timed well, just as Bait round the corner to short.
Katowice lies in wait. Makes up the one, can't make it two. NPL there to trade, so is NQZ. And now more concerned with Long, but NPL will wait for his teammates, not long enough. NQZ given another chance for a triple, and it's another miss, but Big Uzera this time is here to take over and compensate. Headtrick could have lined them up, but can't even get the one.
I have to say, NQZ is doing a lot right now. Some fantastic shots on that AWP, and it hasn't always resulted in round wins, but it is a force to be reckoned with going towards that A bomb site, especially if NQZ is going to continuously play from that position. It may start pushing Bait in these last couple of rounds in the half towards the B bomb site instead. I mean, there was a chance for NQZ to come away with a triple.
Lux out in the open, fully blinded up, and Sentinel will take him down, but do they know Katowice is sitting right around the corner? Great damage onto the third as well, but it's the 2 kills that put Pain in a slightly more comfortable position.
Look at the reaction. Pain are, again, trying to contain players over towards Long. NQZ is probing through mid with the AWP.
Terrifying to receive back, but what a miss, NQZ! He's hit every single long-range, close-range, difficult shot. Felt like that one was a sitter, and he might be regretting this one more than most. Lose this round for Pain, and your money is not in a good place at all. Snow knows it as well. He's there to step up, but it's back to a 1v1. Alex and Big Uzera to fight it out. Oh, Alex burns himself, and that could be a critical mistake. The grenade doing barely any damage in Big Uzera revealing position. He knows that Alex has to be the one to make the move, and Alex is thinking of making a move back to B. Or if not B, maybe long, but still, short is certainly put off the options.
Yeah, BiguZera should start to think about the idea of him even flanking back through mid, but yeah, Alex is repositioning to long, so BiguZera will be stuck CT. Him taking a risk and walking out is a near impossible challenge. But Alex might have to use his smoke just to attain this cross, given he's on that low health, even if it is that headshot angle. But his timing's good.
He's able to completely circumnavigate. The smoke would not have been giving him too much safety, but maybe this grenade from BiguZera, if it leaves his hand, that could be troublesome. He's moved past the Molotov. Alex doesn't know. Alex is now concerned about a short push from BiguZera. With how Pain have been playing for information, that wouldn't be a bad call, but he's wrong about it. BiguZera comes in from behind and puts him down.
I mean, big double from Snow. Cows, of course, re-attaining some of that long control and just softening up those players, getting a double himself. But Snow on short in a 2-on-3, where they just saw BiguZera cross back to that B bomb site. They try to throw some misdirection, and then Snow being able to wrangle it into a 1-versus-1, teeing up BiguZera quite nicely. But as soon as you saw Alex throw that Molotov in through spawn, you could kind of tell he also misread the timing that he might have been able to hit. Fantastic stuff from the in-game leader of Pain. The clutches just seem to keep on coming up Brazilian.
And base economy is not looking good at all. 2 Tech-9s, a Mac-10. And AK is their only big boy friend. Deep Molotov dissuading NQZ, and look, he's also been put away from his favorite. BiguZera couldn't move back and recover the op. Didn't have time to do so, given where NQZ lost it. A deep grenade is fantastic. Alex and NPL feeling the pain, and not just that, they're feeling Lux's bullets. NPL will at least have the ability to recover that rifle, make this more competitive, but when they're looking away, Lux is going to have the easiest shots of his life. Sure, he's also put down, but the problem is not his death, the problem is the lack of players on B.
Hedrick has to cross. He has to get this bomb into the site while that smoke is still up, and yeah, he'll retreat into it. They will take control of this B bomb site, they will have a plant, and a Molotov will keep BiguZera at bay.
Hedrick spots him out. He knows what the call is, but his Sentinel's already lost his life. Hedrick alone. 1-versus-3. First duel found. 2 more, and he feels like he knows where they're coming in from, but repositions. And now NQZ starts to second-guess himself. He's been fantastic on the AWP, but now he's got no information at all. He tries to stick the defuse, but it will not work. Bait once again, even the scoreline. The forced buy wars continue, and the second half will maybe even hold more of the same. Let's find out after a break.
A 6-6 half of 4 spies and clutches, a couple attained by Pain, but then also you have the head trick 1 versus 3 to get them back to this even keel. Now the second half of Dust 2, our first map in this series between Bait and Pain. Remains to be seen whether that 4 spy wars continue or whether it will be a little bit more straight shooting, a bit more standard.
Given the way the day has gone, I would probably edge towards the former.
Bring the chaos, bring the headshots. That's what Dust 2 does the best.
And that's what Glocks look to do as they scale up long. Pain will have the smoke to cross and no one on the side to actually deny it regardless, so the bomb will go down uncontested. Bait, we're ready for this. That's what the kid is here for. But they also have to be careful. Lux has a very late lurk that's being set up to try and come through and flank into them from short. He might even be able to find that kid over here. That would be disastrous if he does. Misses the chance and he decides to play Trigger Discipline instead because Zera's found Captain Kurtka. Everyone else is in short, and while Lux looks for presence in CT, he'll be sorely disappointed. Bait are scaling back into the A side because Zera's the one picking up numbers, and QZ and Snow are there to close as well, and Lux doesn't even know what he's missed.
QZ's just thinking this is business as usual. I was defending the A-bomb site for almost all the rounds on CT side. So you end up in a post plant where they start scaling up short and he hits some lovely shots. Sure, Lux might have missed his timing, but as soon as these 4 players go up after the flash, there wasn't a whole lot left in the tank. This time no force buy here from Bait, not when the scoreline's close, not when they're on that CT side. But now the challenge will be, do Pain read into that? Would they anticipate it? I think it's out of the ordinary for Bait in their buying patterns.
And as much as we might talk about how the CT economy is so important, you have to win against all these anti-ecos. If that last round from Bait will tell you anything, yeah, T-side economy can break down pretty fast as well. So even this round is a gimme. You want to do it clean. Now, listen, this is also where, for Bait, a little bit of confidence would go a long way. Remember, their T side is where they found most of their success versus Eternal Fire. CT side, things did start to be a little bit more sweaty. You did start to miss out on some opportunities. It did feel like NPL was still going for some pretty desperate plays at times.
Oh, that's not ideal, but it's the last person in the pack. Big Uzera was late to rendezvous with the rest of the squad. They can't really protect this AK, but they do get the read. They understand that Bait have left that A-bomb site vacant. They pushed together for information through B. They knew what was up, but they didn't exactly have the weaponry to contest, so getting away and saving that AK will be job as far done as they could have hoped for. No one will even really foray or look for anything extra.
If Hedrick gets one more kill, he can afford an AWP without armor.
That is true.
Feels like throwing yourself out that might be worth it, but also, do you really want the AWP without armor? Always the other conversation. Pain comfortably take themselves to 8. We will not be initiating the wars of attrition, not yet, at least. That might come later.
Yeah, and a nice economy build around there for Pain. It was a little slow building. There was a timing. If Bait had maybe been 2 seconds quicker, they could have found a couple of kills in mid. That would have thrown a lot more chaos in. And no problem sticking the landing.
Quick word with their coaches. They do try and recalibrate for Bait. This is their first gun run as you move forward. There's so many options on CT side in Dust 2, and it feels like it will have to be done through a rifler. And if it's ever anyone to do it, maybe NPL is the one you look towards.
It's also, do Pain play slow enough? Do they play defaults? Bait have been the more active team. Of course, on that T side, you have more options to do so. Sometimes it is spawn dependent. But here on CT, I don't expect that much to change. They will want to drive initiative where they can. Chance there for NQZ on the scout, but nothing will be tagged. The Bait start with a pretty traditional setup. Long control taken, no real presence being put by the Brazilians. A pretty good smoke over towards those B tunnels. Looks like they're set up for a quick B-side siege.
Blowing up in the smoke, and that will be the faster play you were worried about. As Sentil should have been worried as well. Alex is the only one able to pick up a kill. And he's trying to buy some more time, but Katowice fully scaling upwards, buys a bit more space. He moves into the side, takes down Alex, and with that, this bomb site is in possession of the Brazilian side, and Bait will not be looking to contest in court.
Yeah, I mean, they have kits, they have util, but with Hedrick being so low, and with how quickly this site was taken, they also will anticipate that Pain have quite a lot of utility that could help stall out the retake attempt. So, not a terrible decision here to call it quits, but Pain setting up for that B burst. A nice show of force. I think that was too easy to anticipate. There's even a chance for Big Zero to find a kill in mid when they were committing to this site.
Bait will find their 9th, and Bait will be able to buy in the next round, but again without the AWP. And that is always the concern when you're saving in the second half of CT. It feels like you're just letting the opponents get closer and closer to a quick little match point, quick 11th round where you feel like the odds are insurmountable, and that's when your first op comes into play. And we saw what that op can do in the hands of NQZ.
Yeah, it'll feel weird not to prioritize that. NQZ has no problems though. He'll be uncontested at those distances. I mean, to be fair, I think most of this map that has been the case.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many T-side ops coming out from Bait either.
I don't think we saw any for Hedrick, if I'm not mistaken.
He didn't buy them. He might have saved in one round, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, through decoy. Actually, no, you are correct. He did have it on T, but I do believe it was saved over. Either way, we didn't see a lot of impact with it either.
Yeah.
Biggest round for Hedrick was the 1 versus 3 at the end of the half.
Well, he might be given a chance to have a big round now as well. They're heading over towards his bomb site. And he's going to be revealing his head early on, losing a lot of that life. Lux closing the distance. That grenade could be finishing him off, but NPL has found NQZ. In the meanwhile, Captain Kurtka also making his way over, and between him and Hedrick, it's only Katowice left. Katowice can at the very least look for damage, but even that will evade him. Fantastic adjustment from Bait. Captain Kurtka called back over, and a good flash to delay the short rush for long enough.
Yeah, just good synergy between the players as well. Both of them willing to fight. Of course, with one being committed into the site itself, it's almost impossible to play it too... I mean, if you try and play it safe there, you will get cleared. They will scale through into Goose, and you know they're maybe pre-aiming towards long, but they will see you. So both on the same page about fighting just as they rounded the elbow to the site. Captain Kurtka has had many a multi-kill in this map. It's not every round, but when it rains, it pours.
It's been left completely empty for Bait. Alex has been given the duty of jump spotting out from B. It is hardly enviable. NPL watching for a duel to be taken as well, but one mid to B smoke starts to make him feel very worried. In the meanwhile, though, bomb will have been dropped into short. Now, I do wonder whether Katowice will be given a chance to take a fight up against Captain Kurtka. He feels like the most logical person to go out for information, but it's also the most dangerous person. NPL might choose to let himself be a priority instead. That smoke in mid to B is about to finish up. And the fake call into short, or maybe it's not even fake, maybe you want to jump over and into CT. That's been made. Deep Molotov comes out, NPL loses the duel to Lux's Mac 10, and Alex is no longer jumping back and forth. He's relying on Essential to cover up his doors, and Alex swings out late, but he'll be taken down too fast. NQZ was covering it off, and Essential, position known, located away. NQZ's off continues to ring uncontested, even if Hedrick has one of his own.
Yeah, I mean, they just bypass. They just go straight into this A bomb site, and I love the call here from Payne. Molotov down into CT spawn, just as well as they have the util sailing out through short. They are trying to dislodge any potential player just sitting inside of spawn, looking to disrupt a mid-B split. I think Essential had utility, though, out from Car, and he was more worried about revealing his position than setting up his teammate to stop the progress up that B ramp, and it felt like he kind of had to facilitate that play.
This is a dead head trick. Might be able to find a kill, but even that evades him. Also, I mean, just NQZ sitting away inside middle for so long when there could have theoretically been a rotation coming in from A, moving through that smoke and just shooting him down. That in itself is commendable. Great timings from Payne, and the call is fantastic.
I think Essential had 2 flashes and either a smoke or a Molotov, but it actually could have done a lot, I think, to help save that bomb site. He will try and make use of his util now, especially because he's been tagged on the cross. NQZ looking for a timing shot out towards long, and Nate will blow open the smoke, but he will see nothing. Cross has already been made by the captain. And they're leaving a lot of responsibility on NPL and Captain Kurka's shoulders.
Head trick. Could be given a free shot over here. Would really ease the burden, but with the smoke down, it's the timing of the grenade that really makes a difference, and it will not be timed well enough.
Alex has another one.
Will it be used though? Yeah, again, both those grenades to try and give Hedrick a chance to find a kill in through that smoke, but neither one of them will be achieving their mark. NPL continues to play further ahead. NQZ covers off what could be a cross in. When that smoke blooms, he has to be careful because that's where Hedrick wanted to peek in from behind it. He was trained on the angle. Hedrick decides not to contest him because of that. Flashbang overhead. Hedrick ducks in behind the smoke. NPL good for the first kill. Time running down low, and Alex will spot out Biguzero, but Biguzero's retreat guaranteed already. The CT is aggressing in through short. NQZ will shut them down. Rotate back to B. Payne once again jigging it over to Essential's bomb site, and he is so low, so uncomfortable. They've left NQZ behind to cordon off rotations, but the debris angle is so dangerous. Essential, a chance given over, and he's receiving bullets. Snow will put him down. 10 seconds, that's how long he has to plant the bomb, but he's lost his teammate in the meanwhile. NPL never left short, and although the bomb is down, Snow in this 1 versus 2 will be able to force them away. He knows they're both coming from this angle. He knows his bomb site and tunnels should be unoccupied unless NPL had thunder-footed his way forward. But he's not worried about that possibility. He's worried about the flashbang. Turns away, and the spray can't continue.
Yeah, that was a smoke for the tunnels, so he's turning from util that actually wouldn't cause him to be blind, but a nice trade out from NPL just to secure this round, gets his hands back on that AWP, and I love the reaction there from Bait. They realized they were going to be stretched too thin on trying to hold long and short, so they just double on one position. It's what a lot of CT sides will do, but given that they started with long control, they started with deep short territory, I wasn't sure that they'd be able to link up like that, even with the round coming so damn close. Really nice that Essential, after getting tagged at the very start of the round, is still able to produce the goods, get his kill before falling on B. But Bait played almost like a hinge setup, where if one player is fighting, another will swing. If one falls, there's an immediate possibility to get an answer right back. They're always trying to read ahead of the play, and that will benefit you, but can also work to your disadvantage at times, especially if Pain play with that slower pace.
Which so far has been a priority for them. Maybe this round will be different. Maybe this round will come down to an adventuring party being sent down middle, out through the B doors into treacherous T-side waters. Alex on the other side. A hip not exposed, but a foot has been. He gets one for free, and he knows there's more where that came from. Even baits up the shot in the middle. NQZ will put him down, but is it too late?
Essential has a lot to cover. Might need to be another smoke down here for Pain if they really want to continue feigning presence. It has likely been picked up by a CT player, but NPL falls to his death. Descending those stairs a little hard, and the landing is even harder. Smoke to spawn, it's Essential left caught between two angles. He'll get sandwiched. Captain Kirkus flank, it is fast. He will be able to maybe suss out this mid lurker. But Essential needs his one. UMP won't quite cut it. Kawa is able to get the trade, and once again, NQZ dislodged from his lurking AWP.
And with Kawa's HP where it is, you just can't live. If NQZ continues to be found out, it feels like Bait have found his number. They know exactly what to look for in these late rounds. They're assuming that NQZ will be the one to be cutting off rotations, will be lacking that flexibility of a rifle. And so far, that call's been paying off.
Yeah, I mean, but it's not like there weren't rifles at his disposal in through mid. You know, he lost 2 members in this position. If that was really going to weigh you down, you know, you're 3 versus 3, where I think they make a good read on how those CTs are going to be positioned. Can't have ego about it. And while NQZ had a stellar first half, now Hedrick answering with his AWP in a straight duel. Is against the scout the other side. It's not quite fair, but even then, Lux isn't scared off. Glock of Biguzer won't find much. There is damage being done to these CTs, just not all the kills with it.
It's nice, but Lux is really not going to have a chance over here to use that scout to find anything more. Pain might be sacrificing the ability to have an AWP in the next round, although they might not have had one anyway, to be fair. Yeah, I think they wouldn't have, so I wouldn't hate it if Pain just went for a half buy here because of how much they've been prioritizing the AWP as well. Just a faster play, something to change up the pace when the Bait side might not be expecting it. They might not have the right read on the economy either.
But are Pain playing this slow because they have that AWP? I think there's also justifications for Pain to try and speed things up slightly. Scout for NQZ in this round, so keeping to scoped weaponry. It'll be insufficient to take a straight fight to Hedrick, not unless it's a headshot given. Once again, it's just slow spread map control here for Pain. Bait have had an emergence of success in defense of it. Not sure whether or not Alex is going to stick around. Boosted up NPL, throws that smoke, and yeah, he'll play close to those doors after that smoke has given him that extra ground. It's a good crossfire built in through mid if Pain are going to start moving that direction, especially if they're posturing up themselves for a B split.
At the same time, you're still dealing with incredibly healthy B-side players and not a lot of time to overcome them. You don't have more than just the one player on the B split, so it's going to be a 4-on-2 going into the site, into a crossfire as well. This is not an easy round. And with 35 seconds left, going out for that one. Molotov is nice. It tries and forces away the crate, but it's Alex to find one, waiting for his Central to swing out. He doesn't even need him. Double kills apiece, and both of them feel 1v2 still. They keep 4 alive. Pain are on just the one. 15 seconds left, and Viguzera knows he doesn't have a chance in this round.
Yeah, I mean, you're forced to save in this position. A great shutdown there from Bait. 2 players inside of that B bomb site. They're able to get ahead of the utility. Even with that Molotov that's down, they still aren't anticipating Alex to be in that spot. They don't clear for him specifically. And even though the flash is caught Essential, I thought Alex was going to get traded and that the setup on B was going to get dislodged because of the fact that Essential ate the flash. But the fact that he went in for the staggered timing instead actually works to his benefit. Support util came out from his team in time. No smiles just yet. Bait know the job is not done. Pain will have that 1 AK saved over via Viguzera. Katowice is committed to the Deagle as well, but this is a light investment from Pain.
And it comes through without flashes either. You're purely relying on aim, and look, they do have it, but it's not like Bait have been any slouches, and Hedrick's just been heating up as well. These CT side contests through middle, he's consistently been taking them and winning them. Now, Viguzera out in the open will get 1, yes, but loses his gun. It is recoverable, or at least it would have been if there wasn't flame on it. That seems like a safety hazard, and NPL is hoping to add more hazards to the fray. They move forward, they take the AK, but NPL takes their lives. NQZ all alone, 1v3. A feat which Hedrick was able to overcome. But can NQZ offer anything of the same? He's making so much noise coming down, and Captain Kurtka will give them map point.
Yeah, I mean, he tried to reposition with that smoke, but there is no way to silent drop onto those boxes. The distance is too great. And as soon as he made that step, immediate recognition, gets shot in the back, and he couldn't see anything as well. He was still gray screen from the top side of the smoke. I'm loving this continual pressure that Bait are applying in middle, and when they're not finding opportunities with that HE blowing open the mid smoke, they are very frequently having a secondary player there on another break, and then they'll fall back into the crossfire. But that's why Hedrick has been able to find that impact.
It's also really nice to see, because across the tournament so far, whenever we've seen Dust2, it feels like middle has been a largely neglected area for the CT side. We've seen so many 2-0-3 splits, both from Bait, Eternal Fire, and anyone else who might be playing it. I started second-guessing myself. I'm thinking, do people just not peek down middle with the AWP? Hedrick is showing me that, you know what, they still do.
Yeah, it's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's Bait's.
And that's exactly what he was doing right here. NQZ is hoping to get a better angle, and Hedrick will continue to push the envelope.
Just adding some variety to his peaks as well, especially because Pain have been going for the boost play to try and get that mid-fight. Whether it's been a scout or an AWP, they have been challenging Hedrick.
Grenade to open it up. Alex, AK at the ready. Lux has been tagged up as well. And in the meanwhile, there's more grenades where that came from. They want to use those effectively and just make sure that Hedrick has another sight length, but they decide against it. They're more worried about a short push. Now, this is one of the first times Pain has been re-aggressing in through long this late into the round, and Captain Kurtka is no less aware. Waits for the peak to come through, but Katowice overruns him. Pain even check for the crossfire. It is decent, but NPL will have to be the one to actually bring this advantage back. Flash is good, but not good enough.
That's a big reaction in from Viguzera. Flash is great as well. Hedrick full blind. And so Pain will have uncontested frags. Fantastic shooting from Katowice. But the double kill from Viguzera, it will have a ripple effect. Bait have low money on a couple of players, and sure, there's a lot in reserve for Alex and Essential, but they will opt to hold on to these AKs. But Pain are on the hunt.
They might not be able to hold on to them. Essential peeks out, gets 1, gets 2, and he's gets got.
I don't know that it's as worth it here for Pain as they think. They're thinking 2-on-5, given the success they've had on the CT side. Why are they saving? Their money must be broken.
You have to keep 2 players alive. That's the thing. For the Pain side. You can lose one of these and you're fine. But they decide against it. Would have been a little bit of mental math and juggling back and forward.
There was going to be money to buy, regardless of what happened in that round. Maybe one player would have been shortchanged, but they would have been able to get the AWP out. M4's out as well. They will still have those HEs to blow open the mid-smoke.
I think the other thing that I do really like about this round, though, from Pain is that we haven't seen them pressure long for so much time, unless it's an early P from NQZ, which frankly hasn't really borne fruit very often. Bait have been very good about dodging long pressure, and, well, Pain have not been very good about exerting it in the late round. Beyond keeping a lurker there to make sure they can't be flanked, it's been very little presence until now.
The Pain are taking the conservative approach on this T side. They are not working off of spawns. They are constantly trying to take these areas in later rounds. They want mid control, they want short, and then they can think about long. Then they can think about the B tunnels. Oh, that's just a timing shot there from NQZ. The tag onto Essential, that actually could be... That could have big repercussions in a late round finish, especially if Pain gravitate to that B bomb site like they have in prior rounds.
At the same time for Bait, they are looking to explore in through middle once again. Maybe not this time. Alex been given a huge responsibility, but the problem is that over on the B bomb set, you really only have one player and he's got 19 HP. So if Pain, like you said, go there, it's not even just the HP, it's the fact that so often they're leaving lurkers in middle to cover off the track, so because of that, Bait will always have slower rotations as well. But for now, it feels like the call from Bait could not be better unless Pain decide to reroute through middle, and that might still be the case. That's where the bomb is going. Alex manages to catch out one, but is there more where that came from? Yes, there is. A 5-on-2 now, and Bait want to close it here and now. Only Snow remains, and the babyface assassin left without a bomb.
You won't have the time to play this round this slow. 3 more players, and they safeguard that package. They know that Snow has to come to them.
He's peeking forward. It has to be the kills. It's kills or nothing, and it looks like nothing. Bait looking to close out on their own map pick. Dust2 has given them so much so far in the tournament, and it's giving them a pathway to the grand finals.
Yeah, fantastic map. Just constantly back and forth between Pain and Bait. There were definitely problems dealing with force buys in that first half. There were clutches aplenty as well here on Dust2. But when push comes to shove, even with players in the wrong position to anticipate the B split, they were ready to greet them in that final round of regulation. Fantastic calling, some good initiative taken. They were definitely the more active team in the map. And on Dust2, that is a virtue.
But the pathway is not enough. You need to take away your opponent's map pick as well. Let's not forget Bait. They had their shaky moments as well. NQZ looked like he was stellar too. This is a team that has come to play in Pain, and sure, it goes to the very distance, but that's where they lose out on it. That's where their veterancy is supposed to carry them through. That's when their leadership is supposed to show, but instead it was Bait all the way.
But you definitely saw both teams doing homework about each other, reading into tendencies, understanding what the conditioning was. They definitely read heavily into how their opponent wanted to play. But did this play out how we expected? I ask the desk instead.
You know, Apples was very insistent on the player to watch for this series. She said, I want it to be Alex. And then we see him there in the last round doing the business. What was it about him that impressed you so much leading up into this? And what has impressed you about him now in this particular map?
So in the first day when they started playing, I feel like he was a player that people would overlook. He would be getting some frags, some things here, but they were always impact kills. They were always entry kills, or they were always denying kills, like keeping them outside of sights. Here, I feel like he did almost exactly the same thing that he needed, but he was locking down that B site so much, taking that away from Pain, finding new angles that he could go to, jumping up on the boxes underneath CT on that last round. That was genius. I don't think we've seen them do that before. That was just something new, something crazy, because they're like, oh, they're pushing lower. Might as well do something here, a little funky for the end round. It was a little worrying in the beginning when they first started their CT round. I feel like they were still playing a little bit more passive, letting Pain take the pace there, getting a lot more rounds on them. But once they were able to get rounds more in their control, play a little bit more creatively, it was great.
Yeah, funnily enough, it all sort of started when they when Pain started to go towards that B side a little more, the B side retakes are usually pretty hard to make happen, but, you know, getting a couple of picks, the B side anchor going really, really hard when he needed to was solid there. And the fact that Bait were able to make this comeback happen after Pain were so close, taking it all the way to the end of regulation, that was beautiful. Last round as well, you could see that that was all boiled down to the amount of times that Pain had gone to the B side. That's why you saw Bait go so heavily for the defense over towards A. As you mentioned, Alex boosted up in CT, perfect position, perfect read on exactly what Pain were potentially going to be throwing at him, and Bait won it right at the end. You could cut this one with a knife. It could have gone either way. And Bait now in a great position to potentially make it to the grand finals, but I don't think Pain looked too worried at the end, and that's because they know that they have Nuke coming up next.
I am curious, when you take a look at both of these lineups and we see how close it was, when it comes down to raw firepower, Mac, we can see the stats there. We know what happened in this map. But if you were to use your eye test from what you've seen, who do you think has more firepower? Is it Bait or is it Pain?
I don't know. It's both right now. Everyone's doing everything. You got a deviation of what, like 6-7 kills between the top performer on one team and the bottom performer on the other team. Everyone's firing up today. Everyone wants to make it all the way to the grand final. And Dust 2, you need to be hitting your shots. You need to be playing with your team. And both teams did that, which is why the scoreline was so tight.
I'll go and I'll choose a side. I feel like, I do like Bait, and I do really love how they showed themselves on their CT side here, but Pain went into their T side without any question. They were ready to get it done, ready to keep going. They were taking space without giving any respect to Bait. And while Bait was able to figure out a way to come back from that, the firepower that was there, the headshots that were there, was absolutely all on Pain's side.
Yeah, as you can see as well, we did call for this package for NQZ. It was more planned if Pain were going to close it out. They didn't end up closing it out, but throughout the earlier rounds of the game, throughout the point where they got up to the 10 or so rounds, he was putting on a crazy performance.
Yes.
And head-to-head, both these AWPers had crazy influence. I'd argue NQZ was the better AWPer here, but Headtrick's on the team that won.
Yeah, I feel like Headtrick didn't play too much of an aggressive opper. Like NQZ, I feel, is more of like, okay, I will go take space. I will go make space. Headtrick is more of like holding an angle, figuring out, all right, this is how I can make this place safe for my team. I can hold this one spot, which he did well. He was overrun a couple times, but NQZ was the better opper here in terms of what was needed to get done.
And funnily enough, it's on Dust 2 where we've seen Headtrick sort of, I wouldn't say even fell off here. He just didn't have that kind of impact that he's had on some other maps.
Yeah.
So keep your eyes on him moving into Nuke, moving into Mirage later on if we end up getting there, because that's where he's going to shine.
So Mike is obviously on the ground in ESL, in Katowice, in the ESL offices where all these players are competing. Mike, what have you got for us? Had a chance to chat to any of the coaches between the maps?
I did. I chatted with Rix from Pain. He said he thought they came in a little flat to Dust 2. They liked the energy a lot better after some of the timeouts, but it may have just been a little too late. Still going into Nuke, it's been their pick for 2 years, a very long time. It's a place of comfort for them. It's somewhere they like to play. So they're confident that they're coming into that Nuke, that it's going to be a little bit of an ace in the hole, and that they should be just fine in this series.
I tell you what, Mike, I'm going to ask you a question now, seeing as you share on the desk. The fact that Pain has played so much of Nuke, do you think that that puts Bait in a favorable position because there's a lot of tape on this team?
No, I mean, both of them play an absurd amount of Nuke. Bait just play an absurd amount of every map, it feels, online. So tape-wise, I think there's a lot of film out about both of them, but this is going to come down to who's activating the server right now.
Mad skills there. He is a stage host, a desk host. He is an interviewer, and now he's an analyst as well. Thanks, Mike. We'll check in with you a little bit later. Let's just jump off the back of what Mike was saying, though, and it kind of leads into my firepower question, because I'm in agreement with Apples. I think Pain, when it comes to raw firepower, might have the upper hand here.
Yeah.
If you are Bait, what do you need to do moving on to Nuke, moving on to these other maps, to make sure that you can shut that firepower down as best as you can, other than shooting them first?
I think it's just about, setting your expectations, knowing that in this map in particular, you're going to be an even heavier underdog. Give it your best crack, see what you can do moving into the next. Pain, they've had their best performances so far on their CT side, not really their T side. But a Brazilian T side on Nuke is a scary prospect. So it's all just going to be about Bait, managing expectations, and I'd argue getting ready for map 3, but you can only play with what's in front of you.
But Bait has time and time again proved all of us wrong.
Yeah.
They have beat the players that we don't think are beatable. They beat Eternal Fire. They just beat Pain on Dust 2. I feel like they have a lot more to show us. They have a lot more in store on this nuke. The fact that they let it through, they let that pick happen. It does worry me a little bit because Pain, they're not going to be coming into this map just laying on their back. They're going to be coming into this one ready to go. So if they are able to get their mental ready, get everything ready, in check, listening to everyone on the team, I think it's going to be good for them.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how it goes on Nuke. Like, I'm not going to say it'll be easy. It's certainly possible. You know, as you mentioned, they've defied expectations. They were my pick as sort of like the lowest seed in that group. But I was thinking, okay, maybe there's a chance here. I've heard some good things, but never expected them to be at this point and wouldn't expect them to be in the grand final. But yeah, constantly just punching upwards and doing so in a spectacular fashion.
Mac, you spent too much time around Alan Hinder. You've
What do you
become a bit pessimistic. Used to be the happy, positive Australian, and now you're going, not so sure, we might be going to a third. No more Alan for you.
I was the optimistic one at the start. I told you about the orange map pool. I told you how good they are on Dust. I told you how good they are on Mirage. I'm just saying that Pain are really fucking good on Nuke.
I'm happy. I'm optimistic. I'm having a great time. The team I predicted to win this matchup is winning the matchup right now.
I just wanted to throw Alan under the bus. Thanks, Mac.
And he's not here to defend himself.
Of course, and it's been tons of fun. Right, we are going to take a quick break so you can get some refreshments because you are about to get heated up when you see the Counter-Strike that is coming up on the next map. It is Pain up against Bait for a spot in the finals.
Nice!
Hilo. Он красный.
Контролю.
Давай. Ой, он не красный, он не красный. Найс! Хорош.
My map, Dust 2, is so beautiful when the sun is low. At nightfall, the Elo harvesters land. Their cruelty to my people is all I've known.
May thy mouse whip and splatter.
And a double kill, it's all onto Alexi.
Peeking.
He's got 19 bullets, everything he needs.
No, you. Gotcha.
Does he swing off the nade? Jiggle fade! Alexi Al-Gaib!
They're not human. It's brutal.
My desert. My Elo. My Dust 2.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Can this move any fucking faster?
I expect interesting tournament, honestly, because there are many new teams here, and I mean not new, but for example, Soul had Shuffle before, and Falcons obviously like with Simple on our group. I think it will be very interesting, and of course like Eternal Fire, I think we have a very stacked group, and it's like very strong, and obviously we need to take each match as an opportunity to us because we are playing good teams, and if we show at least like 80% what we showed before, it will be close games in my opinion. So yeah, I mean, I think that the line between the Tier 1 and Tier 2 is very thin, and you just need kind of to understand the way and understand how you need to climb there, you know, to Tier 1. And you need to learn like after each lose, for example, like we lost to Heroic before, we need to understand why and like to find some things that will help us in the future.
Always thought I could walk through fire.
It has been a playoff decided by close matches and scrappy series, forced by wins and disappointments as well as elevations. Right now, though, I'm sure that Pain are disappointed to be down a map. Bait taking away their own pick of Dust 2.
Yeah, it did feel like some of it did come down to calling towards the end of that map as well. There were some nice reads being made by Bait, some nice initiative being driven for most of the map entirely as well. And now we move into Pain's comfort territory in a nuke, where they had actually a very convincing start into the tournament, playing against Legacy, had a 10-2 start on their CT side, and then they struggled to close. I think that series getting a little closer than we would have, that map rather, getting a little closer than you would have expected given Pain's proficiency on it. So it's not as if this isn't a map where this could close in a 2-0 if Bait are able to play with that same ability to circumvent, and even when they're getting beat down by AWPs or they're losing clutches, finding solutions later on in the map.
The thing is, as we go in towards Nuke, Bait is pretty good on this.
Yeah.
And for Pain to have picked it, I mean, sure, it's leaning into their own comfort, all that stuff, but that doesn't mean that there weren't potentially Inferno available to them, anything like it. But of course, Bait's done a lot of work, but Pain's going to do a lot of work to scale onto the bomb side. Alex behind the silos, only good for the one. Will be able to at least see the light of the day in the next round, because that feels like the only time that they're going to be looking towards for Bait. This round, maybe it's not entirely gone. 2v4. Kid is there for Sential. If NPL can find himself a kill, maybe you can think about scaling onto the bomb side, but no. Doesn't feel like those chances are there at all, as Sential picks up a single head, and that's when his teammate gets taken down. Even considering the retreat, will be able to get more money on his way out as well, so at the very least, there is that consolation, but Pain will be very happy with that round win.
Yeah, NQZ flanking around from lobby to hell to rotate through spawn as well, make sure that there is no escape for Essential with that kit. And of course, NQZ getting very fired up at the end of, I mean, to be honest, at the start of that map, he was absolutely roaring, and then Headtrick started to rear his head, and there was a few quieter celebrations from Pain when they were fighting for close score lines. Forced by here for Bait immediately.
It is going to be Captain Kurtka. Exploring out into lobby, Pain remained defensive. Of course, the earlier nuke that we saw, featured by Saw, was a little bit difficult on A-site hits. I'm wondering if that ends up being something that finds more success over here as well. Felt like whichever team between Saw and Monty was going for these upper bomb site executes was just getting destroyed in them until the very end of overtime.
Yeah, you hope there's better success for Bait or Pain. It's a pretty simple execute, especially because there's no real resistance being applied by Bait. So they can get that util down. They have no fights, and so they can get the plant 5v5. And I think because Bait were out of position, they will simply try to save.
Easy as that.
Yeah. Make a call, make a decision, had a bit of presence down towards lower. They were trying to contain, stop Pain from maybe exploring to heaven and going for, I guess, a more unconventional approach in wrapping hell. They did a lot to limit the options of Pain, but simple execute is maybe what they didn't account for.
And we might not be getting a force by win over here, but that doesn't mean the next round can't hold one.
Sure.
That's what Bait are hoping for as well.
It should be just as threatening. So Pain will have to be very conscious of that as well. A rare round with no casualties, even on full investments. Hell, barely bullets fired.
I think the other question for me is going to be about what kind of NQZ are we going to see on this T side, right? Like you mentioned, towards the end of Dust 2 was a little bit quieter. You can do a lot on Nuke with the AWP, we know that for sure. T side can be more limiting, but it can also be where creativity then is highlighted more. A lot of his highlights came through from side defenses. T side, he tried to cordon off rotates very often, but that's something which you really need in Nuke. Now, Lux is hoping to catch out the aggression coming his way, and he'll do exactly just that. But Captain Kurtka's also there. A quick double. Why not make it 3? Bomb on the ground as well. Information given over. Snow trying to punish as they are salvaging the spoils of war.
Because Eric could find a timing. They're juggling guns, and yeah, just comes out and finds them both retreating out from hut. So just as Captain Kurtka finds 3, Pain are able to answer back and get a man advantage, 2-on-1. It's the in-game leader here of Bait that stands as the last port of call. But Pain are going to bleed the clock slightly. It'll be impossible to read where NPL has positioned himself.
Could become difficult. Remember, if NPL manages to get himself back down under in time to get a good little flank going in, or if they go up towards heaven because they think NPL must have vacated by now.
If they go up the ladder, that's crazy.
That's going to be suicide. That's exactly what ends up happening. They kill off any chances of going back towards that A bomb site. NPL will now be refocusing into vent. Snow has to commit to a bomb plan, and he wants to do it before the rotation can come through. He's even taking the extra time to close the distance, but no, has to pull out the gun. NPL knows that the bomb's not being planted anymore. The time's not in their favor. He's running away. The doors are closing, and not just on the round, it's also on the face of Snow.
I cannot believe this round. I don't think NPL can believe it either. I mean, he did so well to get that clean kill onto Big Uzera and force it into the 1v1, but you could see the shakes there for Snow, maybe not hearing properly the vent rotate. He could have gone round to the other side of the site to commit to the plant, and instead, as soon as those doors open, he's caught between fighting or trying to get the plant again. NPL just playing with his food, and Snow out of depth.
Yeah, you could tell Snow was worried about being pushed out from Deacon's side more than anything else, but again, timing's just not being read into properly.
And he had util, he had a full belt.
None of which was used. Bait are going to be very happy about that head trick. Purchases an AWP up early in as well. Still has $3,100. Thank you very much. I believe he had that AWP dropped over to him by NPL, who's got a good deal of his own.
And when you save weapons and you get SMG kills, yeah, you have the luxury of a bit more in your pocket. This is a good approach here from Pain. Some assertion over towards ramp. You see the reaction from Bait 2 towards lower. And Pain have not actually put that much manpower over at ramp. Instead, they refocus on A.
They're going to have to go in without any flashes at all. NPL, Snow. NPL's the one who comes out on top. NQZ will be trading it away. Now, the problem for the CT side is rotating in through vents will be nearly impossible. Katowice keeps an eye out. The flash is not good enough. It explodes behind Tetris, but somehow Essential trades. Lux locked away by the Molotov. It is a 2-on-2. Kit only on Essential. So if he goes down while he's exploring for the second man, that could be the round in the ground. Hetrick is yet to really find a kill. It's early stages in the game, but when is it more important than in these 2 versus 2s? Time's not on their side, though. And they're not ready for Lux to already be this far forward inside heaven. Now they peek out over. Lux gets the headshot. Hetrick's caught between 2 mines, and Pain will capitalize.
Yeah, great position there from Lux. Just ready to pounce, be that first man to check the site. It hits an instant headshot, and Hetrick looked like a deer caught in headlights. He really just didn't react to continue fighting towards heaven. Wasn't sure if he's going to get pushed from hut, and it is very well converted upon here by the remainders of Pain. But yeah, you're kind of right about the initial breach into the bomb site. They had to do it with such little utility. The fact they get as much mileage out of that round, it becomes even as a shock to Bait.
The specter of Rops haunts the hut. Katowice around that corner. Juggling back and forth, not ready for this at all. Alex, oh, he's not going to get it.
If he'd even seen just a gun barrel or something, you would have tried for it at least. Maybe a good thing there for Katowice. He's able to dodge the lightning rod.
Hetrick. Freebie. Oh no, less free than he thought it would be, but And what all's fair when he gets the kill, it's okay. Pain are being very careful. They know they've already lost out an unnecessary round before, and they are concerned about the following. Molotov used to buy 7 more seconds of a player without a rifle. In the meanwhile, the rest of the Pain side are going down to B. Essential, the only defender, and that too with a USP, nothing else. This should be a free round. As long as there isn't a massive blunder coming through as they try and scale onto the site to plant the bomb, this should be a free round. And yes, it feels like capitalization is there. They will be able to come through. Captain Kurtka, the only one left, and even if he got a big 5-7 clip earlier on, now will not be entirely possible. Will he be able to save this off? Out to vents he goes. He's going to be interrupted by Katowice.
Yeah, he was still lingering around inside of lobby. They weren't sure whether Captain Kurtka was still hovering around A. Of course, he got that triple kill pushing into Hut in a prior round, so definitely had their suspicions, but there was a glint of hope. If they had been able to somehow take that AWP over, that obviously would have benefited them quite a lot, given that they hovered and floated quite a bit of cash. But good patience here from Pain. Slow playing round, but when they finally make their move out from Decon, they get the smoke down, Biguzera clearing that top side so that there is no chance for a potential blunder or interruption with that USP on the rafters. But where will Bait make their mark? They got away with a round they shouldn't have.
Yeah.
They'll know that just as well as we do.
But the problem is you also have to get the rounds you should. You have to be able to start winning some of these gun rounds. You go into this one without an AWP, without... What, did they have 0 flashes?
No flashes, 1 Molotov.
And no kits. Talk about walking wounded. It's going to be very difficult. I mean, you need these grenades to pop open the smoke if you want to have any contest on Biguzera going down the secret stairs, and that's something they decide not to do.
Question will be whether or not Essential rotates or whether someone from that top side slides down the vent. For now, Bait are all top-sided, and now Essential has started to make his move. It will be hard for Biguzera to get much done, but if he wins that ISO 1v1 on the lower side, it will throw chaos into the comms of Bait.
I mean, at the same time, they've sent out 1/2 of an execute right now to try and dislocate some of the defenses of Bait. It does feel like Pain were hoping to have found a kill by now, but they've not been given contests at all. Where do they end up going? Hitting ramp feels foolhardy. You're going to be going into what could be a full crossfire. But Essentials found Biguzera as well. Now, upper bomb side doesn't need to be swayed away anywhere else. NQZ finds one, sure, but head tricks on the other side. And as they recommit to ramp, the vents can be populated. The CTs can drop down. That's why they're going back to heaven, not to ramp. It's a one solitary player still on the upper bomb side. Captain Kurtka has pushed through the squeaky door, and while the bomb will be planted, he'll give over the call. Katowice still standing safeguard, and they've realized they can't come through vents anymore. Or will they try regardless? They walk into Snow's crosshair, turn it back to a 2 versus 2. Captain Kurtka now needs to commit and find a timing. Snow turns around but can't get the kill. Now only Katowice from elevated position. Bomb planted for him, but a grenade at his feet is doing him no favors. He wants to peek, he wants to swing. The bomb's been tapped, and so has he.
Yeah, I mean, some small micro decisions there for Bait that do try and justify them coming up the vents, but separate. You know, obviously steps being made, retreating back towards Secret, and if Pain had actually broken into that top side and been able to play close Tetris inside of Hut, they would have heard that rotate. But it was still a very risky move for it to have come down to a 2-on-2. If they didn't wrangle the player in the site itself, then they could have had this, I mean, very, very competent crossfire to stop players coming out from Hut. Hell, getting out from main as well, past the smoke. But some key frags being registered by Essential in that round for him to have sussed out Biguzera. Bait had plugged up the gaps. It's kind of a desperate attempt there from Pain, but they made the right move to make it close. You have one Snow rifle Nothing really else here for the Brazilians. Some smokes that they can throw to bridge the gap into secret. And no one will really be close enough by with an HE to blow that smoke. One is offered up from heaven, but Pain weren't going to go on an accelerated schedule.
It's all about slowly looking for picks, right? That's all they can hope for. If they can get a bomb plant, that's fine as well. A little bit of extra money in your favor or take some away from the CTs, either work. Perhaps one of the most important points of this round is going to be trying to force out duels to come into you, but Katowice, with the Glock, it's a great position, don't get me wrong, but you don't really have much of a chance. I'm lying to all of you, apparently. Straight headshot. Must have been a lack of head armor or a double dink. Hetrick in the meanwhile covering off the bottom side. The crossfire is good enough to keep them away, and Lux cannot pick up the kill despite picking up the AK. Hetrick will make it so despite the single Glock kill, the blip in the radar will be only just that.
Yeah, I mean, Captain Kirka did save some money by not buying a helmet, but he probably wished he had the extra money to spend so that that wouldn't happen to him. But I mean, a good reaction from Bait. They read ahead of the play. There were steps made towards outer as well, and so they got Hetrick to rotate down alongside Essential. They want to have him get swarmed or overwhelmed by pistols. That would be the buy they anticipated. And lo and behold, it is what they were greeted with. So no surprises when Pain opened those doors.
Is there a number that Pain need to get on their T side? That's my question. Obviously, they're the ones picking into this. Obviously, they're a very experienced team on this map. And theoretically, even 5 rounds on Nuke feels like it's enough. But with Bait on the other side sporting a lot of those similar accomplishments on it,
to be honest, they'd be lucky for 6. But I think 5 is their minimum. I don't think that's a very hot take. But it is something that they would hope to acquire. We're not going to see Ops for NQZ. Given the way he started the series, thought that would be a mainstay, one that they focus on. But Hetrick has his. And when you get to a setup like this, how long do you stick by it before pushing forward? Hetrick decides now's the chance, and Katowice cannot hit the shot. It was quick from Hetrick.
Massive kill to find. Forces Pain to be on a much more accelerated schedule. They could be being flanked right now through lobby, up to rooftop, through ramp, out into lobby. There's a lot of different ways that Pain could get scared off. Now that's why they start to go back down towards the stairs. Essential, the only player here, but that doesn't mean that CTs aren't going to be faster rotate if need be. Captain Kirka has shown how comfortable he is to get aggressive and clear out all of those anti-rotation spots, and with time running down low, Pain need to make a move.
That's the move. Big Uzera finding NPL just holding on to some outside control, but he's caught in no man's land. Big Uzera took so long to swing from the big garage that maybe they thought it was all clear. Captain Kirka is still just trying to hold the potential wrap to heaven, and with Big Uzera being found out, now it's only a one-pronged assault. Snow does find the entry, but Captain Kirka is out as well. So committed to those duels, he needed at least one, because Hetrick now segmented by utility, man advantage for a post plant.
Bomb plant can go down courtesy of the Molotov as well. As Sentil trying to rotate back over him, but he's rotating into fire and lightning, it feels like. 2 versus 3, Hetrick wants to try go forward and commit for it. Turns from the flashbang, and there's more where that came from NQZ as well with 2 of his own, but doesn't want to give his position away. In they go, Snow is gone, but NQZ immediately responds. Double kill from long range. He is here to play.
Yeah, I mean, good control of the spray at that distance as well. His teammates getting caught by the flash. He needed to actually slow down the progress so that even if NQZ did lose his life, he needed that first so they could set up a trade on the second. These rounds are not the most confidence-inspiring for Pain. They are having to re-navigate. They're ending up in Plan C, I think, very frequently. This one does at least bear fruit. They hit that 5 marker, and this time it is fast progress towards outside. As much as Biguzera hesitated just so that the smoke ballooned before he made the journey.
Hedrick has bought an op that is meant to be saved and revealed it without getting a kill. Rotation back down will give him at least another opportunity to find just that. He's even getting aggressive. You love to see it, and they don't love to see it because Zara barely saw his side. Snow loses most of his life in a fight with a 5-7. That's a worthy sacrifice from NPL.
Oh my goodness, that is awkward. Hedrick was shown all the way on his ascent, and so Katowice has him locked in. That's the AWP out of the round, but there's an AK picked up, and Lux has burned Snow to the Molotov. Snow is already on that low health, so it's down to 2-on-2. NQZ needs this frag inside of heaven, and he will find it. But Kirka gets one back. NQZ there with another double, but it will be a 6th round for Pain. A close call versus that hero AWP.
I mean, these are such incredibly difficult round wins for them, though, Michael. Like you said, they're not inspiring confidence. I don't even know if it's in themselves. Look at this. Hedrick, sure, he misses a shot out on outside, manages to get one. Then Katowice is waiting for the retreat backwards. It's not like they're forced to retreat. It's not like there's a Molotov deployed or anything like it. Hedrick thought he was going to be safe because Captain Kirka was already flanking. He was just a second too late.
Yeah. It is such a shame. But they don't always have to be pretty.
They don't.
They can be gritty. They can be unusual.
They can be downright disgusting, and some of these shots are, but Pain are still winning the round.
Yes, exactly, especially on a T side where there will be difficulties even for Bait, especially if, you know, we would put a lot of weight on, you know, winning pistol rounds, winning versus the force buys. Pain had a small fumbling, but already at 6, and with the current Bait buy, if they don't stand their ground now, this half could get out of control for the Brazilians. Or rather, in favor of them.
NPL would really have loved to have a flashbang, anything like it, to peek forward. Yeah. Instead, there's a flashbang from his opponents, and Katowice has also given him a body bag on his side, holding one of his brothers. NPL will be falling 5 versus 3, and Bait feel like they've been cornered in. They feel like they're guaranteed death, but Hedrick fights back.
You just got the whole world to explore here if you're Pain. Sure, 30 seconds, but they could have gone towards that A-bomb site via a wrap to heaven, but Bait are gambling fairly heavily on that top side defense.
Essential's here to be able to try and get involved. If they leave the door open, anything like it, then that could be problematic, but he's decided he wants to save.
Yeah, I mean, you note, I mean, they had basically no util coming into this round.
It's been some tricky buying decisions from the CT side.
Yeah, I think the problem is, you know, we think about the positives from Dust 2. I think they did a great job on their CT side, having great protocols for blowing open smokes, fishing for kills, you know, finding opening opportunities via utility. And so when you end up in a buy like this, there's even reasons to say you just shouldn't. If it doesn't lean into your strengths, it's really good team cohesion, some good protocols.
But it's a desperation of preventing 7 from Pain.
Of course.
Right? It's a desperation of saying, oh my god, at least we can go even on the CT side that we're supposed to be winning.
And in theory, on this half, they've won prior rounds with less. They almost won a previous round as well with 1 AWP and pistols, so...
Almost isn't good enough. They really wish they would have.
Yeah.
And there's been a few almost in there, but now that Pain are stabilizing, now that Bait are crumbling, and again, just a reminder, the scoreline, don't let it deceive you. You know who's on 7, it is the Brazilians.
They're having to start on this T side because they pick it in the series, but it is a positive light for this best of 3. How close the first map was in Dust 2. Pain will feel a little aggrieved. They need to answer so that we can have a 3rd map in the series.
Dude, the amount of veins that pop out on NQZ's forehead when he's screaming, you can count them. 1, 2, a lot.
So you can't count them.
Well, I said you can. I didn't talk about me. I struggle with numbers. Especially numbers in Counter-Strike.
Anything past 2, apparently.
For Bait, they've not been able to get past 2 in a row, and right now that's exactly what they're hoping for, to be able to find 5 again. It's not with a goodbye, unfortunately. Again, they are hamstrung. It's 5-7, it's lack of util, and it's save rifles. But those rifles will find no early contest, none at all.
Yeah, and Lux has taken some space. I mean, smoke down at ramp, to get one to the hell rotate, and there's just nobody home. Bait have committed resources more to the top side, and sure, there is a player within the lower side, but they have to be very careful they don't get flanked. There is a gap that can be exploited. But they are fighting forward. They want Pain to set up inside of lobby somehow.
NPL's had a difficult game so far, and now it's going to be no different. 5 and 8 in the dusk of that duel, and the rest of his teammates will be joining him very soon. Time ticking out, but so is the life of the CTs. Bait will lose pretty much everyone going into the next round.
I have to say, with all the turbulence, you know, we reflect on the rounds that Bait won. Of course, there did come at pretty heavy casualties as well. Yeah. The NPL 1v2 is something that you cannot see as too successful. It's not been an easy path for them here on CT. Pain have played with a slow composure to them.
And I mean, both the players that the desk was highlighting, right, in NPL and Alex666 are both having a bit of a poor game. Alex much more than NPL, perhaps, because obviously, like you said, can't discredit what some of the kills the perhaps more touted Ukrainian has found in this game. But Alex being 1 and 9 is very out of the ordinary.
Well, it's already a big success here on their map pick. 8 rounds. See if they can get even more with it. Orp is out here for head trick. NQC has one himself. But when they throw outside smokes, there will only be the one HE in Essential's hands, and he is not typically in a position where he can offer that up to blow those smokes open. Maybe NPL can find something. First time he starts towards those secret steps, but that is not the target here for Pain. They're trying to breach through main, and there is a gap. Alex is holding for that possibility, but where there is one, there is many. There is a chance as well that they can even rise to heaven.
Oh, what a shot now from NPL. Critical. NQC was holding for the angle as well, but he misses his chance. Hedrick feels awfully alone in ramp, I won't lie to you, but maybe he's not going to be given any company even from the T side. Essential gone! What a shot from Big Azera. Even a nade down to Captain Kurtka's feet. Fantastic damage, and Pain still have time to recommit onto the A side. Alex good for the one, but he's lost his teammate, and Big Azera will send him right where Captain Kurtka was as well. Hedrick and NPL, 2 versus 3. How many man disadvantages can Bait win out? Moving back in, no kit, no smoke, no easy sightlines. Where do you go? How do you fight this? Hedrick is scoped into where he knew Big Azera was, but now the Brazilian IGL no longer peeking, waiting for his teammate to come over, waiting for the double swing. It will be 9. Pain, 3 rounds away from getting themselves to map point, 4 from the equalization. The second half will have to be Bait's defense. The world is against them, and the only way back for Bait is on their attacking side. They have a map advantage, but that advantage could quickly be taken away. Pain hoping to do just that in this defense of the upper bomb site. Lux will be right there with Snow, but loses his head, and Bait will respond. Make their first mark in this second half through the pistol, but only if they can move past NQZ and Katowice. Headtrick caught out as well, but he wins his duel, and Bait take the fourth.
Yeah, a triple kill entry there from Headtrick after Snow finds that first head so rapidly. It is a very simple, just run through hut call out from Bait. And if you're going to find as much success as this in these opening duels, then it'll be a very hard site to come back into. Good job that Alex was also there to cover off Headtrick. They had priorities on which fight they had to take, and both won their respective duels. There is a glimpse, a moment where Bait can get some respite. They will probably anticipate a force buy in this second round, and Painter being very active about it. Captain Kirka, a nice kill. Snow will also be able to get a second, and they crunch into lobby, and they will find a lot of success from it. 3 openers, and Headtrick's trying to salvage. SMG's round those corners, but he wrangles in with a secondary spray. NPL 1v2, yet again, he has a chance to clutch. It's the other in-game leader on the other side, Biguzera, having a very fruitful first half. Hoping that NPL cannot strike twice.
Biguzera over here with the scout. Effectively an AWP, but he's turned away. These lobby crunches and the force buys have been just devastating. You look back towards Captain Kurtka's double kill, triple kill with the 5-7. Now you look out at Snow rising through, jumping up to find that upper lobby player, but Biguzera, oh my god, he's got the full flank. He's coming in for the backstab.
But he might miss the timing, just barely.
And it's always the clock, isn't it? In these 1v1s. And he's lost that timing. NPL will be able to go down towards that lower bomb site because Biguzera has the same access available to him through the vents. But is that what he calls for? Yes, it is. Back down to B it goes. NPL has to check everything, has to be so careful, has to be so worried. And now that a position has been revealed, Biguzera opens a door, scout at the ready, puts him down.
That was a thinking man's clutch for both of them. It is a wager. A chance could have been taken there from NPL. You could have gone heaven, dropped down into the site. He could have just even tried to walk out to A, but Biguzera just taking that chance, ends up on the right side of the map and draws the right weapon for the clutch. For the pistol round win, force buys feel guaranteed weirdly in this series. I'll guarantee you that you're always going to win them, but the win percentage is staggeringly high.
I'd love to see the numbers behind that, actually, across the entire semifinals today. Must be at least 35% or something ridiculous like that, maybe even more.
I actually think it is more.
It feels that way. Double set about in ramp for Pain is hoping to make sure that Bait cannot respond with a force buy off their own. Bait come armed into this round with Deagles. Never easy to get those shots off, but Alex isn't looking for easy. And that's why he's fought NQZ and regrets his decision.
Yeah, nice triple kill. They all lined up for that one spray down. 20 bullets in the magazine sometimes doesn't feel like a lot, but more than enough if they're lined up for that opportunity. Lux out from Decon, he'll find his kill, and he took a lot of damage for it, so won't continue challenging.
It does feel like Pain's 11th is just written in the stone. Records of this game. Headtrick. Hoping to break those. Hoping to see if he can just whittle together that one kill he thinks he needs to plant the bomb, but it evades him. Pulls out the package, putting it down. Might be able to get that extra money, but he wants the round. Gets one, spots the second, but that's time being bought. Lux needs to swing, he knows it as well, but no, instead, Headtrick turns away. Deagle pulled out. It's time for a duel, not time for a plant, and Headtrick will lose it. Biguzera again saving a hectic situation.
Yeah, another finishing frag from the in-game leader of this Brazilian roster. I mean, fantastic shot there from Big Uzera. I mean, the fact he went out for a duel, it was a pretty unlikely possibility that Hedrick was going to be able to bridge into the bomb site. But he had his gun drawn. He was looking for that fight. And if Big Uzera didn't find the instant headshot, there is a way that Hedrick comes in clutch. A little dejected, perhaps. So close, yet so far. If one more had survived in that ramp take,
it could have been a different situation. But the problem is not the micro, it's the macro. You're down 4-11. What, you could have been down 5-10? Doesn't mean that the mountain of pain is getting any smaller. In fact, I mean, it's just getting closer and closer to that third map. And I can tell you, Bait were probably thinking to themselves the same thing that I said going into this. Have Pain made a mistake with Nuke?
Sure.
We're pretty good on this. Guys, we can 2-0 them. We can make this work. But this cold shower that Pain has given them, that's something different. 4 spies on 4 spies. They pull out the Tech 9s this time over. It's fire that they're hoping will help them into a site. Molotov's primed for A.
The map could be just over if this execute doesn't work. If they're not able to somehow dislodge or send some misdirection Pain's way. Given the way that they're clustered up at ramp, it may just be that they throw this util and start surging out towards ramp, hoping that Katowice is a little too fleet-footed to try and help.
Well, Katowice is good for one. NQZ is over there to help him out as well. So what could have been risky is instead the easiest round that Pain have gotten, feels like all game long. 12 now. It's a map point.
Yeah, no misdirection there. Pain did not bite whatsoever. They stayed true to their spots. They wait for pure calls on numbers. And when they see nothing, yeah, NQZ getting there on time as support. NQZ has been everywhere. You know, whether has been success for Pain in this series, frequently NQZ is the one delivering the goods. Another poor buy here from Bates, but essentially their last round of play here on Nuke. They need one of these rounds to come in with success. They got a head trick through the box, doesn't do a whole lot of damage. Sounds scarier than it is. Where there were questions coming into this map maybe about Pain on their T side. When they come in with a 9-3 half, it's hard to say that Bait have many chances to come back.
Extra deep grenade comes out as well, and it feels like Pain are just getting ready to put the last few nails into the coffin of Nuke. Lux peeks out. Scout will be pushed away. NPL put down, only Captain Kurtka left. It's Pain on 13. Anubis beckons, and Bait quake in their knees.
Well, third map in the series will be Mirage, in fact. It's a different sand map, but it is a necessary finish to this semi-final. A really nice, confident look there from Pain, where on Dust 2 they played together. They played a little too slow. They didn't actually hunt for openers. This time on Nuke, they took many different opening opportunities. We had Katowice coming in with some kills. We had Big Uzera trying to slide into sneaky positions. This was a hard map to play out if you're Bait. There was so much misdirection. As much as you wanted to win more of those force buys, that can not be a consistent feature of how you pull things together on a map like Nuke, where it is so strategic heavy. It is so much about how you read your opponent. Bait were a little lost.
I'm sure some of those rounds got incredibly scrappy. It felt like Bait did have direction initially, but as time went on, you could see that seesaw swinging back towards the Brazilian side. Pain were picking up the pace, Pain were picking up the cues, Pain was picking up the kills, but now the desk is going to pick up the slack as they try and explain what exactly just happened.
So what happened is I called Mac pessimistic for saying Bait couldn't that Bait couldn't get this one, but actually you were just realistic because Pain had their number from start to finish. They know this map inside out. You saw it there. Big Uzera is calling, just untouchable, really.
I was right.
I'm giving you this.
I like when I'm right. Do you like what I'm right?
I don't. I really don't. Because obviously I was looking forward to Bait doing something crazy, doing something unexpected, and we didn't get that. Unfortunately for them, I don't think they were ever in control of this map. Pain got the pacing set at the first part of the map, and they just kept it going. It was always in their favor, in their control. There were a couple moments, we'll talk about that a little bit later, that I feel like that Bait did have a little bit more, but unfortunate for them.
I feel like, you know, Bait gave it a good shot. There were a couple of clutches which could have completely changed the scoreline. There was like 1, 2, 3 that I can remember that came down to 1v1s. You know, a little bit of brain games going on, and unfortunately it just went away from Bait each time. Unfortunate for Bait, you know, good for Pain, good for me, good for everyone that's watching home from Brazil at the moment. It's, you know, we did have this group that Pain came out of had the 3 Brazilian teams. They're the last one standing. If they got knocked out by Bait, who was the lowest seed in the other group, that'd be sending a huge message, and it wouldn't be a good one going into the Americas RMRs.
When we take a look at the clash here that we saw, why was it that Pain was just so superior? What was it about their style and the calling that was working for them?
They were able to kill them first. That's obviously that is like a very, very basic version of it, but they were able to take space first on their T side. They were just getting very, very aggressive on them. They were not making, they were making Bait kind of play very, very scared. And we saw that a little bit on this first map that we saw Bait play, that they were like, all right, we're going to let you have some space. But Bait gave a little bit too much, I think. They were giving too much respect to Pain. They didn't really know exactly how they were going to be playing on this map, I feel. And Big Uzera obviously popped off like crazy. I don't think we saw too much from Head Trick, unfortunately, on Bait. We saw a lot of it last map. We didn't see much here. We didn't see much from Alex. There wasn't any spark, I would feel, from Bait. There were a couple rounds, but unfortunate for them.
Yeah. It's a really nice change here, because obviously Dust 2, Bait gets it, and you saw Head Trick, he was the sort of fragging IGL, sorry, not MPL on Dust 2. Then on this side with Big Uzera on Pain, he becomes the fragging IGL, which is something we see more and more now in CS2. It's no longer enough just to be a good caller. You actually have to start getting some shots as the leader.
I mean, if you're the one that's going out looking for information, you get that information first. You don't have to wait for your team to call it to you. And that makes your calls, I feel, a little bit more confident. Then you can be like, all right, I just killed one in lobby. There's like 3 more there. Let's crunch ramp, sorry, and let's make the space a little bit worse for them, which I think he was able to do very, very well.
The other thing you need to highlight as well, Alex plays a pretty solid role in the team as one of the star fraggers, and when he's not fragging, he's not allowed to play that T-slide. They only got to play 4, what was that, 3, 4 rounds there in the second half. It didn't go super well, and this team, Bait, they are a very solid T-side team that they won a pistol, lost the ultimate round after that, and it was just gone. That was just gone. There's no space to come back from a situation like that, no matter what team you are. So that being said, I feel like Nuke has been wrapped up. Mirage is where the conversation needs to start between these teams. Back to best of 1 territory. We already saw Bait do it pretty hard in a best of 1 earlier.
That's true.
Here at ESL Challenger Kato, this is where they can make the upset happen.
Only 4 rounds. Is there anything we can take away from this that may be hopeful for Bait fans?
Yeah, there was one round, round 3, that there was a bit of a force buy here. Captain Kirko went crazy here on the 5.7, $500 weapon, by the way. But also, we were talking about in the green room, one of the casters was like, oh, that's also a lot of pre-aim that you had there. That's a lot of skill. He was getting very, very aggressive up there. And we didn't see that much from Bait. That was one of the only rounds that I feel like they started to get aggressive. They were crunching lobby, and Pain wasn't expecting it. They were getting forced into situations that weren't there, and then this clutch moment in the end, perfect.
All worked out for him for 1 of the 4 rounds, and
one of them.
That was great.
One of the
that was
what
good.
What a
25%.
Look, you asked.
What a stretch.
you asked what the fans.
4 rounds. What are you gonna pull from this? This is heartbreaking if you're a Bait fan. This is not very good. You're just going, okay, cool. You know what? Flip it. We got to just focus on Mirage. We're back to even steals here.
That's it. You said what can the Bait fans focus on from that game? It's that it's over. You know, and that Mirage is on the horizon. Orange team, map pool team, Bait, they're sharp, they're good. They didn't really get a chance there on Nuke, but they're back to what I would argue is a more comfortable territory of Mirage, and this is where things need to get down and dirty. Pain, however, very good statistically on Mirage. They've got a whole bunch of reps on it. You know that they can go toe-to-toe with anyone trying to throw anything, but depending on how Bait play this, is what it's going to come down to. If they play scared, like we just saw them playing on Nuke, it's not going to go well. If they remember that it's ESL Challenger and that some teams might not have as much prep time as others and they just go crazy, play their own game, which is incredibly silly to say, but that's what these LAN events are about. When you've got 3 days to get through however many bloody games you have to get through to win, not only this one, but then going into the grand final, there's not a lot of prep time for anyone, so you really have to rely on your own game rather than counter-strating the opponents.
Yeah, and I feel like Bait is a team that can be able to do that, but Pain, from what the pain they just caused Bait, 4 rounds, that is very hard to go through, and it's going to have to take a big mental reset before they get there.
What's the win condition if you're the team that wants to take Mirage and ultimately take that spot in the finals?
Everyone needs to show up. Not everyone showed up in that last map. I feel like there were a lot of people that were either taking 1v1s that weren't needed, not taking the space that was needed, not the team synergy wasn't there from Bait that we've seen this entire weekend. And if they're all there, if they're ready, all right, we know Mirage. Mirage is a kind of a pretty easy map to pick up. It's hard to really get your team centered around it, but it's easy to pick up and it's easy to move around and get new ideas. So if they're able to do that, that's a win condition for Bait.
I feel like win condition for Bait for me is that they want to start on that CT side.
Yeah.
If Pain start on the CT side, if they win the knife round and get to that CT side, then Bait are going to probably start slow after a bit of a confidence killing Nuke, and you kind of want that CT side to feel better about yourself. You know that Pain aren't as good on the T side as they are on their CT side overall, so if Pain get off on the right foot on the CT side, it's looking more grim for Bait than if those roles are flipped.
Okay, so here we go. Prediction time. I asked Alan before what his prediction was. He said Pain 2-0, so he's already wrong. Where are you guys sitting?
Bait 2-1.
Yeah, I'm with the Ukrainians on this one, I think.
Yeah.
I'm with the heart, I'm with the underdogs. Classic Australian quote, but Bait.
Here we go. The analysts think Bait. You can let us know who you think. Will the Brazilians be able to claim a spot in the finals? We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, Tea Time and Yumi will take you into the final map of our semifinals.
Не успел. Хорош. Можешь дефать. Давай. Хорош.
Boa.
Linda,
bora! Sobe, sobe! Nice!
Хорош.
I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still a flame free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. You keep slipping away. I learned the hard way. But something's gotta stay. Don't let it go to waste. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, night for the sunrise? That's what you said. You held me so tight each time again. I'll keep your picture in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. Don't win silly games. Don't leave me hanging on. Keep me hanging. I said it once, I'll say it again. Your love is what I want. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, not for the sunrise? That's what you said, and you had me so tight each time again. In my room, I'll keep you safe. Don't stay away too long, pulling back and forth. Still got me paralyzed. Got what you came for. One thing that I've kept. I'll keep your picture in my room. 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still left free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. I keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still a friend free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you.
Think you've seen it all? With FACEIT Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive FACEIT points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, FACEIT.
There's one game left to find out whether or not it's going to be an all-Portuguese Grand Finals. Of course, maybe one of the only language speaking, the other nationality, but still, Bait could disappoint that dream. Coming through over here, still 1-1, winning out on their own map pick, losing on Pains, and that leaves us in fantastic decider territory.
One map pick definitely looked more convincing than the other, though. Pains really setting their foot down back in the series. There was a little bit of back and forth, obviously, in that Dust 2. It came down to every single round of regulation for Bait to close out there. But this is also the map that we move into where they picked it against Eternal Fire and won pretty handily, especially when we saw them on that CT side. They kept shutting down those Turks as one of our favorites, hell, the favorite for the event. They caused that upset within the groups, and they are maybe looking to cause more upsets now that we're in the playoffs.
The thing is, though, we have to say the same thing about this series as we say about rounds. It doesn't matter if it's scrappy. It doesn't matter if it looks ugly in the middle. At the end of the day, what matters is the last little piece that falls. Who's going to be falling over here? Who's going to be going out in the semifinals? Will be Pain or Bait? Let's find out as we head into that Mirage. As much as we might commend Bait as well for their performance, let's not forget what we saw from NQZ on Dust 2. If that rears its head over here on the CT side, my God, that's scary.
Yeah, and it's not just it's not just NQZ. I mean, Big Uzera definitely had his moments. Katowice was finding good opening picks on that T side as well on Nuke. I think there was many different problems that Bait came into that map with, and you know they've kind of looked at the veto. We've been able to get some insight from players throughout the tournament. A lot of the time when you see these picks in series, the other team is anticipating it, and that was Bait expecting to play a Nuke, something that they themselves are comfortable on, and still they got kind of pushed around. There will be an extra fire to this Mirage, but I expect there will still be more forced by shenanigans. There will be cute pocket strats that NPL will bring to the table all the same.
And listen, NPL can bring strats, but he also needs to bring his hands. They cannot go limp the way they did in Nuke. Both Alex and NPL had an incredibly poor performance. I'm going to be perfectly honest about it, but that shouldn't happen in map number 3. That shouldn't happen as you're going up against a superpowered Brazilian core that is now maybe even favored to win this entire event.
Final map of our semi-finals, and we are diving straight into Mirage. Essential already getting the affair rolling. Alex as well, tagging players and finding frags. They cannot get out of the apartments. This B bomb site is completely off limits. Bait taking the pistol and doing so with ease.
And if there were any questions about which Alex was going to show up, I hope that those shots are the answers. Looking very clean, and of course that's an opportunity that felt like it never came his way on Nuke at all. A lot of the fights he was taking seemed to be losing fights until the point where, you know what, a player can start to get in his own head.
Yeah, you want your stars, your heavy hitters to always bounce back, and so given that slow performance, yeah, this could be an Alex that we look forward to seeing as this map plays out.
What's nice to see as well is that we have turned away from the 4 spy territories that, of course, Nuke and Dust2 were bringing to us. We come out from Pain, and they're giving us something classic. It's a nice little cheerleader stack. Does anyone dare peek into it? I'm not sure. Essentials, NPL, thinking about it, spots out the feet, wants to go for a little bit more. He knows what a cheerleader means. That means easy ecos.
I think you might have only seen a couple of feet, but not going to take that challenge. No real reason to, especially when he heard Glocks the other side. Where's the incentive? Send Captain Kirka or Essential at him.
Let him farm up the money.
Oh.
No.
It's turned into a snake.
Guys, this isn't a Nokia. Can we get a move on? It was only fun in 1997. I think. I don't actually
also, I don't think snakes can like stop.
In the game, that's true.
That was the whole complexity of the game, in fact.
That's true. Fair enough. Well, these snakes are stopping, but they're also trying to figure out what to do when they go forward. They knew that map, and right now they don't know where their opponents could be. Searching for anything at all. They will be able to boost up almost everyone into window, but NPL closes out most of these doors, and the ones that he's not able to, Captain Kirka comes in from behind.
Yeah, one lost player there for Bait, and hope they were able to retrieve that M4. They carry over 3 and 2 are on SMGs, so you don't want to lose a high-value rifle, even if it is only 1 casualty. You need to make financially responsible decisions on CT side. And yeah, they were able to salvage that rifle, no problems. Pain, of course, that was a full Glock round that they really ran the timer down on. Now they're on AKs and looking to set up for some quick mid control. Some presence is there, but Bait have 3 in proximity that can contest. Lux will be able to get out to those top mid boxes, but a Molotov to greet him that will force him away, and so Bait have staked their claim on this section of the map.
It's Essential and Alex to try and stave away these apartments pushes. Alex, good for 1, makes it 2. And if he continues a performance like this B bomb site will be impenetrable. Xera alone puts him down, yes, but still 3 more heads to try and make roll, and can't even find one of them.
A surprisingly limp B take. 2 players get out towards the end of apartments, and no one is clearing towards the site. They are both hyper fixated on that short fight. And usually if the response is, hey, we've lost mid control, let's pounce on one of the extremities. I mean, you're expecting a player on short. You want to be able to bridge into the site as fast as possible if you don't want to get cut down by rotations, but yeah, Pain just didn't make that leap.
Looks like it might be the airstrike into connector. No one is there, though. Resetting back over for an A-site hit. They have 2 smokes and a Molotov, no flashes with it, but when you've got Tech9s running at you, shots firing out from all of them, stray headshots can be more deadly than flashes.
Cows with a Molotov lineup there, trying to get out from ramp and hope that Molotov displaces someone from under balk. It would be right on the money. Kirka, though, has an angle behind it, and so this is still a problematic position that Pain hoped they didn't have to deal with.
If this is the kind of aim that the Bait players are bringing into the server, I am very much looking forward to seeing what the rest of the half will look like. And admittedly, again, anti-half by anti-eco feels easy without the flashes, but doesn't make what Captain Kirka did any less clean. 3 deaths, that's all they have in 3 rounds.
But it's just nice, snappy, fast decision-making on just the micro details. You know, Captain Kirka hears that Molotov bounce, he immediately finds this one gap behind it, and so they don't even hear a tick. They have lowered suspicions about a player under balcony. And sure, he receives a dink back, but his weapon hits harder than theirs. First AWP out for NQZ. Will be uncontested in that fact. Hetrick has still been able to get himself to a 6-0 start. And Alex has found an opening kill. Quick boost inside of the B apartments. He has found his frag, and sure, the HE does a decent amount of damage, but there's a smoke down. He can escape.
Alex just feels untouchable right now. They've got the early 5 versus 3. Sure, he takes a lot of damage, and NPL does as well, but the numbers are the numbers. Pain are lost. They're looking for a kill now through middle, but they'll never be contested, not without a flashbang to help at the very least. They'd have no reason even to fight for information, if we're being perfectly honest at this point, as long as you can reinforce the bomb sites. Trading away to safety might be the name of the game.
They have to find a way in. Something to pry bar one of these sites open. Sentinel is still showing some presence out from Van. Missed AWP shot from NQZ, hoping to punish that rotate, but the boost on the site could go uncleared. Hard to check for, and NPL's low HP leverage for another frag. How does he get away with that one? NPL ending up with a triple when he sat on 12 HP. It is a 4K from the in-game leader of Bait. And Pain are just on the receiving end of hurt after hurt. They have 4 kills in 5 rounds.
This is getting tough to watch.
It'll be even tougher to experience.
And maybe that's why you'd ask for a timeout at this kind of time. Especially because the worst part of this is very often on the T side with the way the current sort of game is played, there's a reason why these notes are in front of you. You've decided your first 2 gun rounds, you've decided your first pistol round, you've decided, oh, if we go for a force spy, this is how we're going to play it. All of your initial plans have been laid down, looked at, and wasted. The mental effect of that is not to be discounted. And look, when you're down 0-5, Nero put out a fantastic little graphic on Twitter. I'd recommend everyone to go check it out. The CT win rates when you're up 5-0 is something ridiculous these days, something like 75%.
I think 7-0 starts are even higher. It's like 83 or I think maybe even breaching into 90. So
it does feel like they need to find a response in one of these half buys.
I mean, in the opening 5 rounds, you look how much money Bait have already accrued.
It's insane.
Hetricks on 10, almost 11K.
That's what happens when you have less than 1 death per round, I guess. And there's no signs of Bait making a mistake in this round for now, at least, right? They've still got good utility. And if it was ever going to be baited out, it would be by the double smokes. The real attack is coming in through jungle. That's Lux boosted up, and he's hoping to get a flank up, but that's exactly what NPL was watching. No longer watching, though, and Lux goes back in from jungle over to the site instead. Captain Kurtko looking for the duel, will get ahead, but he's also been stabbed in the back. Lux now pursuing forward. Hetrick will fight back, but only for so long. It's Alex from long range, from the distance, to bring it back to a 2 versus 2. Moves into the site as well. No more utility for the CT side. They're trying to close the distance, only a flashbang to help, and Sentinel doesn't dare pull it out, not right now. They know position of one of these players. Head now spotted, but fight taken by NQZ. Is this Pain's answer? Alex, a stunning game so far, and a 1v2 would be nothing beyond that. And indeed, he cannot cannot be stopped. Where he was questioned on Nuke, he has answered in map 3.
Oh my goodness, this man is just untouchable. You said he feels like that in a previous round, but now as well, just some clean headshots. Pain tried to play with respect, understanding the start that Alex has had, but that was a position that maybe they didn't expect to get as much ground as this, but when they have a rifle inside of the site, when they play this 2-on-1, they are expecting to close, but Alex is the Reaper. It is a flat start from Pain. They get as many kills in that round as they have the rest of this map. Money is still so pristine here for Bates, and great flash. Cow is caught by it. Alex just continuing to press the issue.
I'd like to say it's getting scary, but that was a long time ago. It's getting downright terrifying to be in the seats that Pain fill. The server belongs to Bates so far, and Pain have done nothing to convince us otherwise.
And we have this conversation so much about players fueled by passion, the energy that you have when you win rounds. Sometimes that can be so electric, but when now it is quiet, when things are not falling your way. You know, even if Pain fought tooth and nail each and every round, have we tired ourselves out? And even if they did make it into the finals, would they have the energy to perform there? Bait have been pretty stoic in a lot of different occasions, from round wins to clutches. They'll yell nice, and they will move on, but this whole half so far has just been nices all around, just not for Pain.
7-0. Remember that 90% you were talking about?
I feel like we should probably, you know, if we're going to reference it, we should actually have the real numbers.
That is true, but listen, it's high, and that's what matters. The point is a CT side start like this, where you're building up money. The point is a CT side start like this, where you're destroying morale. On a map like Mirage, where sure, CT side can do well, but it's not supposed to dominate.
And this was the worry coming into this map. You know, you cause an upset against the likes of Eternal Fire. They had a very good CT side against them. And they get that 7-round start where even if Pain start to throw in some chaos, get it down to 1v1s and you know, Pain maybe come away with a win, or Bait maybe squeak out. They've just got so much in reserve that this half just feels further and further out of the Brazilians' capabilities. They need someone to find an answer, a gap, something to exploit, some level of form to be recovered. And maybe it'll be via Big Uzera. He slides into Con, making use of that smoke. And is being watched out for by Captain Kirko, who's had a hot hand himself, but not frequently challenged. And as soon as Kawis swings out for an opportunity, NPL puts him to rest.
Because Zara's in a sneaky position, but they were always aware of the possibility. NPL shuts down more than just the first, and now Captain Kirka called in, and the hot hand stays heated up.
I don't... Pain are trying, but they are getting their heads ripped off round after round. It is not just Alex. NPL is on 10 frags himself. Captain Kirka, 8-1.
The highest amount of deaths we have on the server is 3 right now. I did verify it was 92% at 7-0. And I don't think he said anything about beyond that, but we can assume.
Yeah, you can only imagine the further you don't see it around, the better.
Lux, dead man walking, and he knows it as well. He might as well go into the grave on his own.
This is brutal.
And Michael, we've lost so far our crowd favorites.
Yeah.
We've lost our tournament favorites. Who's to say our playoff favorites couldn't be next? Why wouldn't they be? Why would we be surprised when Katowice 2024 has been the tournament of upsets? Second highest ranked team as we went into it, Pain. Right now they are being manhandled. They're being outclassed. And it's again a desperate play with the Tech 9s, with utility, with an execute to try and make their way onto a bomb site, try and get a bomb plant down and defend it in any way they can, but there's still no kills found. They're moving through the smoke. Captain Kurtka is interrupting their progress.
And they have util for this retake. Even if they think getting up into a post-plant position, which has been fleeting, those types of opportunities, there is utility in spades. They have healthy members. They are grouped up together. A flash thrown out by Hedrick. They will clear through spawn. Pain are starting to vacate that section, but Snow has found a kill. Nice quick scaling in from NPL, but NQZ has to hold that cross, but NPL finding more success, and they've dove that bomb. Katowice can do nothing to protect it. It doesn't matter what Pain do. They still can't break through.
Bait were ready for it. That's the worst part. There was no one playing under palace. There's no one playing on top of the scaffolding at default, anything like it. They're taking long sight lines saying, you want to take the site, take it over. We're not going to use our utility early.
But we've seen very few rounds of, honestly, anything really different from the CT side. This time Alex does start in con. He goes through the smoke. We saw him break open a short smoke and go for a fast B-apps take. And you know, those were fights where they're extended sprays. These are not as, it's not as though Pain don't have chances to answer back, but Bait are just that much sharper coming into this map, and Pain have just nothing to show for it.
And who do you look to be your hero? Who do you look to say, guys, I'm winning you one round? Normally it should be Biguzera, but he's hitting his head against the wall.
More recently, it would be players like Lux, NQZ, this new addition in Snow. And while NPL does find one kill in mid, NQZ will answer. We're still in 4v4. This round is not deteriorating, disintegrating before our very eyes. Not quite yet. But Hedrick's deep. And maybe distracted. Alex is actually going to keep pushing forward. And finally, punishment. A man advantage.
Who could have thought? But the advantage doesn't mean that you're going to be able to win the round. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Pain still need to finish off what they've been given. Two players over here on the B-bomb site, one of them with the AWP, Hedrick ready and waiting. If you don't flash him off, it's going to be troublesome. Contact is going to be nearly impossible. Moving in slowly, they lose that advantage immediately. Now Hedrick lies in wait, hoping that someone starts to peek out from balcony. Instead, it's a drop down from Biguzera. He's got the bomb, but will he have it for long? Missing his chance to try and punish Essential as well. Waits, but he peeks out, almost gets a second as well. Hedrick finishes off what he started, and now no longer time to win, no longer life to win.
There is no way in. A man advantage, they read the aggression. They are expecting a push. And then push come to shove, they go into that B-bomb site. They have flashes in spades. They had a lot of utility to go into that site, but they decide to contact it. They decide to walk into the AWP of Hedrick. And while Essential has been the man missing out on kills because his teammates just keep on finding all of them, he finds his time to strike, and Hedrick is able to perform a massive multi where Pain thought that round should have been theirs.
And Michael Bait right now are trying to set up the rematch. The rematch of the European qualifier of this event. They beat out Saw to get to the tournament, to qualify for it. Before Saw was invited on the basis of rankings. And that was a Saw with Aris Dorsa, that was a Saw with Barry. Of course, now we've changed that narrative around completely. We don't know which is better, but Bait are 3 rounds away from running it back on land now.
It's another one of our young teams entering the tournament as well, where there was reason to doubt. This team has been hustling, playing a lot of online officials. They try and make their way to lands like this. These are sometimes fleeting opportunities. But now that they are here to take it with both hands. Katowice lining util, but NPL has slid in through the underpass, and you'll catch him with that grenade in hand. They wanted to perform a B split. They get themselves up short, and this time Alex will end up empty-handed in his short hold. It's essential that has to stand that line, but NPL knife drawn, and Biguzera ready to greet him. This time, things go well for Pain, a 4-on-2, but these bait players are coming in for a chance to come back and claim the B bomb site.
You've got bodies, you've got money, you've got rounds. Give it a shot.
Even with this advantage, Pain will still be shaking.
They should be. They can't afford to heave that sigh of relief. And to be fair to Bait, the other plan that you can go for is, hey, let's just make sure they can't escape. Let's just make sure they're buying the next round. It's still going to be miserable. Now, that doesn't work.
Yeah.
Because it's a half buy going into this. But you can see the thought process from the Ukrainian side. Alternatively, Captain Kurtka just wants to keep his AK-47. But now, taking contest, will be losing it out regardless. And Pain will find their first.
I think if you're going to find an angle for not committing to that retake, it would have been maybe not giving the AWP over of head trick, but it doesn't mean you can't still attempt it. Actually, that's the one critique I'll have of Bait here, is I don't really see the justification.
I think NQZ would have had money for an AWP anyway, to be honest.
Yeah, well...
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree. You probably should. But does it really matter? Are we just nitpicking when they're up 10-1?
I am nitpicking.
You are nitpicking, but maybe that's the nit that needed to be picked. Maybe this is what gives Pain some gusto. But gusto can't be achieved with one.
Well, we've been denied another 13-0 in the tournament, but you don't want Pain to go out with a whimper in the final map of the semifinals.
You don't want to be thinking and daydreaming about what it's going to be like to be playing a finals, not when you're not in it yet. Pain, they've seen teams crumble, and they're hoping that their opponents will be doing just that. Two players boosted up inside window. Top connector smoke. NPL is going to be refreshing the smoke in front of him, courtesy of a teammate. But now as he goes over to the Molotov, forced to change angles, taken down, and an advantage gain for Pain.
It will be all about retaining it. Biguzera, this flank doesn't seem accounted for whatsoever. Alex will not have a sight line either, so Biguzera should set up for a free kill. Could come down to timing, though. Essential is starting to consider that possibility, but as he clears back to Apps, Biguzera will show his hand, and he rips both B defenders completely out of the round. This time, 2-on-5, so good luck converting here. Lux flushed out from Con, but there is another lurker where that came from. Katowice is there to siphon rotates and stop them from coming through spawn, but they double up to short instead. And Katowice could just shoot them in the back, most likely. First kill, a lot of damage at the very least onto both. And that limits their prospects for this round. Pain do not end up getting completely dominated in that first half. Only small signs of life, but 2 is enough wiggle room, maybe. We'll have to see in the second half.
All the things that
The ability to be a champion, the ability to be a veteran is defined by heartbreak. But Pain don't want to experience it right here and now. They want to turn back time. They want to be able to completely neglect the entire first half, say, you know what, it doesn't matter. This pistol round is all that comes in, and that's all we're relying on. Katowice to try and put a stop to the Bait assault on the A side, but Bait have already crossed over and will dial in those digits.
It'll be a full retake. I mean, Big Uzera with a full belt of utility as well as the kit here for Pain. Keep an eye on where he dies. They need to make sure that they recover that at the bare minimum. They played as if they wanted this scenario to happen.
But at the same time, Bait are avoiding all utility, turning back over towards jungle, leaving Headtrick to cover off the short angle from CT to give in that extra support. He's lost his teammate. Headtrick, position revealed, now comes in for a quick kill. Second is there as well, but they're on the defuse. They don't have a kit. Knives need to be pulled out, and they indeed are, but still, now the CTs ditch it away, and no longer the time. They're trying to pull it out. They're trying to take it away. NPL good for one, and NQZ will get the kill, but not the round.
What on earth is happening? Big Uzera dies, they get a smoke on the bomb, and we're sticking a 10-second defuse. I mean, they needed to go, they needed that kit, and they just could not find it. And to come off the defuse, you're already committed. You didn't have time to make that choice. And it's a force buy from Pain. You have to. They need a miracle round like that because, I mean, they got the kills they needed on that retake. This Pain has fallen noticeably flat. If they can find some rounds of inspiration, maybe there is a way back in. A 1-for-1 exchange. They do lose Big Uzera, but Alex also taken down by Lux. It's mid-trade, and with Snow rotating over, Lux has been able to reposition quite nicely.
Where Pain's hopes seem to be dwindling, Bait's spirit continues to rise. They can smell the finals. They know Nuke was an aberration, a mistake. And now it's 2 rounds separating them. They're hoping this to be one of them. NQZ, though, still has other things on his mind. Lux and NQZ putting together a firm defense of this B bomb site. Pain collect their turn.
And that can be it. That can be the type of round that brings you back into a game. Nice shooting there from NQZ. Just kept landing tag after tag on these players coming up short. They couldn't quite land the headshot. He was being so elusive. Some good movement, some good shooting, and then you have these pistols rotating in. Whether it's Lux activating from ladder or just a more conventional B-side rotate. It will not be as simple as Bait had hoped. They go in with a force buy themselves, but with the way how this game has been going, there are chances that this could turn sour. Miss smoke there from Katowice. NQZ once again will land a tag on that scout. But they are breaching into this bomb site. Flashes are good. Katowice needed to hit that shot immediately, and there was fortunately not a player close by, but Headtrick's found 2 just around the edge of that smoke. Snow answering back and spamming away the HE to blow open that smoke. It's 3-on-3 for this retake.
Sentinel's picked up an M4 as well. In the meanwhile, the Tech Knights can close the distance if they'd like to, but they decide to hold crossfires instead. The Molotov from Snow is going to be crucial. You flush out the firebox players, and you can maybe even smoke off A main, swarm the defuse, and get it done. Here's step 1. Molly goes out. NPL taken down on as he tries to fade away. Sentinel still with the M4 out and ready. 1 versus 3 for him now. Picks up the first, spots the second, but it's number 3 to take him down. Pain, find 4.
Okay, I wasn't really sure actually with the 10-second defuse they'd have it, but switching out to the player with the kit does seem to be the right choice in the end. A little bit of a close call, but Pain will take it. They just need rounds to put together. Two survivors. It's still quite expensive, and now you have this conversation on Bait about whether or not you force buy back. You could break their money and just win the game outright if you're able to breach into a site like this and maybe put up a better defense of your post plant.
It's good to see Pain finding their voices at least. Their footing will still be a while away. Wouldn't be surprised if Bait want to force buy into the next round. with the bomb having been planted and the kind of damage dealt. Of course, a lot of that came down to the early kills from Hetrick, right? That's not something that's entirely sustainable. The grenades blowing open the smoke consistently were giving Snow a lot of opportunity to deal damage as well.
I have to say, though, Hetrick's been doing a lot of damage on pistol rounds.
That is true.
In general in this tournament, he's a pistol master.
It's been good to see. Also good to see that Bane will just settle down, pick up a couple of deagles, and let this round play out a little bit more normally.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the round buffer to make this choice.
Look, it's also just about making sure that you get to the gun rounds as fast as possible.
Yeah,
they know how easy it is to lose control.
And Spiral, you know, they understand that they're the team with the greater momentum coming into this map, given how well that first half went. Hell, even getting into the 3v3 after plant, they had justifications to reinvest, like we were talking about. It's just, yeah, you don't want to get caught in this mindset of, oh, almost, and now they are tied at our score line.
It's also not just about that. It's also about, hey, you want to win this match cleanly to get a better chance at the finals. You want to be nicely feeling good about yourself. You don't want to go out of this and that, oh my God, we won in like overtime or 13-11. Whew. Thank God we didn't throw.
I mean, you'll take what you can get. Nice kill for Hetrick. Another kill on a pistol. See if we can find anything more from this. Another chance in from Khan. They decide to challenge, and Biguzera taking a lot of damage. Nade will finish off the job if not for Snow, the final bullet.
Oh.
But Alex has got some deke skills himself. Essential naded out of the round, and really there's no way that Alex could do anything about this. They would have tapped that bomb. You would have seen the swing from stairs. So he tried to get ahead of it.
Damage is pretty respectable, though. 2 kills is not too bad.
Extra money for a bomb plant as well.
Yeah, I believe
loss bonus.
That Bane should not be able to buy the op into the next round, but I'm not sure. Maybe Snow can afford it? No, I think Snow can afford it, actually.
Well, if you want to do this by the book, you should expect everything from the CTs.
Bait now. Pulling out a lot of extra flashes, funnily enough. They actually have double flashes on a lot of these players, and I love to see that. I feel like on Mirage especially, it can be so good on the T side. A lot of these long-range angles try and force oppers off of more than anything else.
On Mirage, you're very frequently using smokes and throwing them from spawn as well, so
That's
you
true.
actually can just buy up those extra flashes.
MQZ, easy shot given up, but it's shallower than he thought. He's not prepared, loses most of his life. Snow now catches Captain Kurtka's head in his hands. Alex will respond, and that's where Alex wanted to, but it will not be delivered. Instead, it's weak CTs all across the map and Hetrick to hunt them down. NQZ is low, but he gets the freebie. Hetrick not ready to turn it back to a 2-on-2.
There's just so much damage been done to Biguzera and NQZ, and they'll have confirmation on at least one of those players being low, especially Biguzera from that earlier duel. But this is why you see Pain taking a very cautious passive step. They're still spread pretty thin, but even if they've been clustered together, it's not as though it'll be easy to hold these sites. Biguzera is the one that takes that leap, hunts for information, and finds that mid is completely vacant. And they have made that call to try and play close enough by. NPL will throw a Molotov, try and commit to the plant, and it's in the one blind spot here of Pain. A Molotov out, it doesn't stop that plant. NPL, a nice shot, and the following just as clean. It has to be a kill from NQZ, but it cannot be delivered. The in-game leader comes in clutch after clutch, and he is staring through the souls of Pain.
He's all got one question on his mind. What next? What will you put in front of me? What is your next big challenge for me? Because I'm ready for it.
Once a player scrutinized for maybe touching into tier 1 too soon, but playing with caliber and finesse, on his emergence in this Bait roster. I did not think he would reach this type of performance.
Not at all.
When you see him online, you see how assertive he is. This is a different human.
I mean, compared to the timid NPL, his rookie debut on Na'Vi, his evolution onto Bait has been nothing short of stellar. And Pain, unfortunately, are feeling that. They are feeling it in the server.
Those are the types of rounds that Pain just had to be able to put away. Now they come in with 2 M4s and 3 MP9s to try and get 7 straight.
It seems impossible. But this entire half did. And that didn't stop Pain before from trying. That didn't stop Pain before from cutesy plays. And Katowice is hoping that he can put his bells and whistles on now as well. NPL put down. Essential responds. And NQZ reveals position for nothing. It's head trick to proceeding to the side. And Bait know that the grand finals have their name already penciled in. They only need to make it permanent with 2 more kills. Snow and Lux, they're hunting. They're searching, they're praying, but their prayers are unanswered. Their hands clasped together, but their heads are shot. It's Bait in the final. It's a rematch of the European qualifiers.
I mean, they were emphatic when they got completely blown out on the map pick of Pain in this series. It was a close win on their own Dust 2, but then we end up on Mirage, the map that we are seeing them cause upset after upset. Even if you thought Bait would win this map, you didn't think it would happen in the fashion that it did. From clutches to complete shutouts, they were barely dying on that CT side. This Bait are a force to be reckoned with heading into those finals.
This Bait is a team to be scared of. This Bait is a team that is feeling like they can take on the world. And who do they go against? They go against a Saw with questions being asked about it. They've got one thing on the back of their mind right now. It's, we can actually win this. We can actually take this trophy.
Yeah, you know, we may be having good performances from, you know, new additions to Saw, but this is the Bait that has been grinding together on the come up, on the rise. It's all about where is their ceiling? Can they go further? And finding themselves in the finals is a good place to start.
And now it's the time for Mike to start putting the questions out, the finalists in front of us right now.
I've got the captain here with me, and I'm not talking about MPL. I'm talking about Captain Kirkup. Man, you're in the finals. You just battled through so many tough teams to get here. You're in that grand final. What's going through your mind?
It's unbelievable, actually. I believe in it, actually, because we were working hard for the last 3 months. Not 3 months, for half a year. When we signed with Alex, we started working very hard, and yeah, it goes hard now. I don't know what to say.
Hard work pays off, for sure. I want to ask you about the conversation between Nuke and Mirage, right? Because Nuke, obviously, tough one. You guys get battered. You come into Mirage, you win how many rounds straight right out of the gates? 10, I think, in a row, dominating there. So what changed?
We were just talking after the game that we need to concentrate more, to not doing stupid mistakes, to play more like a team, not like solo. We were playing many solo moves doing on Nuke. And we decided to play Mirage like a team. And that's all. We had many games like that in online when we were losing second map and we need to concentrate more on the third. It was something that we're usually doing, so it was good.
Now that grand final, right? You got a date with Saul waiting for you. What do you think of them? It's an opponent you've met before. How do you think it's going to go?
I don't know, but I hope it will be full best of 3, like 3 maps. And it should be hard, yes, because these new players are looking very good. And Roman, he's playing very good now, actually. I can admit it.
He is indeed, but you're playing pretty dang great yourself. Congratulations on that win. Can't wait to watch you in the final. It's unbelievable, but believable. What do you think, Desk?
Unbelievable, but believable. It was uncontested the whole way through. Bait was the better team at the end of the day, and they proved it on Mirage.
Yeah, and they were so much sharper. I did say on the desk that they had to start on that CT side, and boy did they start on that CT side. 10 rounds in a row straight out of the gates.
It was delicious. It was yummy. I enjoyed watching it. I mean, I was expecting them to be here on Mirage, but I didn't think it was going to be that uncontested from Pain. It was just an absolute masterclass of CT. They didn't let Big Uzera do anything. I think he had 1 kill in the first 8 rounds. That is not something that you see happen to Big Uzera.
He's the playmaker. He's the one that makes openings happen, puts his life on the line, and usually will just get some kind of information to at least formulate the rest of the round. Earlier this series, they won a lot of 4v5s from that position, even if he wasn't finding those openings. But here, they weren't able to do that at all. It felt like Bait just had their number. Bait were just shooting. Bait could taste that grand final, and they made their destiny to make the rematch with Saw happen.
Well, I mean, they didn't even let them go into mid. Like, Alex was completely controlling all of Catwalk, all of mid, all of Valley. Maybe they would get a mid pick. Maybe that Lux would maybe figure out another angle that they could go into, but it wouldn't work out. That op would never be as aggressive as it needed to be, honestly. It was just... It's hard to watch that Pain does go that far because they were so strong in the beginning of this weekend. But
I feel like, for me, the biggest bounce back has to be Alex, like you were saying, right? Like 4 kills on Nuke, just being able to mentally get yourself back together, going to Mirage, and I think he was like 10-2 or something, like 5 rounds into the game. Started off with that pistol, that B-site lockdown, really send a message to Pain, and then they just weren't able to find anything from that point.
So was Headtrick. He was also like 13-2 going into the second half. Like, okay, that is that's great. I think there was a time that some of them had 0 deaths on them, but they had like 4 or 5 kills. Like, it was just absolutely so good for them.
Pick a name. Anyone on Bait had a moment that game that showed that they have impact, showed that they deserve to be in the lineup, and showed that they really, really want to try to take the whole thing here at ESL Challenger Kato.
We say goodbye to Pain. We say goodbye to all the Brazilians now here at ESL Challenger. But the thing for me with Pain is we've spoken so much about this young lineup, how it's now time to step up. The RMRs are around the corner. It's one thing to lose in the semis. It's another thing to lose that hard on the final map, because now, Big Uzera, you've got the tall order of having to kind of just lift your team up again. The mental game is going to play such a big role going into the RMRs. All we did was talk about how good this team looks. That's not going to look good for them. They're not going to be happy about that at all.
Yeah, Mirage is a hard map to lose. That is such a prevalent map right now in CS2. They looked so good on Nuke. They only let Bait get four rounds. They go into Mirage, completely different story. They were not ready for anything that Bait was pulling at them. I don't know if maybe there was some tilting there. The mental just wasn't there. When you're beat down so hard, so often, like that first CT pistol that they had, what was going on? That was a hot mess, honestly.
Yeah, it was a little bit all over the place. But something that I just want to point out as well is they did have the choice between Mirage or Inferno. They did see Bait's Inferno the other day and maybe thought that they saw something they didn't like, which may be why they went to the Mirage. Maybe they played some mind games in the veto. Whatever happened, Bait are a very, very strong Mirage team, and as you can see, they won a lot of those 1vx's that were necessary. The ones that they were losing on Nuke, we were talking about that on the desk before we jumped into Mirage. So that's how the scoreline, especially in a volatile situation that is CS2 with MR12, can just get out of hand really quick.
And they almost always went for those clutch situations, even if they were down a couple players. Like, they would always be like, yeah, we can do this. Also, even if we lose, we have $10,000. Our economy is so good that we keep winning that might as well. Let's try. Let's get it. And they would win. Like, it was that confidence factor that they had going into this that really made a difference.
Does Bait have enough, though, in a final to beat Saw, a team that has big stage experience against some of the biggest teams in the world?
Well, if we're talking endurance, you're talking age. You know, we got some 30-plus-year-olds that have already played one best of 3 today, maybe had a bit of a nana nap in between, obviously wanted to watch this game to try to feel out what their opponents are going to be doing and throwing at them in another best of 3. So I think all signs are pointing for Bait to have an incredibly good chance. They still will be the underdogs in the situation. Saw, you know, with the recent roster swap, aren't looking their strongest from what we've seen in this competition, almost dropping those maps earlier to Monty. So they're beatable, and Bait are really, their stonks are rising right now.
I don't think Saw can really expect anything specific either from Bait. They can throw, oh, we are the greatest team ever on this one map, or we are actually not too great on this one, but we'll come back in the end. I mean, there's so much unpredictability with this team that it's predictable how good that they can be. It's going to be hard for Saw, I feel, to really anti-strat or counter-strat against them because they're kind of all up in the air, but they're good at it, you know?
I just got to throw a cheeky question into the mix because why the hell not? So we have the Americas represented here. We have the Asias. I have a British passport, so they kicked us out of Europe. But I mean, or we voted ourselves out, whatever. But I'm gonna stand here in the European representation.
You're on the time zone.
You know, there we go.
Yeah.
When you take a look at all the teams that we've seen here in ESL Challenger, should every other region be scared of Europe going into the RMRs and the major? Because these weren't even the top-seeded teams, and there's 2 European teams in the final.
Yeah, I'd say so. Fortunately for everyone that isn't playing in the EU RMR, they won't have to play in the EU RMR. So that's something they got going for them. Look, the Americans get to stay in the Americas. We didn't even have an Asia representative here this time. So
they got to face off against them in the major, though, and that's got to start getting a little bit scary. When you're looking at these Tier 2 teams making it into the final and looking a little bit terrifying.
Yeah, I think the biggest question would be, you know, with Europe losing, I think, 1 slot since the last one. Maybe it was Americas. I can't remember which way it went. But the fact that you're looking at Eternal Fire going out, not even making it the playoffs, they're showing some cracks in their form recently. Saw not looking anywhere near as strong right now as what they did when they were in Cologne. You know, Snap Tap buff got deleted. They came down a notch. And going into this one, there's a chance with how everything's playing out that you've got teams like Bait, you've got other teams that are heavy underdogs in the RMRs, but they are grinding, they are playing the game, and they are ready to put their names up in the headlights.
I feel like North Americans like to have very proudness about themselves. Obviously, I do. I love North American Counter-Strike. Like, that is something that's great. However, they're not as good as EU teams.
Yes,
There
and
you
on that
go.
note,
I'm sorry.
Thank you so much for joining us, Apples. I'm really sorry they're not going to let you back into the US of A. Don't worry.
That's okay.
I'd offer you my English passport, but it's pretty useless because you can't get into Europe with that either anymore. Right, we are done with our semi-finals. We know the 2 teams that will be facing off. Bait will face up against Saw. Mac and Alan will be on the desk. Make sure you get your refreshments. Make sure you get your toilet breaks in because you do not want to miss any of the action coming up.
Хорош, Лёха. Хорош, Лёха. Сейчас дефает.
Дефай. Джангл. Алик 50 ты должен быть.
Братан, calm down. Давай опять. Звук. На Верочку посмотрим. Давай играем. Не играйте. Найт!
My map does too.
Now in 3 versus 2, it is doable once again for the Mongols, stuck in the shadows, but reveals his position. Now as he comes out of hiding, a triple kill! What a kill!
2 to close it. First man found, SNX, and it's another one going against him. Just fallen. He's been a bit of a lame duck in this match so far, and it might end that way. 5 seconds, shot connects. Oh, doesn't go for the ball, and he wins it!
Perfecto in the clutch. They're holding it, and he's got Zorti as well. This is no fun for Naf, and he finds a fresh AK spamming away, trying to find him leaping through. It's easy for Perfecto, as they will leave with 7.
Senzu with a backstab. Senzu on the bomb. He gets them off, but they win the round.
Swinging wide, and now suddenly all in with the backstab takes out another. Perfecto. Oh, shot. Oh, Spico, Scorcher. Full 10 seconds, it's a full commitment. No one's swinging yet. The spam is missing. They can't win it like this. They can't win it like that. Oh man, the full 10 seconds stick out of Cloud9 and the ultimate middle finger to VP.
Now Flag's gonna get fully exposed to Madden, who comes back and clears it, so he gets ahead of it, knows he has to dive. Oh man, he's giving himself a chance. No way, Flay. Here's it. Oh, run Flay. Time is of the essence, and Shiro gonna need this plant, taps on and tries to bait them. Getting flanked and 2 players live.
Deagle spam. Here's the weapon. He knows. He senses the timing. Zai Oil Flames have no standing on the A side. Says that is incredible.
Added from this position. It's the same spot he posted as 1v2. Floppy to the clutch, get his leg shot at, comes out. Whoa, he's got it!
He's alone. If he denies this, there's no more time. Perfecto gets it done and just needs to hide. Exertion's running in with it. And Perfecto is just hiding in the middle of the side. Exertion with a headshot. I cannot believe it. 1 second in it.
Spots them out. Rotates through. Nexa's got a lot of pressure coming his way, and he does stand in the flames. Delivers! Triple headshot on the P2K. The rest is Hunters. He'll finish it with style. This would be a necessary clutch from Frozen. Frozen aggressive to Nexa. He's bringing it together, piece by piece. Frozen! And now it's all on to Nexa. He has some Kev, and he's got a clutch in front of him. What can you do? 5 seconds as he has to hold it, closing the gap. It's Nexa's chance, and it's glorious. Triple kill from Nexa. And oh, Nico's lost his. Oh my God! This is not going to be happening for us. Oh, my God, Madden! One great on the dig. Jim Pat stepping out with a triple dig.
G4 towards the back of the cake, and now he's separated it, but there's 9 seconds left. He's so damn close, enough time to plant. Bludgeons them to death. Of Counter-Strike! Team Spirit!
Yeah. La 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 la. Yeah. Your life hits hard, but I hit right back. I never back down. I keep it on track. It's the same day with no problems. I keep rising from the bottom. Cause when the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear that sound. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now, and then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Yes, every day was a war. Yeah, it kinda took a while. When they tell me I should stay, I just jump with a smile.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, White Market, and Logitech G.
In a competitive landscape dominated by international mixed rosters, we're having a little bit of a shake-up here at ESL Challenger Katowice. We have got a regional derby on our hands. It is the Ukrainians up against the Portuguese. Bait has surprised us all, making their way to the finals, and saw the favorites of ESL Challenger Atlanta came into this with a change to their roster, but it didn't stop them from cruising all the way to the finals. That trophy is up for grabs. One of these two teams will be lifting it, and it'll be a fantastic start to their RMR run. We are ready to get down into all the action. MacMate and Alan are here to break it down for you, to tell you what to expect, and to take a look at all the Counter-Strike we are about to see. Before we do that, though, I think we need to get into a little bit of fun for you, right? So it is the 1xBet clutches. What's going to happen is we're going to pull up a bunch on your screen, and you can vote for them in Twitch. We will choose a winner after the grand finals. Boys, who have you got for us?
We got a couple of people.
We do, and this is all through the event. NPL, we saw this one earlier, an absolutely absurd round, completely ridiculous. We saw the reactions on board as well. Nobody saw this coming, nonetheless, neither did NPL.
Yeah, he was very ecstatic with this one, and it put them where they are here in the grand final. So a lot of impact there. Speaking of impact, Hadzin with a huge 4K. I believe this was a 1v3 as well, and this was earlier today on Ancient, of course. Earlier yesterday, and it was the one round that they managed to take off of Monty. So it was a very, very crucial, so they didn't get 13-0'd, and also some solid impact.
And there's your map highlights for Legacy. Done and dusted. And third and final, we have Story. 1-on-3 on Ancient. We saw these rounds earlier. A couple massive clutches making a tremendous difference. This man, of course, alongside some of his teammates, have played a phenomenal tournament. He's coming into this grand final looking in fine form, Mac. And this round was probably the best example.
Yeah, 100%. And he's going to have to pull out some moments like this here in the grand final if he wants to make it happen. But of course, that was the top 3 for the 1xBet clutches.
You can vote for your favorites. That's what we're asking you to do. And now we're going to get straight into our grand final. Saw up against Bait. Alan, how do you see this playing out?
Chaos, carnage, madness. Obviously not necessarily the two teams we expected to see in this grand final. That said, if you told us 3 weeks ago that Saw was going to be in a grand final of a challenger, we said, yeah, of course they are. They're going to win the tournament, but it's been so chaotic behind the scenes for them that this feels like a tremendous achievement already making it this far.
Yeah, I feel like we've already sung their praises and we will continue to sing their praises. Even if they lose this series, they've done so much. You know, getting to the grand final is a huge effort for this team. Saw, on the other hand, they've just been, they've been kicking goals, they've been winning. And unfortunately, they've just had the roster swap as well, which has made things a bit awkward here.
I made this joke at the start of the day, and I'll bring it up again. Saw has, in the last few months, they have made 3 playoffs. And it was only after they got rid of their coach that they were able to make the finals. We keep talking about the roster change, but it feels like the honeymoon period with the new player, it's working out for them. They look shaky, but not shaky enough.
I mean, the field was a little bit stronger in Cologne, but we won't factor that in. Yeah, I mean, we throw criticism, I think rightly so, at some of the decisions Saw have made. It perplexed us a lot from the outside to see a Rosdos go as well as Berry when they're playing seemingly their best Counter-Strike ever as a team, but we've got to give them the credit. They've looked a lot better here than we expected. They proved in that semi-final that with a Gil, they can look just as good, to be honest, as they did with a Rosdos. Tremendous credit, I think, to Muteris for making this team work, despite what must be an incredibly hectic period for them outside of the server.
Yeah, Big Gilly passing the eye test for sure, considering how short of a time he's been in the roster. You know, the new coach that they're currently trialing behind the scenes, remotely, has certainly been helping them get these victories. I think overall, the eye test looks a little bit worse, but they're just, that's expected when you make roster swaps coming into this. The fact that they went to Nuke, it didn't go super well for them, but they managed to get it across the line earlier. Sows some seeds of doubt up against Bait, knowing that Bait have already beat them in one best of 3 before. In the best of 1 that they played earlier, Saw managed to get that leg up, but it did take a bit of a comeback effort. I remember Bait being up by a couple of rounds, and then it was a CT side comeback from Saw on Inferno.
What do we think about Bait, though? Because possibly not necessarily earmarked as a team to make the playoffs. Actually, I do believe on day 1 we said they were the weakest team in their group.
Yeah.
Awkward for all of us.
I wouldn't say awkward. I'd say happily shut up, because I've been enjoying every single bit of Counter-Strike that they've been throwing our way.
Yeah, I mean, on reflection, that Group A was violently stacked. I mean, Eternal Fire's not here because they faced these 2 teams en route just try and get out of that group. So yeah, Bait has been a massive surprise. I think for those of us better versed in this kind of tier 2, tier 3 of European Counter-Strike, we always knew these players had phenomenal individual skill. The shocker has been the composure. The shocker has been that in massive moments, 3rd map semi-final, they make Pain look amateur. They make Pain look like they're not even on the server. And it's the team, the youngsters, the ones who should be getting flustered, that look the complete opposite. They look calm as can be.
Yeah, just full role reversals.
Yeah,
for
it's like
everyone.
they're playing from home, honestly. We'll see them play at the moment.
Is that composure going to stay into a finals? This is a huge thing. There's a trophy on the line.
Well, we don't know, because we haven't seen either of these teams in a grand final for a hot minute. Yet, yes, the qualifier that they played was technically a final of sorts, but it wasn't for a trophy. This one's for a trophy. There's no crowd. That could play a factor as well. The fact that there isn't going to be a lot of pressure from people screaming at him, that's definitely going to help Bait, especially because they haven't had to play on stage. Saw as well. Maybe a Gil is going to enjoy that a bit more, but the rest of the troops should be fine. The big question is how they're going to operate after missing a couple of hours, just sitting there, relaxing, watching Bait from the sidelines thinking, oh shit, Bait just destroyed Pain.
Yeah, I think certainly on the kind of the calmness angle in a match of this stature, you've got to edge that to Saw. I mean, they beat FaZe in front of a massive crowd, tremendous pressure, and you heard them talking in interviews after that game. They managed to settle in and play like it was any other arena. So I would have thought a studio setting against a team that is not as good as some of the teams they played in Cologne. This shouldn't faze them. No pun intended.
Is that experience going to be the win factor here? Does Saw take the whole damn thing, Alan?
I think they should. I mean, we don't want to keep harping on it, but a coach change and a player change is a big kind of that's a huge swap for this team. They have looked consistent to me, much more than I expected. They've looked much more shored up than I would have ever thought. And I watched them quite a lot last week in Challenger League playoffs, and it didn't look good at all. So they have made tremendous progress. But in the back of my mind, I keep thinking at some point an error will be exposed. They will find a site where a guild doesn't work well with his site partner because they don't have experience. They will find a game plan that they're not ready to play against Saw because they don't have the same coach they had before. At some point, they might be exposed. That is my only fear. If it's not exposed, yes, I think they will win this grand final.
Off the back of that, though, Mac, I mean, I was going to ask, is Bait cohesive enough to expose those errors?
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to touch on as well. The fact that they've already been able to expose Eternal Fire just by playing really good fundamental Counter-Strike. It is really just going to put Saw up against the wall and ask them all the questions like how solid is that CT side, because Bait's CT side has been astronomically strong. No matter what map it is, no matter who's on the other side, they just don't seem to feel that pressure. NPL's been calling lights out this whole, I was going to say tournament, but you can say last 3 days. And if he's going to be able to keep that together and call a beautiful game here on the 3 maps that we have for the grand final, then there is every world that Bait can do it. But back to the other point, Saw definitely still going to be the favourites here.
Okay, so Mac kind of jumped between the two. He didn't make a call. I'm pretty confident, Alan, you're going with a Saw victory. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think on balance, Saw have the experience, they have the structure, they've been in this sort of scenario more times and have more experience. I think this should be Saw's day. They've played a tremendous event so far, and I think they're primed to win this, Sam.
Mac, you going to make a decision?
Do we get to see the veto first?
No, you have to make a call. It is time to have an opinion without any veto or anything else. Tell me who's winning.
Bait win.
There we go. Okay, MacMad has an opinion. We've broken him eventually, Alan. We do it every challenger. I'm proud of us. It is now time to get into the serious action, breaking down exactly who you're about to see. Mike is in the studio with these two teams. There might not be a crowd, but all the tension is there. This is very real. A trophy is on the line.
A trophy on the line indeed here at ESL Challenger Katowice. The bait has been laid in the trap, but there's a Saw ready to meet them. I've got the 2 captains with me by the trophy. Gentlemen, please join me here. It's been a long road here. The reports of Saw's demise might have been greatly exaggerated. You guys have made a great run here at the tournament. What's clicking with the new player in?
Well, I don't know. We don't have a lot of time with him, so we just came with the stuff that we have. And he is just starting, he is trying to fit, so we are just doing our job, and he is trying his best, so yeah, we are okay.
Now, speaking about your opponent, this is a team you've met twice en route to this trophy already, once in the qualifier, once in the groups. What's going to happen this third time? How are you going to take them down?
Yeah, of course we're going to try it, but we know that they are a very strong team. They beat us on the closed qualifiers, so we know their potential. So if we want to win, we need to be at our best, and that's what we're going to try to do.
Now, coming over to the other side, Nipple, you guys have been the storyline of this tournament, the surprise, the shock, the upset, maybe a little bit of magic going into it. Is it just a hot moment? Is it lightning in the bottle, or is this the bait that's taking over now?
I think that's the bait that improving with every match on Ellen, and with every win, we are becoming even better and better.
Now you guys are the young upstarts, but you got a veteran facing you down from the other side. How are you going to take him down?
I mean, we'll try our best to just play our game. We are very confident right now because we won two best teams of this tournament, and yeah, that's it.
That's it indeed. Well, that's it for this conversation. It's time for a little fist bump here, gentlemen. Time to get to your PCs, to your battle stations. You don't have to stick around and talk to little old me anymore, because it's time to get this grand final underway. Only one of these teams can get their hands on the last Challenger trophy of the year. Who's it going to be?
Feels awesome. I mean, we changed the player like 2 weeks ago. We barely had any practice, so it's so rewarding, I'd say, to be in the final. I'm just so happy.
Now there's an incendiary, but fire on their feet is the least of their concerns. It's fire in their faces from Agile.
It means we are doing the things right, so that's what matters after all. Everyone is playing to their best level. Everyone is having the best attitude, and that's what I want from them.
We know what we're capable of. They don't know what we're capable of. Yeah, we're just playing our game. On previous LAN, we wasn't able to show our performance. We was a bit like sad about that, but on this tournament we are able. So yeah.
Back, she gives Antares a free fight. Then he comes over. Down goes Galax. Antares from backside. Got to go.
As for V8, we have already played this tournament against them. They are also a really good team. I don't feel like it's a surprise for them to be in the semi-final or the final. I just feel like we can beat them as well.
I'd say that So is a very comfortable opponent for us because we won them online, I guess. Yeah, for us, it's like very good opponent. Yeah.
So we are in the final. We have to use all the momentum we have at the moment, and let's take the trophy home.
V8 is ready to leave the trophy.
When you take a look at both of these teams, there's been some pop-off performances from more than one player in the mix. We've seen some big fraggers coming into the mix. But if you were to focus in, Alan, on a player on each of these teams, who is it that you're keeping your eyes on?
Let's take Roman. Roman's played a sensational tournament for Saw. He's a player that certainly, with a Rosdos on this team, maybe got pushed further down, kind of more in the shadows when we're talking about, a Rosdos, U-Jerks, and Story saying these are the young fraggers. Well, Roman, over the last month or so, has stepped it up tremendously. He's the highest rated player in this tournament for Saw, and he plays some crucial positions. Someone like U-Jerks, he plays a lot of anchor spots. He's not in the traditional star spots. Roman does occupy a lot of those positions, and he's played brilliantly. He is going to be a pivotal player in terms of winning this title.
If he can back up exactly what he did earlier today, then there is every well where Saw are going to be able to 2-0 this one, especially with the veto that we've just been given. We got Ancient, we got Nuke, and that third map is going to be an interesting situation if we end up making it to Anubis, because we know that Saw, we know that Bait, both these teams are very well versed on that. Bait, of course, taking down Eternal Fire already earlier this tournament. So if they manage to take their map pick of Ancient here, then I'm feeling like there is a very good chance that we're going all the way to 3, because Saw's Nuke looked a little bit shaky, but Saw, they've got every chance to take Ancient. People keep on thinking, Saw's Ancient looks a little shaky, let's take him there. But Saw keep winning it, no matter how close it gets each time.
This is the same veto we saw again between these two teams about a month ago. Of course, still with a Rosdos, and Bait absolutely battered Saw. Granted online, granted not quite the same stakes, but in the same veto, they absolutely destroyed their opposition, and NPL ran riot. So, that alone makes this a very compelling final. I'm not going to deviate from my Saw prediction, but if this isn't close, I will be stunned.
On the side of Bait, throughout this event, every single one of these players has stood up at some point. Even Captain Kirk in one iteration was getting the most frags, not something you would necessarily expect. Who is their one player, though? Is it the Hetrix? Is it the MPL? Who are we looking at on that team to make the difference?
I'd have to say Headtrick, especially with the veto we've been given. If he's going to have a solid performance on maps that he's well versed at, then I dare say everyone's going to lift around him. NPL, that he's confident. You could see it in the interview, had a little cheeky grin that whole time, knowing that they've already beat Saw before. They just need to do it this time on LAN. Both these teams enjoying the LAN environment. But even, you said it before, Alan, as well. The fact that Captain Kurtka is not expected to be a fragger, but here on LAN, he's been finding a new level. Maybe that's just what he's been waiting for his whole life.
This team is absolutely laden with skill, but for me, it's NPL. NPL is the player that can ascend above his teammates here, call a good game, and play well individually. He plays all the most important positions, and he likes that. I'm sure he's got quite a big ego, and he shows it on the server the way he plays. He is the man that could elevate his team more than anybody else on Bait.
When you put these two teams into a server and make them clash, what is the factor that determines who lifts that trophy?
The least amount of mistakes possible. I feel like Bait have not made too many mistakes throughout it. Most of it would just be like micro decisions in the moment, and when they're feeling it, when they're just going in together, it just seems to work better. Saw, on the other hand, that they've They've been getting a little bit more chaotic with everything, especially on Ancient. You saw that game with Monty earlier. There was some rounds you could highlight where there was just, that one B-lurk smoke thrown, flashes going bloody everywhere. No one could see a damn thing, and somehow they still keep on coming out on top. So good amount of chemistry is something you need to worry about too. Bait, they've been together longer as this full core, but when you got that core 4 still there from Saw, I think it's going to be a close grand final.
Bait is pure violence. This team is wild. The way they can open up rounds. The individual skill for me does surpass Saw in this matchup. So for me, Saw have to survive that onslaught. If they can get these rounds into 4-on-4s and 3-on-3s in the late round, I will favor Saw because they're more experienced and they're more used to these sort of scenarios. But if Bait can front run in the way they did towards the end of that semi-final, there is absolutely a world where they are just too hot to handle and they're never pressured into a position where they're uncomfortable.
The final ESL Challenger of 2024. Saw takes on Bait. One of these teams is going to lift the trophy and set themselves up very nicely for the European RMRs. 3 maps separate them from that cup.
We are ready to get into the grand final here. Saw up against Bait. An unlikely final potentially. We had marked Bait as one of the dark horses here in the casting booth, but even then, with Simple returning, with so many teams in form, 7 out of 8 being ready for their respective RMRs, I don't know that the unlikely Saw, with controversy around them coming into this tournament, were expected to make as clean a run as they have. Bait as well, the plucky underdogs, the young team. Did we expect them to make it this far? Potentially not, and a lot of very, 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 very close calls for that squad as well that could have gone the other way.
Yeah, I am so ready for some Bait ball though. I am so ready for this as well. This is a final as well, which really showcases just how strong the tier 2 is starting to get as well. These guys can take on top sides. They can scalp elite level teams, and now of course face off for the lion's share of that $100,000. And of course, to be the champion here at Challenger Katowice. We'll kickstart things over towards Ancient. Saw start on the CT side. Bait start on the T side.
Expecting big things out of Bait here on Ancient. So far, just rushing straight up middle. Pretty simple, I guess. Given a lot of space to get through, but they are prepared on that Saw side of things. Roman had already pulled back. He finds one head before going down, but he's getting so much information. It's the Julies, of course. This is what they do. The IGL making himself known as he takes 2 heads. Essential and Captain Kirker to do it all. Captain Kirker, he comes in late with a big kill. The bomb still in an awkward spot at the feet of Mutiris. He's moved around, picked up some utility. You can kind of tell by his movements on the server that he is indeed locked in, looking for that all-important headshot. U-Jerks has not really been spotted out too cleanly. Had an opportunity to make that easier, I suppose. Still leaves it down to the 1v1. U-Jerks nearly lets it slip. The 180 turn was there. The bullet just did not quite land.
So close, yet so far as well. Saw survive a bit of a scare. But the big thing is for Bait, looking pretty crisp out the gates as well. Essential, nice couple of shots coming through from him, which is exactly what we want to see. And right down to the wire there. Just not to be when it mattered most in that 1 versus 1. Head on a swivel on the 180, just couldn't quite convert on towards U-Jerks. Big way to start things off for Saw as well. Very, very good for the confidence. Huge nade going to come forward as well. A lot of damage, and the rifles will just mop them up. MPL going to get a consolation kill in the middle of this. And another from Captain Kirker, which I guess is a little silver lining, a little bit expensive, but all in all, doesn't really matter all too much. I'm glad to see as well, no force buy there out for Bait. So we're going towards a buy here in this next round, and it will give them a chance, getting the rifles out, start to set the tone, showcase against Saw what they can do. You know, the Death touching it, exact same Vita that we saw when they played only about a month ago in the qualifier for this tournament. Indeed. The difference, of course, being that we're now on LAN. Can Bait go 2 for 2 in a similar side of a series?
I mean, although Bait have looked good in this tournament, like I say, there's been an awful lot of close maps, you know, some overtimes, some potential slips. Mutiris would have heard that. Nade makes it in. It was actually the spam to finish off. The mid-aggression here from the CT side looking super effective. Now stepping up pretty massively into this final, not pulling any punches at all, just head trick remaining. Does manage to find one, but that is all she wrote for the round. The first rifle over as soon as it begins, it feels like.
Yeah, incredibly quick there as well. I've got to say, the mid-aggression coming out from Saw, really like that as well. Getting in towards that elbow control, starting to just put a bit of pressure on. We do see as well when sides feel maybe a little bit of timid kind of vibes, or the nerves are kind of settling in. They're not quite comfortable in towards the final. They can maybe take a bit of a step back on mid, play over towards Red Room.
Sure.
Very passive in towards Donor. And that does allow Bait to play their game. They like taking mid control and utilizing that to then go off decisions. So I like this from Saw. Very confident from them. Straight into starting this series, and I'll be more of the same coming through. Flash doesn't do anything, lining up as well as Roman gets two. NPL and Ascential fall with ease.
I think this is a game and ultimately a call-up for the Saw players that will allow players like Roman and Muterius, and now Story and Ujux maybe also starting to join that conversation of like, look, these guys don't play in a lot of finals. This is a big deal for them. It is pressure, you know. You really don't understand it, do you, until you sit in the seat ready to go on the server. Like, I've just had it a little bit here before we get into it. It's like the stakes are higher, the atmosphere is lifted, and I think that Saw are trying to abuse that fact with all this relentless aggression to kick things off. It's like they are trying to prove we are comfortable here, you guys aren't, and that's how the game's going to play out, you know?
And you really see as well, the top teams, they realize kind of one thing ultimately, that pressure's a privilege, right? It means you've done something right. It means you've kind of built yourself in towards a tournament and started to show consistency all the way throughout. And this is something that Saw have done before. We've seen them make deep runs in tournament, you know, these fairy tale stories that have become maybe even a little bit common now for Saw because of what they've been proving in the server. And despite all the stuff outside of the server, with the changes they've been making, whether it's Aristosh for Agil, the coach, of course, of Barry getting dropped, and them sort of being in a bit of a limbo state in that sense, they still managed to put up really good performances throughout this tournament so far. And their side, who obviously, as we've seen, to start off CT side, looking very, very clean. We're not really seeing them pull any punches. This is what we want. Second crack at a full buy for Bait. This one with a little bit more fleshed out Belter Util. Once again, though, not a lot of mid-control in the early portion here. Alex knows that he can't really afford to fight through there alone, and he has no shelf support either. So that's the big thing. If he maybe had a bit of shelf support, they could have maybe tested on that elbow control, but this time, they just can't.
It is immediately, though, sort of worrying signs for Bait. The first time out in towards mid doesn't really go so well for them, so they've pulled away. Rather than trying to readjust or give it another go or go for a late round play based on what they saw from Saw, they've just completely thrown that idea out for now, and they're going for the A play, it would look like. So again, that speaks well to Saw that they're able to get into the heads of their opponent. Speaking of heads, though, there's a headshot on the cards. Ujux will be the one to take it. Agil on the site has gone down early. A late peek from Muterius, finds two, stops the bomb plant for now, and the AWP came round to upset any hope of that plant. Once again, looking very good from Saw.
Yeah, massive from Muterius there as well. The re-aggression's really smart. He picks his time perfectly to go in for a peek, but he's only expected to go 1-for-1 there. The transfer is eloquent. We love to see that. And Saw, we're loving what we're seeing out from them in the early portion of this game. Once again, that Muterius little transfer was a beaut. Really enjoy seeing Saw on their game. When they play in this lights out level of Counter-Strike, they're a tough side to break down. We've even seen tier 1 sides fall flat to them time and time again, especially until 2024. And the arguments would be that they are that kind of favorite, the overdog coming in towards this sort of a matchup, even though Bait beat them last time out. In terms of experience here in a final and in deep in a playoff run, this is something that Saw have started to build in this year and started to at least become a little bit more common for them.
Yeah, and a great adjustment as well from them. We obviously saw at Atlanta the Saw side really kind of struggle. I think certainly surprised us with their finish there, and maybe a lot of that was because they knew it was somewhat of a last hurrah, you know, a weird situation going on for the team at that time. We didn't really know what was going on behind the scenes, still don't fully know. Coming into this tournament, though, there is one of the things where it's like, yes, you might have lost a good player, yes, you might have lost the coach that seemed to have such a massive effect on the team, but they have had a weight lifted off their shoulders that's obviously allowed them to just play a little less with the pressure. And at the moment, in the final, this looks like any regular old game for Saw. It does seem, you said it was indeed a privilege, but maybe they're not even feeling the pressure.
Yeah, I kind of half-jokingly was saying to Yumi in the green room, I was like, I can just see Bay going 5-0 down to start off this game and then maybe pulling something out of the bag as they wake up, right? And I didn't actually expect it to come to fruition here. This is the unfortunate thing that we see for Bay at times, though. They do just falter out of nowhere, and then it does take them a little bit of time to wake up. You know, nice little shutdown in this round, making sure the pistols get no leverage, no chance of the bomb plant, and not even a single kill. Even that's a luxury they can't afford right now. Elbow control, once again good. Nade goes deep. Materis wants to fight here, and he's at least keeping the pressure on. Doesn't need to stick around, but the beautiful thing is we're seeing Saw very early, as we've mentioned, take this mid control, but shelf too. So it just gives 0 options in the early round for Bay. They're utilizing their util, and then they have to basically go for a double bump just to get a bit of map control, and then we've got to try and set up an execute off the back of it. Saw are making this a kind of like a 3-step process when it's normally just a 2-step. It's normally you take your map control because you've got the better spawns, and then we go for an execute. And unfortunately for Bay, they look very off the ball, especially in comparison to what we saw on map number 3 against Pain.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it is a real surprise here, of course. This map has done very well for them. But this is one of the difficulties. We'll see how the attacking towards A, the contact play goes. New Jerks left very, very low indeed. Man advantages there. They just want to make sure that they hold on to that. Saw not giving the fight at all. Not really any utility remaining here for Bait. They're going to have to try and cook something up, and immediately flattened. Completely telegraphed, completely predicted there by Story on the AWP. And yet another moment of Saw's prowess being shown here.
And it's such an odd decision of kind of what do we even do now? We have no information. Is there anybody towards mid? Has somebody wrapped in through our spawn, right? These are all things they have to be a little bit cautious of. And U-Jerk's making a move, and he will actually labor that spray a little bit. So Sential does get a moment to bring something back, but this round's off the cards. There's 7 seconds left. They can't go towards the site. They have no information. They're so scared about somebody flanking all the way from B that they're just going to shell up and keep hold of these AKs. Awful spot they were in. I think Bake have sort of got to buy back in towards the next one because of the double eco situation that Ascenthiao and MPL find themselves in. But it's very smooth sailing for Saw on this CT side. 7-0. Not breaking a sweat. Not even, even the luxury of like a bomb plant is something that would help Bait in this situation in some way. They're not even getting there. We're not even getting to a point of making these rounds competitive yet.
Just breaking the pace of Saw ultimately, you know what I mean? Even if you don't, like you say, get the round, I think that it is just paramount for your own game as well. And this is one of the big things that I think may well go overlooked into a grand final of a tournament. Obviously, you get this break in between semi and final for Bait.
Yeah.
They have just played this map. They have just finished on this map. It's now an entirely different team, an entirely different way of Counter-Strike. You've just spent all that time kind of adjusting, and unfortunately, it's not working. What you were doing against Paint's not really working here. So it is a very, very confusing mind state to be in. I kind of had a different word to use there, but I'm not sure it's as broadcast friendly. But you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and you can even see when you look across Bay in terms of the position they're in. We've been speaking about how much they've been struggling in mid and elbow, and Alex is the elbow player. He's 0-8. I mean, he dies there with a bit of mid control. And MPL might have a drop, and he will get a kill. Materis finds one. Captain Kirk on the drive-by as well for one of his own, but Story still staying alive, and it puts Hedrick into a near impossible 1 versus 3 surely. Does get 2. Hedrick's made this a possibility. Tap one towards the bomb as he looked for the 3rd. You're wondering, where is Agil? No information gain with 35 seconds on the clock, and he has a chance to rotate back over towards the A site. And he's got that perfect timing too. Agil is still just cautious. Has he moved in towards Cave? Is he just going for a bit of a double pump and going to double back towards B? But that is not to be, as the bomb will go down, and it makes it very difficult now. Retake is definitely on the cards. Full belt to util for Agil, a kit as well to work with. And Hedrick's taking a tag, so it makes the M4 in that range of the 1-bullet headshot. But Agil going to take his time as well. Very cautious, moving round. Hedrick wants to fight, and it might actually work in his favor. Might try and catch Agil off guard, but he turns his back. And that's going to be a clutch from Agil in the 1 versus 1. Hedrick makes it so close, but it's not close enough.
Not what they wanted, man. Bait need a break here. They need to catch something. They just have not got themselves into this game at all. That's the closest they've come, maybe even in the entire game, to be honest with you. And then it's luck that works against them. So really, really starting to get difficult now, and yeah, the slow build-up, the attempt just not happening for them, and I think they will start to get very frustrated here. And as you know, we may well be getting it during this replay, but no timeouts or anything like this. You know, I think their heads are maybe going here. They've really got to be careful. And as we've touched on a number of times with this Bait squad and their, you know, sort of close maps and everything, who is the voice to step forward? Who is the voice to just kind of calm everybody down?
Exactly.
We don't really know. There's not much in terms of the experience here. Agil goes a little deep. Will lose his head early on. A big find for Bait. They have to convert this now.
Yeah, maybe a bit of overconfidence off the back of that clutch. He tries to get proactive and he gets so deep in. He probably should have just held that position. Even traditionally, you're normally good for one in that spot. But it wasn't the case. Minute to work with. It looked like they want to take a bit of cave control. Cynthia will be that first point of contact. With the numbers in their favor, now's the time to just play that body system. We kind of saw in the interview yesterday where this sort of Wolfpack style that they're so good at is something that makes Bait quite scary. And there we go. Trey's going 1-for-1 is very good. A smoke down towards short and a bit of space to work with. This will isolate U-Jerks, but he gets a Molotov to make his life easier. Is he going to be clear? The answer is going to be yes as well. But what's the support like? Not good enough. This finally has to be a Bait round. I think Story just saves.
Yeah, it has to, man. There's no real option to get back into this round, so he will take this AWP and back away. There's plenty of money available. I'm sure he might overstay his welcome to try and get an exit frag. But really keen take coming in from Bait. Maybe he does come off the back of some aggression, but like they can now say to themselves, okay, we got put in a good situation, we converted, maybe there isn't too much to panic about just yet. This is now on Saw. How do they turn things around? They've got those timeouts we were talking about as well. So could easily slow the game down and just, again, ice Bait out.
Yeah, it's even such a small thing, but that is the first round. So it took 9 rounds for Bait to get an opening kill. I mean, that in itself has always been the issue that we've seen so far. They're playing every single round at a man disadvantage. Thankfully, this time, not to be. Captain Kirker gets gifted a freebie. And all slots itself into place. He ends up actually with a really nice round under his belt. 3 kills to his name. Does very, very well to give them that comfort in this one. We're still yet to see Alex get on the board. 0-8 he finds himself. He has been somebody who, you know, Lisa Masters coming in towards ESL Challenger as somebody who looked very solid for Bait and was not always looked at on their side in terms of the firepower, but has become incredibly important to their success. My God, do they need him at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, man. They have to have these individuals step up. There's a few names that you got to rely on. MPL, for me, has been a pretty standout player, actually.
Agreed.
For Bait. Definitely was in that previous series. But yeah, he's done a very good job. When maybe we've talked about the lack of experience, he potentially has had to grow up real fast. You know, when I'm sure you get that call up to Na'Vi, it's a dream come true. But then you've got some uncertainty, some weirdness going on, and it can affect your game. Some players don't recover from that. Speaking of not recovering, Saw again have just met them on the other side of smokes here. Story to take down Hedrick as the final frag, and yeah, just a flurry of kills. Saw with the immediate response. Bait, it is worst case scenario, man. Really, really poor.
Yeah, he's super confident at the moment as well for Story, which is what we want to see. This is a side who are not looking even remotely uncomfortable in this grand final. There are plenty of time to prepare, plenty of time to get ready for whoever they were going to be facing. And they look so stoic in the server. It's just so easy right at the end here as well, Story. You can just see he's so happy to fight. He knows that even if he was to fall as well, there was no risk. He had support, and it was a 1 versus 5. So 9-1 is the scoreline. Attack pause called once again by Bait as Madden enters in towards the fray, and I mean, I don't even know what he can say at the moment. This is a side that looks completely checked out. They look like a shadow of their former selves.
Yeah, man, and I think it has to come earlier. I hate to harp on the point, but it feels too little too late here. You're really just playing damage control, really just playing recovery at this point, and it is on your map. You've, of course, got the famous nuke coming up next from Saw, potentially, if you're a Bait fan. Infamous. I'm sure if you're a Bait player, you are going to be worried. That's always in the back of your mind. It's not necessarily a gimme, and it's not necessarily a map that they are unfamiliar with. Again, another one that they played in the semi-final, but they did lose it. So, you know, it's a rough old run in that sense. If you can't get off the ground on your own map, surely we are expecting the opponent's map to go downhill as well. Roman, ridiculous. You've got to be joking. I do have to start feeling for Bait at some point. There's a lot of moments where it's like, damn, yeah, what can you do about that?
Yeah, you can't even say that MPL's done anything wrong there. He just gets unlucky. Roman fancies himself for a second. Could catch a Cynthia, but it goes the other way. So that'll give a bit of jag control. Maybe where we can start moving our way forward towards B. A decent setup, U-Jokes. If he can go 1-for-1 here, that's okay. But that eludes him. And same for Agil as well. B site broken open. And a 2 versus 3, but very doable. Look at the HP bars over towards that Abate. Gutierrez, his shadow will betray him. Cynthia now waiting for the fight. And he might even try and pull over a bit of a rotate for support. They're just a bit scared of a flank. Gutierrez, he will clear this. Takes a bit of time, but at the same time, Ascentio and Hedrick both fall simultaneously. Down goes Alex. 0-10 for him and 10 for Saw. Oh man, it just keeps going from bad to worse.
It's a difficult role here. I mean, yeah, again, Bait putting themselves in a position that felt somewhat winnable, but they just can't do it. And it is that flow state, the smile on the face of Gutierrez, as he knows this game is really in their hands now. After a half like this, even if they lose the next round, should absolutely be a final worth taking and a performance deserving of it so far.
Yeah, there's surely just nothing Bait can do. And you can just see Saw getting fired up. And too right. What a game we're seeing out from them. Hedrick gonna get boosted up. Opening kills, like we said, they've really been eluding them. Howard, as we head towards the 12th round of play, it's only one round so far where they found an opener, and it will continue. Roman gets the first. Ascential will trade, but U-Jokes only good for one. Still a chance here for Bait.
Potentially, Hedrick with a big kill on the orb. It is this one on the backside that makes all the difference. Gutierrez is the unlikely top fragger here. Has been absolutely flattening them. McGill going to catch Hedrick as the Molotov rains through. Opts to take the fight. Gutierrez with the spam, and again, as I said, honestly, nothing going right for Bait. They clean up the site, they get the bomb down, but I think the gods of Counter-Strike certainly in the favor of the Portuguese here this afternoon.
Just
the arrival. I came in the league, went straight for the title. No time to idle. I finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move made like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Hey, look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since I old. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out, they flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my...
We may well be over as quickly as we have begun here. Saw sending a statement with that first half, 11-1. What can Bait really do? Even if they have a good CT half here, it has to be out of this world in order to come back. I'd even argue those odds look pretty good to me. So, you know, like, this is kind of crazy, but we'll see. Maybe Bait can do it on their CT side. Give us a bit of something to talk about.
Yeah, 11-1 towards Saw, and, you know, if you flip Alex's deaths and kills, that's the KD he's working with right now. It's been a rough display from Bait. Bomb down already. They're not even contesting as that plant comes through, and MPL will be that first contact. Goes well. Oh, and a second as well. Oh, the third behind it. MPL picks his moment to come alive. What a time to get a quad kill. Whenever Bait needed someone to step up, it's the man in the middle, and MPL picks it perfectly. What a quad kill.
Well, here we go. That might just be the beginning of this comeback. Certainly one way to get it kicked off. Definitely going to make you feel good about yourself, but can you get the rest of the team rallied around you, I suppose, is the big question. Somewhat of a rivalry between these squads, of course, and a lot of prep coming in, moving forwards into the RMRs. Could very much be a scary story. They'll probably meet, or have to meet, at the major, if it is to be again, in different RMRs.
Yeah.
To be fair, but all the same, the preparation game is still there, and I think that you want to be able to prove that you're towards the top end of the tier 2 teams.
Cynthia moves out towards Shelf. They should know roughly where they are by kind of the initial point of contact that we've had. Yeah, they got a right idea. A bit of a spam there. Doesn't do too much. With U-Jerks taking his pop shots, he's getting pretty close, and he will get a tag on towards MPL. And a second behind it as well.
Decent damage. Can they capitalize on it? You want to keep Bait worried. You want to keep Bait scared. Make sure you don't let them find these rounds super clean. But unfortunately, it is going to be that happening to Saw here. So now's the time to shut them down early, right? I think we talk about it a lot. We talk about the potential comebacks. We're always here for a bit of excitement, especially in a one-sided game. You want it to be competitive. You want it to be exciting for a final. I think I would take your timeouts early. You know what I mean? Like,
agreed.
Err on the side of caution. 2 or 3 rifle rounds going against you, and you have to say, okay, maybe Bait can actually do this.
That's true. We saw that first full buy for Saw. AK's out, but Story in towards Galil as he brings in just a little bit more utility. Materis plays out in front of this as well. Smoke in towards Red Room, gets broken open by the nade. They don't spot as well the little lurking presence in via elbow. I like this from Materis. He's not a commit. He's just sticking around to show presence. Nice swing from Roman. Nice find. I feel like Ascenthio should have got the kill there, but the fact that he doesn't will make things a little awkward to Materis. He tries to get 2, and he delivers as well. Oh, it's falling apart in a matter of moments.
Unbelievable. I mean, what a tournament Materis and Roman are having. You know, the old guard, the ones that you expect to look at the situation that's unfolded before them within the team and go, you know what, screw this. I can't be bothered anymore. Like, I've played enough. I've had my high of the career, making it to the semi-finals of Cologne, you know, big game, all this kind of stuff.
Got my sticker in the game,
exactly,
you know what I mean?
Exactly. Like, you maybe expect them to be a bit like Challenger Katowice. We got the RMRs coming up. Do we really want to put our best foot forward here? And They have. These guys have taken up the mantle. Mutiris in this game, I think Roman in particular, across the course of the tournament, to just be the guy to fill the gaps and not complain and keep it going. Still having fun, so I'm winking at the camera once or twice. True. Cool guy, I suppose, but brilliant round out from them in general. Speaks to their ability. Wow. U-Jerk's going to lead the charge in this one, though, as that entry, the spam through the wood is good, but it doesn't find the frag, doesn't stop that bomb from going down.
Needed just one more bullet, and Roman would have been 6 feet under. Not to be, and it feels like this could be all over before it even really begins, unfortunately. 5 versus 3, bomb down, and time ticking on this retake as well. Agil holding, and he might have heard, yeah, he definitely hears these steps in towards Shelf. Could be in trouble here. The first and the second lined up, dropped down, not even any sort of due diligence to clear him in towards Cubby. And the last one, Ascentiel, he was spamming them earlier. So they've got the right idea. This one is more or less wrapped up and done here. And Ascentiel buying some time to maybe see if he can get a kill or something at the end. Will not be. Flawless round and a near flawless map of Counter-Strike from Saw. Absolutely ridiculous.
A wake-up call for Bait for sure. The young plucky team that we've been excited about for quite a while now. A lot of really, really good individuals. Seemed like they'd started to come together a run of a land before this and into this tournament. The way that it's gone, the trajectory up and up and up. Few upsets, you might argue, in places, and unfortunately they hit a brick wall in the form of Saw.
What a showing, though. I mean, all the way through. If this is the level we're getting up for Saw, I don't even know if Bait can compete. The skill ceiling is just so high. I mean, Saw are still yet to drop a map this tournament. I mean, it's a ridiculous performance they've been putting up here in Katowice, and I really just don't know if Bait can tap in towards this level now heading in towards Nuke. We wanted Bait ball, we got Detroit Pistons ball. It was awful. Didn't get to see Bait really showcase at all. I mean, that's a tough one to break down. Sam, best of luck.
It's not really tough to break down. I mean, the intro to this game was longer than the map itself.
Yeah, it was a very quick one. I think we ended up... Yeah, we went sub 30. That was under 30-minute map, including the halftime break, which is kind of crazy to think about, but here we are. That just seems to be what's happened. It's good to see that Saw are playing the Ancient that we were expecting, and also since they've had Agile in the team, man, they haven't dropped a map of Ancient, they haven't dropped a map of Nuke. Things are looking pretty bloody good.
Yeah, won it twice here, once last week. We asked a few questions of the veto, but even if Bait were going to lose, it wasn't going to be like that. It wasn't going to be an absolute smackdown where they never had a chance in the game. So a phenomenal map from Saw, and frankly, they already look like the champions to me.
Outclassed, outplayed. They had no answers, which is a problem because this was your map pick.
Yeah, I feel like that maybe the veto's the issue. That being said, going into this Ancient, Bait had won it the last 5 times, and then maybe even some before that as well. Like, the Ancient does look good on paper, but up against Saw came in expecting this and just reamed him out. I feel like, look, this and Nuke is going to be a combination for Saw to be taking a very, very fast trophy here for Kato.
Bait, inexperience, age. I mean, what was going wrong for them, Alan?
Game plan. They had a very defined idea going into this map, and it didn't work. Saw, be it preparation, be it reading it in the moment, were absolutely the masters here. They had full information, they had full control. At no point in probably 2 or 3 rounds did Bait even have a chance. They're just getting completely suffocated. So, yeah, I think Saw, I imagine the coach did some very good prep between these maps and found a bit of the chink in the armor for Bait.
Maybe it was just saying, hey, Mutiris, you know what you can do? Just strangle him. Just throw him around a little bit, because that is kind of what was happening. He was just running everywhere, shooting everything, not missing too many shots, not giving Bait a moment to think or shoot back. There were points he was getting some crazy little spray transfers that'll probably be here in this package. Him and Roman going absolutely crazy just to not allow Bait to even get started. The only time it felt like they were getting started was that second half pistol, and then they dropped the ball straight off the back of it.
If we talk about the advantages that Saw had over Bait in this map, information is the key word. The Jaguar player, the Cheetah player is Roman, the mid player is Mutiris, and they absolutely dominated the information game. So much of this map, Saw knew exactly what was coming, or at least knew what the possibilities were, and it's on those 2 players. And it's very fitting that it's the 2 players with the most experience that understood in those moments that we're going to impose ourselves. We take small risks, but get that information and secure this victory off the back of our plays.
So what does Bait do now? What's the reset?
I don't know, pray to Gaben, say, hey, we can actually play this game if we want to. Let's turn it around. Let's give it our best crack. But yeah, as you saw earlier, it didn't go super well against Pain. Pain plays type of Brazilian CS. We got Portuguese CS running at him. You know that Saw is a very capable team on the likes of Nuke, but I'd argue they're more of a CT-sided sort of winning team. Maybe that will allow Bait to have a better start, at least. That's what they're going to need to rekindle any kind of spirits. And the other thing they've got going for them is they know they already beat Saw with Arisdos on the team. So you've got confidence in one aspect.
Certainly on that Ancient, set plays were a mistake for Bait. They never really gave their individuals a tremendous chance to get involved and impose what might actually be a mechanical advantage. So going into Nuke, it's not going to be the easiest map to reverse that, but I think leaning less on those set plays, I think maybe more contact plays, a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more caution to the wind, because you do reflect on that first map and you just say, your star aimers didn't get in that many favorable aim duels. The number of rounds were just running into sights, into crossfires, and never really standing a chance was not enough to win a series like this.
You got a particular round where you can showcase where it was maybe going wrong for Bait and what they can work on coming into the next one?
Yeah, this was a round in the first half, as mentioned. The crux really is the mid information, the B information. And what it allows them to do is lead numbers A so many times. And the first few rounds, what Bait were trying to do is fake mid and then hit A. And the whole time the fakes didn't work because it never fooled Saw on the CT side. They always knew what was coming and they were always in well positioned to clear those rounds. So it's just one small example here, but this is roughly how the first good chunk of that half played out. Worth saying, towards the end, Bait did change it up, but it was way too far gone. It was way too far gone and they were not going to reverse their fortunes.
Maybe this is one of those situations as well where Saw, they had that break, they had more time to do prep coming into the grand finals and try to figure out what the veto was going to be after the last couple of times they've played. So they were able to actually get some notes going.
Yes.
Bait as well, of course, it feels like externally they have less going and less time to get anything going. So that's a bit of a curse by playing that second semi of the day, only having the hour point to point to get yourselves ready to play another best of three against the best, the highest rate, one of the highest rated teams in this competition. They already knocked out the other one.
A factor going into this series, though, is because they're in the same group, it's very, very likely that both teams prepped a number of the maps going into this tournament anyway. So that might have been, coming into this grand final, maybe Saw already knew that this was a very likely spree of rounds going to be up against. So, whether that prep was coming into this final or before the tournament even started, somebody did something very right for Saw and very wrong on the Bait side of things.
Here's the thing: we saw Bait on Nuke. Earlier against Pain, and it was not good for them. Pain ran circles around them. Saw is has beaten some of the best teams in the world on Nuke, and while it looked shaky, it did not look nearly as shaky as what Bait was offering. So the question to both of you now, realistically, is Bait able to turn this around, or is it going to be a nice 2-0 for Saw leading them to the trophy?
It's very hard to imagine a world where Saw doesn't win it from here. Nuke is very fitting to be the map they win this on. They're phenomenally experienced in this map. I know they stumbled a few times, but it's really hard to find chinks in their armor. For Bait to win this, they need to do something incredible. Their individuals need to play in a manner we only saw it towards the very closing stages of that semi-final. I really think if this comes down to slow strategic Counter-Strike, I don't think they stand a chance. They have to throw a massive spanner in the works to win this.
Yeah, and you already know that there's been prep done. You already know if Saw was already expecting Ancient to happen, if they know that they're going to be playing Nuke, if they've already played Bait on Nuke in the past, they have a very good read on what's going to be going down in this game. So it's going to take a big effort from NPL to try to adapt on the fly, figure out what they can do and what kind of issues Saw even are exposed to. The fact that, with Big Gilly being here now, filling in for Arisdos, and every time we've seen him play Nuke, he's played lights out. So it's really hard to find any issues for Saw on Nuke right now.
It's looking a little bit dismal for Bait, let's be honest. Saw might just sprint all the way to the ESL Challenger Katowice trophy. We've spoken a lot about them not having any silverware. They're very, very close to getting some. Let's find out if they can do it.
Vamos! Arma! Que lindo, bichinho!
Não tem campeão, fica na frente.
Bora! Casca!
Horror!
Vou partir essa merda.
Vamos!
the way I see the things and the experience that I had, for example, in Atlanta, our team was kind of destroyed inside. People don't see that because they are not inside of the team, but the mood was not really good. And right now I think that we are bouncing back from back then. I think day by day people seems more happy. We are improving on the days that we have had practice, and that's really important for our confidence. Yeah, when I say that we need time, it's really what we need, because we are growing, but of course you can't find the solutions all the time. Sometimes you struggle in some maps, and that's what is happening to us. And yeah, I don't want to change a lot because Agile it's here for 2 or 3 weeks. And if we come to a tournament, we do, for example, a game with a lot of anti-strats, it doesn't gonna feel comfortable. So yeah, we're gonna try to find our game. If we play with confidence, we have a chance.
I think we are kinda on the beginning of our path, because like when I just came to Bait, it was only online tournaments, and even there we were losing some like frustrating games for us. But now I'm happy that we managed to qualify to the LAN events on our own from the qualifiers, not like, for example, from invites, you know, because it shows that we are able to compete on the good level. But yeah, form-wise, I think we have some mistakes that we're still doing, and it's very important to fix them, obviously here against good teams. But yeah, I think we're on the beginning, and it will only depend on us how we will perform. So yeah, I mean, hard to say what will happen, but the most important is each player like trying to fix kind of their own shit, and obviously team-wise we need to always improve.
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Faceit points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, Faceit.
A quick map steal from Saw as they take it 13-3, and very, very impressive run from them on a map that had a few question marks. Can they deliver? Can they bring a game to Bait? Well, they most certainly did. And now we go on to Nuke, which for months and months people have been raving about the Saw Nuke. They are set to take the grand final here at Katowice.
Yeah, I mean, easily one of the best teams, if not the best team in Tier 2 on this map. And then, you know, the way they've been playing against top-level sides as well, they've been making arguments for really kind of changing up the approaching towards this map. And I just don't know if Bait, I mean, how deep does their kind of mental game go? Do they have that mental fortitude to be able to bounce back and reset off the back of a loss like that? I really just don't know. I feel like for a Bait side, they might unfortunately have come into this maybe a little bit too lax and a little bit too comfortable off the back of a really good win earlier, and unfortunately they're not quite switched on when it matters most. We'll be kickstarting things in just a moment. Bait at least get the fortuitous start of a CT side, on the most CT side of the map in the pool. At least that's something to work with, but I mean, it needs to be better. They just got decimated. I mean, in the first kind of 10 minutes of the game, we knew it was over.
Yeah, absolutely, man. The energy and ultimately letting Saw into their heads is something that we talked about. Saw were much better at dictating the game, where the fights were happening, you know, the sort of areas of aggression. Yes, we saw a couple rounds where maybe some of the Saw players bit off a bit too much, went in a bit too deep, but they were always in the heads of Bait. And Bait let them in as well. You know, they didn't really take the timeouts in good time. They didn't really come up with any ideas of their own to try and get back into the game, back into the map that they picked into. So I think one of the things here as well that they may well have underestimated is, yes, these guys have played recently online, the qualifier for this one. I say recently, it was about a month ago now, to be fair. A lot changes in a month. It was Nuke, it was Ancient, and I think that Saw have gone back, they've watched that game, and they've gone, damn, what went wrong for us? Should be a team at our level that we can beat, you know, and they perhaps were disappointed in themselves, and that first map is testament to the work that's been done. This one, however, is, yes, very good for Saw, but the caveat I'll give it is that it's predictable, so we'll see what Bait have got. 4 is in the pistol. Not so good thus far. The ramp push comes out solid. Alex is in behind though with the Julies. He is being watched for. Roman's got to find this frag, and Alex gives him no attention at all. Well read, well played, and now the run of the mill for Saw. The bomb is down, but they don't necessarily have to rush the plant quite yet.
Gil as well holding for a wrap from Hell. So even if they want to try and reclaim a little bit of ramp control to support MPL here, it's going to be very, very difficult for Captain Kirka. And already starts to fight. We'll dip back up and towards the top side to go for that long rotate. He's the one with the kit. But, as I mentioned, bomb's not down yet. We're just sort of trying to figure out, where is MPL? Now we found him. So FC Made goes back down towards double door. Door will be open. Captain Kirka on the brink of being dropped from this round, and a 2 versus 4 post-bomb. This feels nigh on impossible, surely. Captain Kirka, he will fall surely in just a moment. He's so low, and the Julie should do the job. He's struggling, and he needs a reload as well. He's getting chased out of there. It will be Saw getting the pistol. It's not going to make a difference there. I mean, maybe we just keep hold of the kit, but I mean, who cares, really?
It is a weird situation for him. He's hanging out on the ladder. Hold on. Hold on. I mean, he has to get on this perfectly. He's surely going to be hurt here, yeah. Oh my God! Hanging around, can't land the bullet. The headshot is just comical from Captain Kirk. He's been a nuisance. He's been annoying, of course. Not able to take the round. It is an attempt made, and as you say, what's the point in saving there? Might as well try and go for something. You never know what you're going to get away with in the grand final here, but not today, not in this game of Nuke.
Still good to see from Saw as well, just continuing that dominant display as well for them. It all started quite well, Headtrick getting the first, but then they just get decimated off the back of it. Ascentio, Headtrick, Alex and MPO all fall in quite quick succession. And it really leaves absolutely nothing to work with. That 2 versus 4 was sort of dead upon arrival. So Saw, get the first. We will see that force buy out for Bait. It's something they like, but it does worry me always. But I think we're getting to a point now where maybe taking a gamble is better than nothing for Bait, because they didn't gamble and they were quite timid in towards Ancient, and it cost them.
Yeah, good to see them coming up with something creative here. U-Jerks does take the first. NPL, however, takes his teammate. He's left low. They will both kind of shake hands and walk off. Nice find from Captain Kirka, though, with the lobby push. So we've got lots of different ideas coming in from Bait, as you have so rightly pointed out. Not much of that on Ancient. What can Saw do to recover here? Trying to send the bomb slowly around, but the main contingent is looking for the Heaven presence. Ascenthial is very ready with this 5-7 round the corner, but U-Jerks knows his angles. Of course he does. It's Alex down below that may well see this one off.
Gil, 1 versus 3. Knows there was one below him. He can hear him as well. So it should be a free kill. It will. Back turn. Down he goes, but a quick trade coming through from Captain Kirka will mean Bait bite back. Make that force buy work, and now we can start to build on something. Now there's a chance, right? These force buys, they're pretty inconsistent for Bait when they try and pull them out. It's something they love doing. This one, a lot better, because they just don't play a default. They try and do something. They try and see if they can be the ones to dictate the pace of this round. So it's just nice. I mean, we didn't see that at all in that previous match. map. It's just a little bit of a fresh idea. MPL's called for a bit of an aggro play, a lobby crunch at the same time doing a secret push. That's just good proactivities. That's all I can ask for from Bait, but it's something that it can't be a flash in the pan.
We've already seen from Saw in their pistol, and I'm sure people coming into this know their nuke is very chaotic, right? It usually is a very structured map, particularly on the T side. Saw have kind of taken those rules and changed them. I think Bait in that previous round, at the very least, have attempted to match them at their own game and then have. So that's something that we talk about, this mental game, may well knock Saw back a little bit. You know, I saw at the end, Agil cut to him, and it was sort of a well kind of moment on his face. They can pick up rounds, they can come up with ideas and confuse us. Oh, Mutiris, beautiful shot from him. Great first map coming out. He'll be looking to tap back into that once again. MPL, bit too deep.
There's a gun to work with there if they want to go and pick it up. Looks like at the moment that's not the priority. The pistols are grouping up together. And they're starting to wrap towards outside. Alex spotted out in towards main. He definitely doesn't want to be facing a long-range Deagle, that's for sure. And Sora now waiting to see whether Bait try and react to them and overextend a bit, see if he can get another kill in their favor. Story could be a bit of trouble. Nade doesn't exactly make its direction, so this could be a pop towards 8.
Yeah, we'll see Alex down below once again. He found great success from here in the previous round, and this time they deal with him much better. Captain Kirk is still alive and could, with a choice bullet, find the key headshot, but it's Roman that returns it back onto him. Head trick now, rolling in from behind. He does have late support from Ascenthial. Not super close to get the trades in. Are they even really going to give this a look in? It would appear yes. Angle checked half-arsedly will cost the life of the first. Ascenthial still does have the kit. Some keen headshots could make all the difference here. He's going to forego the M4. May well be a soft save from him, as he doesn't want to cross the threshold into the squeaky door. Indeed, he will take that M4 and get out of there once it's sort of confirmed. Again, still sticking around, so never giving anything away for free, but Saw back in with their force buy. So this is messy, and I think that Saw will be happy that this is the way that it has begun. It allows them again to just get down in the dirt, and gloves off kind of Counter-Strike is what they're all about.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly the way that Saw want to play Counter-Strike on Nuke. They want this bare-knuckle brawl. They want to really start to make you feel super uncomfortable, have no real luxuries in terms of map control. And I just think as well, they like this tempo shifts mid to late round as well, as you saw there with that pop towards the top site. Really well done. And of course, a force by 1 with a lot less being brought to the table. I mean, even the spit on the monitor there as well. That's how hyped up they're getting. Had to wipe it off there. But it will be a pretty early tack pause, which I'm actually a fan of. We saw the tack pause come so late for Bait. They were like 8-0 down. It's like, at that point, like, what is actually the point? You've already lost the map at this point. So calling that tack pause then, we were kind of thinking, what is actually the point here? Madden will get in the mic, in the conversation a lot earlier, which I'm already a fan of. Unfortunately, though, we might just see a response of a force buyer for Bait, but they're just going to bring so little. Even MP9s might be a bit of a struggle if they want any sort of util. But they actually are getting them out. The only issue is, though, like we said, they don't really have a lot to work with. We've got one M4, one FAMAS. FAMAS got no util. A couple of the MP9s running a little dry as well. They can't fake anything. They can't fake any presence. They've got to hold their util in case they need it for a retake.
Yeah, it's not fantastic, but again, keeping on them here, trying to nip at the heels really does speak to the fact that Bait have reset their mental and look a hell of a lot better, much more proactive, as we've been complimenting them on. Early nade damage onto Mutiris. Gonna burst out the ramp. Kind of contact, to be honest, and straight into the stack. Each one of them chiming in with a kill. All too easy, the setup too tough, and unfortunately with that style of burst, where the players were already out before the first flash came in, it's just going to play into the hands of Bait. Even if they lose one, I think they would have picked up the ramp control there.
Yeah, well played. I think for Saw, in a weird way, they might actually just call to save here. That M4 in particular is something that they'd like to keep alive, and the Galil is, I guess it's not the best thing in the world, but it's better than nothing. So yeah, it's going to be a long, just shy of a minute save for Saw in this one. And it will be Bait bouncing back. So we have a competition here. We have at least something out from Bait. And it might just be indicative of them coming alive here in map number 2, which is so needed from them. Give them a chance here in this final. Mutiris and Roman, The old guard will keep hold of what they've got if they can. It's looking like they're not going to be tested with the hunt at the tail end too. Bait will just surround that bomb. Make sure there's no chance of a flank, and it will be those final 20 or so seconds. And also a really good opportunity for, especially the experienced guys, and Matthias and Roman, just to converse themselves and say, right guys, what went wrong there? What's the planning towards the next round?
Once more into the breach for Mutiris and Roman. They've had coloured careers, I think it is safe to say. You know, a lot of ups, a lot of downs. A hard region to play in, man.
Yes.
You know, we were talking...
Not a huge amount of opportunities,
exactly,
really.
Exactly. And, you know, talent as well is a big thing. Really can be difficult. We were sort of spitballing about, you know, why maybe Brazilian players have not come across, vice versa. But sort of always stuck to the same mission directive, at least as a squad. Maybe organisationally things are not all peaches and cream.
Well, we have a somewhat buy to work with. 2 more Galils picked up and a Deagle around what they saved. Once again, Utah a little thin. This time for the T side. But they will get those outside smokes to give them the ability to cross. Then they're going to come over, but actually goes just a tad early here. So the nade comes out towards Secret, and then they start to make a move. And it gives them the chance to group up. Sora really happy to do this. Slow the round down, play as this pack, and then try and overwhelm. Alex just jumping for information. He'll get it in a moment. We're looking for that boost, but it's over towards double door stairs. I don't think we're going to do the same. No, we're not. We're just going for a dry peek. That'll give Alex the ability to rotate away, but then doors are open, so he's under pressure here. He's got to hit the shot, and he can't. Ujak swings and finds, and now things start to look awkward as Ascential gets tagged up low.
Roman can't find the vent there, I think, is what's just happened. That's a little bit awkward as he came through staring at the floor. Yeah, I have. Not in the grand final of the Challenger event, though, to be fair. So he'll be a bit frustrated himself. At the very least, he has slowed down the CT rotations, right? I think with the confusion and the presence, they've taken a moment to go, okay, is there anyone else around? What the hell's going on? So, before we really make any substantial progress, the bomb is already halfway ticked. Going to have to move fast here. Mutiris in for one. A second from him at the single door is maybe all they need. MPL's going straight in for the hold. Will he get away with it? No, he won't. Mutiris, the IGL, he knows this bomb site well, and another big round coming through from the in-game leader.
Yeah, huge to see as well. And now we, once again, as we've kind of this flip-flop style of Counter-Strike, it actually is still beneficial towards the T-side as the main thing. They're so happy to keep flipping back and forth. The issue that we have to look towards Bait, though, is can they get a bit of consistency out? Can we see consecutive rounds put on the ball for them at any point? And at the moment, it's not to be, right? And this is a CT side that has to build up. Normally, we say 5 rounds T-side nuke is pretty good, and Sora aren't too far away. Agil needs to be careful. Story, the first to fall. The spam, the response is great. As Roman and Agil combine. Bomb denied. This is carnage. It's chaos. Sora like it, but it can work against them. The pace can be the thing that chokes them out.
Yeah, there is always potential for those trades. Bait have got a lot of players around to facilitate that. Some body work coming in to get that bomb down. Mutiris creating space for Roman. They are both left really quite low. Agil's healthy, but he's on a Mach 10, right? So the odds are stacked against Saw here on... Ooh. This retake. Pressure is on. The nade doesn't land very well at all. Agil trying to do a bit more damage to himself, I suppose. Level the playing field, he says, because the Mach 10 doing great work here. No kit available for Bait. No way in.
Time.
And no way home. They're out. They are indeed out of this one. Saw will take the unlikely round. That felt like a decent retake, but all this damage, it's unconfirmed. They don't know how fast and thick they could play.
Yeah, well played. Really well played from Saw, just in that carnage of that situation. Make it work for them. Akil does go down to the bomb, but it doesn't really bother Saw all too much. Couple of saves that come through for this Bait side, but money is very thin. I mean, coming in towards that round, 3 out of 5 players had $0 left in the bank balance. They're flat broke, and that might affect them in terms of what sort of buy we see. They might even go for some sort of half investment. We have seen actually Madden there calling for another attack pause, and I think he's right to do so. This is still not the style of Counter-Strike that Bait want to be playing. And like you can see on that left-hand side, not a lot of funds to go around. So I don't really think we're going to be buying here, if I'm honest, for Bait. We can talk about risks and taking gambles and all the rest, but now's not the time for me. This is the time where we try and facilitate those rifles as best we can, but I think the primary angle is probably trying to keep them alive in towards the next round, or try and wait for a buy in towards the next round. I still want to see Headtrick on an AWP. We still haven't seen that yet. Of course, didn't get any chance to do so in that previous map. Especially when Story had a couple of moments. Granted, it was primarily the rifles doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
Indeed.
Cynthia needs to be careful. There's one top mate, and yeah, he just completely oblivious to the position that UJerks was playing. He had no idea that he got there that quickly.
UJerks standing out a little bit more in the recent rounds, to be honest with you. Good confidence from him. It feels like there's a few of these moments where they're leaving him out to dry to get aggressive on his own. He went double down below in one of the rounds, and the rest of the team went single. But he still manages to find the kills despite the fact MPL is close to the action here. Nade nearly takes him out. Headtrick's up top. Yes, he's got a kill. He's got an AK, but he doesn't have any armor, right? And there's zero utility. So not going to happen. Bait will take the save. They will take the one-tap potential, the extra money for the utility.
Yeah, in a way, it's like a slight upgrade. They had 2 M4s coming in. Now they've got an AK. It's like, I guess it's better than nothing. A small sort of silver lining. This round was a non-starter anyway, just because they didn't have anything to support. Even if it was like upgraded pistols, like 5.7s, or even 5.7s but a half armor, then we could talk about, okay, the round maybe has some legs behind it. Not this time, though. So, pretty smooth 5th. And then for my money, I'm already sitting pretty happy here. 5 rounds, T-side nuke, and in the fashion they found them to. Not only just the rounds themselves, but in these slightly scrappy style of Counter-Strike, which Saw like to play, they actually just look mechanically so crisp, right? And that's the big thing for me, that it's not going to slow down on the CT side by any means.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, after a shaky start as well, won the pistol, lost the follow-up, we often see those types of games really drag out, really go back and forth, and maybe eventually towards the middle of the half, one of the teams will figure it out and string a few together. But Saw pretty quickly dealt with that situation. Didn't take them as long, didn't get super messy. And again, Bait maybe trying to match them in their own game with a bit of chaos here, but Saw are very ready. Story holding the edge of that smoke like he's seen it before, but maybe not ready for the presence behind. His teammates will get caught by the aggression eventually. Roman doing one of his own. Kind of goes the wrong way, but he's dipped in. Got himself into a good position here. You can see him being very vocal on the camera. Trying to convey this info. Great catch onto Alex, and still a fantastic spot for him to work with, and one that is so hard to pin down. Whereabouts is he? Don't rightly know, and he is now looking to run rampant, creating so much space. Is the bomb with him? They don't know, but it's just been seen there on the way down.
Then that actually makes Roman's position really strong, because they're thinking they're going towards B, and
no
my God, why is Captain Kirker turned around there? Why is he even checking heaven? They've just seen the bomb's gone secret.
Wow.
What a 180.
Someone in the comms has said, yo, remember one could be heaven. And he's gone,
yeah, let me have a look. Like, I was only looking hell, guys. He could have jumped up. Just be careful. Like, I'll have a look.
Because I thought he was surely dead to rights by just, not giving it any attention. But that's kind of crazy.
Ooh.
That's an aggressive peek, would you not say? I mean, Captain Kirker maybe had a clearer path down the vent than he would have realized. Essential does know that Mutiris is all alone, and his head will roll. Hold on to the bomb coming in. Story's got to try and deal with this. Hasn't even heard it. On the AWP as well. Can't spray in, and Essential's played it perfectly. A big win for Bait.
It's got to be said, so Story's angle there towards the top site when he's outside is so strong if his teammate stays alive a little longer. And I think just the fact that Mutiris falls a little bit too early for me. I think the way you should be trying to play around that is inside of the smoke. Just be that unknown quantity. Where has he gone? Did he manage to dip away? Has he eluded me in and around the smoke? Has he gone up and high and towards rafters? Keep him guessing. Doesn't happen. It's empty out. Good round from him. I'm glad we're seeing at least a couple sort of come alive here. I mean, in particular, Alex, he was unfortunately really poor in towards map number 1. He seriously struggled. He went 2-13. And by his metrics, one of his worst performances, not even just kind of this tournament, but this year. He's really ramped up in 2024 and had real nice moments of impact, but we didn't see any of that in towards Ancient, so at least we're seeing spots of it here and towards Nuke. So, still pretty happy in the spot that they're in. And this is a pretty important round. This is a swing round. Both sides don't have any long-term econ, and loss bonus isn't full for either side. So, it's one of those where whoever wins this breaks the economy to the side, not only gets one round, but basically gets gifted a second behind it as well.
Story waiting, hoping to catch some aggression once the presence comes in downstairs. Hetrick has found Roman. So not a good start here for Saw. Do they want to commit? And maybe with Story again being a nuisance up top, the answer is going to be no. The bomb has pulled away, and now again they've got this outside control. It's a lot of what Saw desire on this map. They really do play around it well, and what are they going to do with it? You know, do you send players up? Do you maybe move into hell? Nobody really knows, and Hetrick gets caught off by the timing. Head pops up, takes him down. Oh, in the rafters, Ascencio maybe has a good spot, but he bails on it, doesn't trust himself to hold the angle, will move down. Captain Kirk has been heard and finished off. And Saw showing exactly why you've got to be careful. They take an inch and they will turn it into a mile.
It's actually just masterfully played there as well. From a man disadvantage, they've done absolutely everything right. Literally don't take a step wrong off the back of it. Story waits patiently for a fight to come towards him, and he takes it, and then they isolate Jules behind it too. And so well done. U-Jerks are full here to Alex, but it's just not going to make a difference at all. And there's no chance of saving, that's for damn sure, as Agil will confirm that fact. Honestly, that is a really good round from Saw. The way in which they've played that from the 4 versus 5, Hetrick finds Roman to start that round off, and then they just wait. They don't panic. They don't get flustered in the situation. Story, he barely has anything to work with there to Pixel. All the fights just fall into place. Agil does super well, and well, that's an A-take for you right there. Very impressive stuff, and it must be such a tilting round for Bait. Taking that advantage and letting it slip again. That's not the first time it's happened.
Alex holding keen here as he's the only one with any substantial weaponry into this round. He's trying to bait a peek into him, I think. Yeah, and he does go down. Story laser beams him out through that smoke, and ultimately that's going to be the most dangerous player in the round dealt with. That doesn't necessarily mean that it is over, but a nice find to just ease some pressure.
What a shot. No right to really hit that, but that's the sort of form Saw are in right now. All the fortune in their favor. And Story wanting to be a little proactive here. He's wanting to try and see if he can crack it open himself. I like this backside, though. Will they clear them? Yeah, with ease. The pistols might get a consolation kill or two. No, that'll elude them. Just one left. There's MPL and a Deagle down in towards the vents, and he is being held for a little bit. I mean, Story had the Tech 9 out, but I don't know if MPL's even really going to look in. He might just try and save the half armor, as sad as that sounds.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, there's going to be some guns around as well, so he might be able to grab something. Story is savvy, as he will get one of them out of there at the very least. They seem to have a good idea that he's in that vent. Maybe he made a step earlier on in the round. Making his way here for the finish, of course. Oh, there you go. He's going to go up late as he's hearing footsteps. Try and get the catch. And he does time it well. In for one, in for two. Lovely stuff. AK retrieved. And Story, of course, wants to keep his AWP. MPL knows his numbers and will survive there on the edge of lobby. So, I mean, they'll take that. They'll take that. A couple of kills out from him makes it expensive. And, of course, the AK moving forward.
It's a silver lining. It's a nice little thing to have, but it's a pretty dark situation they still find themselves in. I mean, that was a round in which we're not expecting a lot out from. They have one MP9 and a few upgraded pistols, so actually 4 kills out of 5 isn't actually too bad. We can talk about the slight positives to work with, but the real negative is that sort of guaranteed bare minimum a lead on the T side of Nuke. That's never what you want to be hearing. Bait are still in a real dire spot here. On towards our side, you just got the right idea as well. He's waiting and holding for just a pixel to work with. Smoke going to come down over towards front main. So that should nullify MPL in just a moment. They haven't got the outside control, so that's a very risky peek from Story, and it feels quite unnecessary too.
Oh! NPL with a beautiful find as he covers his man. Another over-aggressive peek as they feel pretty confident about themselves moving into the latter stages of the first half. they are wrong. Hedrick can still hit shots. 3-piece for him. Roman is potentially going to give us another long save here. There's really no world in which he wins this one. The damage is not going to mean anything. So yes, he will just hold chit-chat into the final round of the half. They'd love to deny that 5 away. You know, 4 always feels very on the edge. But not much else coming out of this round, unfortunately, folks.
Yeah, not a single outside smoke for me feels very, very weird. I mean, we're just trying to take raw contact fights against a full buy. We know it's a full buy because we know they lowbought in towards that previous round. So there should be expectations with the save coming through and then the lack of investment that there will be an AWP in play for Hedrick. So he just gets a shooting gallery towards outside. It's freebies at 1x1 peek in and 1x1 fall. So we'll see Roman keep hold of this AK. He should be fine. They are wrapping outside, but I just don't know if they go all the way around towards T-side roof to see him off. So he'll keep hold of this AK-47. That's one thing to work with at the very least. But yeah, it felt like a very weird round for Saw. They try and change it up, which, you know, we're always a fan of, sure, but the way in which they go about it. The idea is great, the execution, not so much. Dry fight against an AWP, MPL not cleared in towards lower mini. And it's, yeah, 0-2 easy. So looking towards this final round of the half, and actually at the buy for this Saw side, it's not going to be incredible. There will be one drop that can come through. I mean, Roman, he had no cash left in the back pocket, so it's going to be a little scrappy, and yeah, it is.
Yeah.
You get a triple Glilm, and a Gil can only go in towards a Tech 9. And even then, once again, Utah a little thin.
I mean, the call is just probably the fact that without him saving the AK, there wouldn't have been an AK. So,
yes, yeah.
You know, they're going to try and put him in dangerous positions, I suppose. Really, really bare bones here, but we'll see. These are the pocket rounds, the opportunities to kind of flex your muscles a little bit as a team, as an identity. So we'll see what sort are able to cook up here. It seems to be more of a fake outside with those smokes as the main contingent is ready to go in towards A. Roman nearly catching one, dedicates to the fight. Captain Kirk are going to get 2, but he's going to be caught reloading here and will indeed fall. Maybe now they can do something with this, but again, the main areas, you know, are not smoked off because of the lack of nade, but they just overstep. Story finds 2 on the AK from down below, leaving it all onto Hedrick, who is this man throwing the flashes, going back to pick up a little bit more utility. And he is left 1 versus 3. And of course, the smoke retrieved off the floor is enough to see him out. He's just going to have to wait or maybe try and go for a reposition. He's hoping that there's somebody around he can pick off before moving into the bomb site, but nothing presenting itself here at the turn of the half. It looks like Saw will secure themselves the 8. Hedrick running out of time now. Smoke goes down and Mutsiris will find him in the head. So that is indeed the half, and it's better from Bait, but will it be enough? Grand final still has not started for Bait here. They have given us something a little better in that first half, but if we are being real, it's the CT side of Nuke. Usually we would say that's not good enough. Keeping the hype alive for the grand final here of ESL Challenger Katowice alongside Neokai for this one. We got so much nadage bought up for the T side. We shall see what they can do with this. Bursting straight out. They've got a game plan. They're sticking to it. And thus far, a couple clean heads will indeed roll. It's not quite over just yet. 2 versus 3. Bomb will get planted now. I didn't quite catch if there was a kit down, potentially, with Agil's lack of money completely. There might just be one on the ground, but they still have to get through the head, still have to find a way into the bomb site. U-Jerks walking out, trying to be cheeky, just can't land the headshots. I like the idea, it just won't happen for him. There comes the first. He needs a few more, and he's denied away. So Bait, with the all-important pistol, will keep their dreams alive here.
That's good to see as well. That means now that Bait, so far in this series, have matched the tally that Soar have got in this map. 8 rounds is how much they've got across map number 1 in the first half of map 2. So at least now we can start talking about Bait coming alive a little bit. This round here, the next one as well, even if we do see a force out from Soar, they're just going to have much, much better firepower to work with. We do see that that force spike come through. It's a Story FAMAS, an MP9, few upgraded pistols. They can still be a little bit scary. The only way to make these scary is sort of the way that Bait went about it, right? Where they get something just a little bit unorthodox and try and catch your opponent off guard. Don't let them play their game. We'll see what Soar try to do. Nate towards outside to break open that smoke, but Bait hadn't pushed their way forward through it. The Taps, how have they thread the needle there between all 4 of them? Oh, there we go.
Ah, spoke too soon. So close. But not really going to be known about. I think certainly considered by Soar, but not as much information on this as they would perhaps hope. Roman, got to be careful. They get a bit closer than I think he was ever expecting, but he still will back off with his life intact. Up into the rafters he quickly moves, calling for some rotations here as well. And it is this FAMAS, you know, the scariest weapon in the round, that makes its way all the way down. Is he going to be considered here is the big question. Nade goes in, minimal damage in all fairness. Smoke as well to slow them down at the obs window. Deagle on the edge of the smoke looks good. Roman chimes in. Story now activates for 2, and Alex is left upstairs with it all to do. Nothing coming for Bait, and Soar have read them like a book, rotated aggressively, and indeed it works out.
Yeah, Alex was meant to be like an insurance policy to catch rotations once they got the bomb down, but that's a luxury that they weren't given here. What a response out from Soar, and it might be only with the 1 casualty too, on a force buy of that regard. Fair play. So both sides having success on the CT force buys. I normally don't like them, but they've proved me a little bit wrong here.
Yeah, I mean, they had somewhat of a game plan for it in the sense of, right, let's get a man set downstairs. As soon as we grab that information, we're all rotating in. You know, the very, very simple kind of strategy, but it ultimately pays off. A very, very, you know, force buy type round coming in from Soar, where they play it slightly looser, slightly less conventionally to just keep Bait on their toes, and they couldn't manage, you know, they couldn't manage it.
Exactly, and it really kills them in towards the next round as well. Because of the double eco, they have to reinvest back in, and they just don't bring a lot in towards round number 15. We've got 1 Galil to work with. A couple of Deegs and a couple of Tech 9s, and Util, very thin, just 1 smoke in the back pocket of Captain Kirker. And he also doesn't even have any armor, so a fleshy being for him in this one, very spongy. I don't think he's going to survive, if I had to make a guess.
Big round here from Bait. They've got to lay down a little bit, take some guns away from Soar, because they will be so hard to penetrate into the follow-up rounds if they're able to continue buying. And I think for yourself as well, as so much pressure onto the next rifle. Maybe, just maybe they can do the impossible here with round 15.
Agil in towards Mustang holding. Has the support through main. Very timid here in the start from Bait. Not quite sort of one of those tack pauses about calling the tack pause. Roman spams and he gets the bomb too. That might have even been heard. as it drops. Roman could be good for another as well. Alex just walks straight past him and doesn't even clear. Materis, Agil all step up, and Roman, he starts it, he cleans it up, and he waves bye-bye to Bait as well as they're on the way to the first flight home at the moment. Sora getting ever closer to that trophy.
Again, I have to compliment him, man. What a move, you know, just honestly, no doubt in his mind, playing so very well despite the stakes that are on the line here, despite the fact that we do know Bait can shoot back. He finds that first kill and he's immediately moving, looking for more, reading his opponent so very well. This is so scary now for Bait. They don't even get a bomb plant there, so they are fully ecoing things out. It's going to be 11-5. They have to be unbelievably effective with the rifles for quite a long time if they are to find this cleanly. Maybe the overtime, but it's
true.
I think really they're not even thinking about that. They're just thinking about winning rounds, grinding it out here.
Yeah, you really love to see it as well from Roman. You know, coming towards this final, he's the 4th highest rated player at this event. And the way he's playing this final, it might even climb in towards the top 3. I mean, just the stats he's been putting up, I mean, absolutely bonkers. Another good couple of eco kills as well to even add to that tally. So far, this map, he's been looking really strong as well. And man, what a time to step up for him. So impressive. It makes life so easy for Saw. Bait dwindling, running out of opportunities as they call in towards attack pause, and Madden once again tries his best to, you know, light the fire in this side, but it really feels like it's about to be put out. Saw 2 rounds away from lifting that trophy right there. It's just so close, and I just can't see a world in which they don't. The pace at which they've played their Counter-Strike and just how clean it's been as well. Bless you, Madden. It's just one of those where you can't fault them.
Bait have to appear at some point, you say. Grand final here. So much on the line for them going into the uncertainty of next year and moving into the RMRs. It's going to be a dangerous prospect if they can't get themselves going against one of the bigger teams they may well have to play in this major cycle. MPL is gifted a kill. While I'm yapping away about the stakes, he'll take those easy ones. Story finds him through the smoke though, so still some ridiculousness for Saw, of course, but this doesn't look too bad for Bait.
No, Materis, he'll play into his credit. The only thing he needs to be worried about is that garage is not being held, so he has to double back. This is the right idea. Materis might get a drop here. Oh, and he can line up too as well. We're just not even thinking about the possibilities of an outside garage player. Materis gets a freebie of a double. The third might even gift itself over on a silver platter. But he runs out of ammo. And a Molotov under the toes are going to heat up the situation. Headtrick and Alex. Now, not Alex. I've got it all to do. 1v4. Headtrick, what have you got for us? The first ain't bad. The second doesn't even get its chance. Saw, map, series, grand final point.
Unbelievable. I mean, after he finds those 2 kills, I look down to the camera. Materis has just got like the biggest smirk on his face. He knew what he was doing, man. Right? You may well say, yes, he's not being considered, but he knew the timing of the clearance, knows that you got to check every single angle if you are moving in through the garage. And it was just absolutely perfect to find both of them facing the wrong way. But again, little things like that, both of them going to clear that angle,
exactly,
speaks to an uncertainty of Bait. Usually it's like, right, first man in, he's holding, I'll hold this one. You know, you got to trust the process. You got to trust the teammates.
It's all subconscious as well.
Exactly. Bait are not tapping into that subconscious at this point, and yeah, Saw just running rings around them.
You can even see,
on the first.
Like, Saw don't even need to calm these situations as well, right? Because the cohesion's so strong, which is, you know, first of all, credit. With a new player coming in, for your cohesion to be this good, it's just an absolute credit to them. MPL going to be the first to fall. Scriv, this might be already over.
It looks that way, doesn't it? Mac 10 trying to be the hero, not going to happen. Have done it. They take it over the line. No sweat off the brow. The unlikely team, I think, coming into this one, we'd not necessarily written them off, but given what we've seen on social media within the team itself, it felt like a tumultuous time, but it's anything but. A clean-looking Saw, a fantastic run from them in this tournament. They do not drop a map, and that, I think, is testament to this new version of Portuguese Counter-Strike that we have seen come out into 2024.
Yeah, absolutely. Handshake's coming around, but it's commiserations for Bait, unfortunately. They just could not get going. Scripps saw finish his tournament without dropping a map.
I know.
Talk about the Counter-Strike with all the conversations around them and the externalities. That's great.
Yes, indeed. A fantastic run from them. Hopefully it continues for them into the end of the year. They come into this tournament, the unlikely winners, but they will find a clean grand final. Your ESL Challenger Katowice champions. It's all. You're the champions here in Katowice. I've got to start with you. Look, the team going through change, going through tumult, in the headlines for all the wrong reasons, and yet you come in here and you dominate. You don't drop a map. What does this trophy now mean to you, Mutiris?
Well, it's unbelievable. I think that the last weeks it was like a roller coaster to us. So yeah, right now I think that we need to enjoy this win because it's unbelievable for us as individuals and for our organization. They are trying so much to have these wins, and I'm really happy to give them this trophy and for Portugal too.
For Portugal and for your teammate here, you two have been together a very long time. Today, you were playing like a man on fire. The opening kills all tournament long. It felt like they could never get the best of you in that first engagement. What was going through your mind? What was going well for you here in Katowice?
I mean, I just focused on my game. I felt like everything was working out, so that gave me confidence. But overall, what makes us this good is the team that we have right now and the work that we put in. So I'm just so thankful to play with them, and this victory is for everybody that helped us get here.
I've got one more. I have to ask the new guy. Agil, you came in here. You jerks in a previous interview said you were the guy that they had to leave behind when they moved over from FTW. You're not left behind anymore. You're here with your teammates, with your comrades, and you've got a trophy to show for it. What does this mean to you?
I mean, it means so much for me. I mean, 2 weeks ago I wasn't even winning local lands in Portugal, and now I'm here. So it's like a great feeling. I don't know. It's kind of I don't know. It's crazy.
It's a whirlwind sometimes. 2 weeks on the team. You've barely even gotten your feet wet here, and already a trophy. How far can this take you?
Who knows, right? The sky's the limit.
The sky's the limit. Well, without further ado, I'll let you guys get back to celebrating. There's one more step. It's time for the presentation of the medals, and it's time for our desk to break down this win. Congratulations, gentlemen. You are the champions of ESL Challenger Katowice.
It's so fun when this happens because we started this entire tournament going, well, they've made a change. It's a mess. That is the end of the saw. We knew that Cinderella run at Cologne. It will never happen again. They will fade into obscurity. And here they are. Finally, they are lifting a trophy. They are your champions, and they are going into the RMRs as trophy winners. They have that silverware, Alan. It is just one step closer to proving to everyone that Cologne was not a once-off, that this is a team that wants to contend with the big dogs.
I mean, it's beyond that, because given all the turmoil, to come in here and look so stable, so composed, not drop a map. Mutiris called a phenomenal tournament. So to do that with all the headlines behind them only proves more so that there is more depth to this team. There is more structure. Cologne, yes, maybe against the top teams, going to struggle to do that again, but at this sort of level, they're here to play. They should have done this at Atlanta. It didn't happen. Second time lucky. Katowice champions.
Look, Dom Aguilio, who cares about Dom Julio anymore? He wasn't even needed, and they got their first trophy. That's a huge W for them. And not only that, but of course, they've qualified for the next season of Pro League. They missed the last one, so it's going to be a great, solid showing from them next year once they get a shot over there. It just has to taste so good, right? Everyone playing out of their damn minds. We're not giving an MVP here, but if we were, fucking Roman deserves the hell out of that.
I mean, I would call Roman the MVP if we were to name someone, Alan.
Absolutely. There's spoiled for choice, really. All the players played a phenomenal tournament. I can see a very compelling argument for making it Mutsirius, given how he's been able to bring this team together. But no, Roman played a sensational tournament. He plays a lot of crucial positions. He is an absolute monster on the CT side of Nuke, which panned out to be a pivotal map here for them in the playoffs. And he's a player that a couple months ago we would have said wasn't in position to be one of the best players on this team. He was more of a supportive element to some of the younger guns. Well, this man still got it. Old age doesn't matter. Roman's here to play, and he absolutely deserves to be MVP of this tournament.
I just need to say as well, when they were all lifting up the trophy, I was hoping, I was mentally going, whoo-ho! Because look, it feels like almost a bit of a robbery that they didn't have a little crowd there to give them the cheers, give them the sound that they definitely deserve for a win like this. It was a stacked competition. They were arguably on paper one of the favorites in terms of the world ranking, but they walked out on top.
Not only did they walk out on top, they did it convincingly. Did not drop a single map. Holy hell, the next event that these guys go to is the RMRs. What a way to peak just before the biggest tournament of your year.
Yeah, it has to be said that that's going to give them a whole lot of confidence. You know, there is going to be some little best of one situations going on over there. But the thing is, they were winning. They won every map. It wasn't clean by any means against a lot of this competition. We saw 13-11s a couple of times. They had to come from behind, and it worked. But it's not something you want to rely on. You want to clean it up. You want to get it more convincing like the maps we saw from them here in the grand final.
Let's go back to the changes, because I believe on day one, I said it was a garbage move. And I am stunned by how they've managed to pull this around. The reason I said it was garbage is because it was such a big risk. Because it was a team we knew worked. We knew had success. We knew had jumped significantly up the rankings and improved. And they removed their coach. They removed one of their better players. And they say, mid-season, this is our best chance going into the major cycle, is to make this change now and play for a tournament like this into the majors. And I didn't think it was possible. I didn't think you could get a team together this fast. But in 2 weeks, they're playing comparable, if not better, Counter-Strike than they ever did with Rostos. That is a massive testament to their team, and I'm happy to swallow my pride on this one. I was damn wrong.
To celebrate, if you are a Saw fan, we have something fun for you. We actually have that winning moment, and you'll get a chance to hear the team and how ecstatic they were. Let's listen in.
¡Vamos! ¡Y ahora! ¡Grita ahora! Bueno, Horos. Olha, parabéns, que quanto linda. Gil, jogas muito bem. Vamos! Que rondaça, história. Mais! A ronda mais importante do jogo é esta. Vamos lá, devemos perder. Siga! Grande. Não consigo ajudar. Vamos! Linda. Vamos! Porta! Outra casa.
As you can tell, very, very in-depth conversation happening there. Lots of screaming, lots of shouting. We're going to have a little bit of fun now. If you joined us at the start of the day and you've been here all along, thank you so much. And you'll remember that we got the analysts to do their 1xBet predictions. And I've actually got those envelopes with me now. So I'm going to read through the predictions to see how our analysts did. So the first one I've got here is Mr. Allen. This didn't all work out very well for you. They didn't even make the finals. You called a pain victory.
I did call pain. I expected more from them in the playoffs. Didn't quite happen, fell to bait. And yeah, I mean, honestly, all tournament, I reckon I've got about 90% of the predictions wrong. So no surprises there, Sam.
There we go. 90% of the predictions. I almost said none of them, you know, just to add some extras. Maths is not my strong point. I got another prediction for you. I do believe that this one belongs to Apples. So she said bait.
Mm-hmm.
That was at the start of the day. Didn't even know. Good on her because they did make the semis. Unfortunately,
Got halfway there.
halfway there, just not enough. They just were completely outclassed by Saw, weren't they, Mac?
They certainly were. It was unfortunate. Like, it feels like it wasn't even experience. It might have just been the pressure of playing in a grand final because they went missing. They didn't get to show what they were capable of. We already spoke about it. They just got completely outplayed, outmaneuvered on Ancient, and then we kind of expected what happened on Nuke to happen on Nuke. So unfortunate. Maybe next time.
Unfortunate. My prediction over here, I can confirm I actually went with bait as well. So a little bit awkward, unfortunately. And the final one, Mr. Mac. Now, you'll remember if you were here on day one, I gave this gent such a hard time. I demanded he have an opinion, and he had an opinion. And what was your opinion, Mac Mates?
Do you want to read it out?
I will read it out.
It's a pretty good
Mac
opinion.
Mates' prediction was that Saw would win the whole damn thing.
Vamos!
That's also how I feel about the fact that we finally got him to have an opinion. Look at that. You got it right.
It's good. It's good when you're right, isn't it?
Who did you choose to win the final, Mac?
You know what he did? He he made sure that no matter how this played out, you're right, he did the perfect politician's move and ensured that it would play out in his favor no matter what by jumping on both sides of the fence.
I
But you know what?
believe it's called hedging your bets.
Hedging your bets.
I've done that perfectly.
It's a viable strategy, Mac. We
It
can't
worked.
deny you that.
It worked out for him, and there you go. You can see the standings of this entire event. We've seen some really good Counter-Strike. It's got me really excited for the RMRs. I'm not going to lie. I think as much as we've seen the upsets here, Alan, I think that that's just going to continue all the way through those qualifiers.
I mean, absolutely. If we've learned anything from this tournament, is that these, particularly European teams, these tier 2, tier 3 teams are not to be taken lightly. They can do a number on much bigger sides, and equally for the big teams. If you don't prep, if you didn't come in warmed up, especially those opening games at the RMRs, small mistakes, you're gone. No major for you.
It's the thing, right, where CS2, not only is it just such a volatile game because it's shorter now, because you can just win so many rounds with pistols and swing the economy in your favor, the fact that all of these tier 2 European teams, they've got really high ceilings and they've got really low floors. The volatility of the game, the volatility of the teams, you don't know what you're going to get, and that makes it so much more exciting moving into the RMRs. You saw it here. We got the best bait in the semi-final, and then we unfortunately did not get the best bait in the granny.
We've had lots of winners today. Mac was a winner with his predictions. Saw was a winner of the whole damn thing. And we have one more winner. It's our 1xBet clutch. The winner that you voted for coming up on your screens right now. Did you see this one coming, gents?
Yeah. I think we did.
It had to be a Saw player to take the final one. This round also, we often talk about highlights in isolation, but these rounds were pivotal en route to victory. So Story, another player who we haven't had a chance to mention enough because he's got so many superlative teammates here, but he played a sensational tournament and some big moments to get them into this grand final in the first place.
Yeah, really consistent performance. Even in the clip there, you could see, I think that was 1vx. I think it was like 1v2, 1v3 at that point.
1v3 and a 4K overall.
Yeah, and that kept them in the game. That made it a little bit easier for them, and they ended up winning that 2-0, which allowed them to have the extra rest, which went a long way in the grand final.
Ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, Counter-Strike fans around the world, I hope that you've had as much fun as we have had in the last 3 days. ESL Challenger Katowice is coming to an end. It is the last Challenger of 2024 as well. You have had a chance to celebrate. You've seen Simple return to CS2. You saw Complexity lift a trophy earlier in the year, and now we've seen Saw possibly continue their ascend into the big leagues. Everything that you have enjoyed over the last year comes because of the incredible people behind the scenes that are passionate about CS, and they're passionate about these players. So do yourself a favor, if you are watching in the chat, just say thank you to them. You never see them, but they work tirelessly to make this all come to life. And of course, a big thank you to the players who bring us all of that action. From all of us here, it's been an absolute honor and a privilege this year to join you in this journey. But now we're all getting the hell on out of here. We'll see you hopefully next year. Goodbye.
tell me, how's I supposed to know?